Charlatan. A fraud who pretends to have special skill or knowledge. Example: the self-proclaimed healer was exposed as a charlatan when his cures proved useless. Sycophant. A flatterer, toady, fawning follower who seeks favor through flattery. Example: the board was surrounded by sycophants who told the CEO only what he wanted to hear. Martinet. A strict disciplinarian, rigid enforcer of rules and regulations. Example: the new headmaster was a martinet who enforced every rule without exception. Miscreant. An evil, vicious person without principles or conscience, a villain. Example: the detective vowed to bring every miscreant involved in the scheme to justice. Pariah. An outcast, a person despised or rejected by society. Example: after the scandal, he became a social pariah shunned by former friends and colleagues. Iconoclast. A person who attacks cherished beliefs, traditions, or institutions. Example: she was an iconoclast who challenged assumptions the industry had held for decades. Myrmidon. A loyal, unquestioningly obedient follower or subordinate. Example: the senator was flanked by myrmidons who executed every order without question. Troglodyte. A cave dweller, a person who lives or behaves in a primitive manner. Example: he refused all modern technology and lived like a troglodyte by deliberate choice. Sciolist. A person with only superficial knowledge who pretends to know more. Example: the pundit turned out to be a sciolist, confident on every topic, expert on none. Neophyte. A beginner, novice, or new convert, an amateur. Example: as a neophyte in the field, she listened carefully before venturing any opinion. Pettifogger. A petty, unscrupulous lawyer who handles trivial cases in a tricky way. Example: the pettifogger exploited every procedural loophole to drag out the case for years. Deipnosophist. An adept conversationalist, especially one who enjoys talking at table. Example: a true deipnosophist, he turned every dinner table into a forum of wit and learning. Exponent. A person who stands or speaks for something, a representative or advocate. Example: she was the leading exponent of a radical new approach to urban planning. Proletariat. The working class, especially the industrial wage-earning class. Example: the revolution claimed to speak on behalf of the proletariat, but its leaders were aristocrats. Subterfuge. A deception, trick, or underhanded scheme used to escape or conceal. Example: he obtained the classified files through subterfuge, posing as a senior official. Duplicity. Deceit, double-dealing, hypocritical deception. Example: her duplicity was only exposed when the two sides finally compared notes. Machination. A crafty or treacherous plot, a cunning scheme to achieve a sinister purpose. Example: the machinations of the rival faction finally came to light after a whistleblower spoke out. Calumny. Defamation of character, a false and malicious statement meant to injure. Example: the calumny spread by his opponents had permanently damaged his public reputation. Pretext. An excuse or false reason given to justify an action. Example: the inspection was merely a pretext for gathering intelligence on the facility. Nostrum. A quack remedy, a dubious scheme for curing a social or political problem. Example, every election season brings fresh nostrums from politicians promising painless solutions. Recrimination. A countercharge or counteraccusation made in response to an accusation. Example, the meeting dissolved into mutual recriminations before a single item had been discussed. Vendetta. A bitter, protracted feud or rivalry, especially one seeking revenge. Example, the two families had carried on a vendetta for 3 generations over a land dispute. Tergiversation. Desertion or betrayal of a previously loyal cause, party, or principle. Example, his tergiversation, first backing the bill, then opposing it, shocked his oldest allies. Tirade. A long, vehement, and abusive speech or denunciation. Example, the coach launched into a tirade that left the dressing room in stunned silence. Retort. A quick reply, especially one that is cutting or witty. Example, her sharp retort silenced the heckler in an instant. Candor. Frankness, openness, and sincere honest expression. Example, he appreciated her candor even when the truth was difficult to hear. Cacophony. A harsh, jarring blend of discordant sounds. Example, the construction site produced a daily cacophony that made concentration impossible. Stricture. A criticism or critical comment, especially an unfavorable remark. Example, the critics' strictures on the novel were severe but ultimately persuasive. Objurgation. A harsh rebuke or vehement scolding. Example, the officer's objurgation was fierce enough to bring even the veterans to attention. Vernacular. The native, everyday language of ordinary people in a region. Example, he chose to write in the vernacular so that ordinary readers could follow his argument. Nomenclature. A system of names used in a particular science, art, or field. Example, mastering the nomenclature of the field took her the entire first semester. Disquisition. A formal, lengthy discussion of or inquiry into a subject. Example, his disquisition on monetary theory ran to 6 chapters before reaching the point. Susurrus. A soft, subdued whispering, murmuring, or rustling sound. Example, the susurrus of the crowd fell away the moment the judge entered the courtroom. Epigraph. An inscription, a brief quotation placed at the beginning of a literary work. Example, she chose a line from Marcus Aurelius as the epigraph for her memoir. Accolade. An award, honor, or expression of praise and approval. Example, winning the award was the greatest accolade of her 30-year career. Approbation. Approval, acceptance, especially official approval or authorization. Example, the board gave its quiet approbation with barely a murmur of dissent. Obeisance. A gesture of respect or submission, a bow or other deferential act. Example, the courtiers made deep obeisance before the monarch without any hint of irony. Paragon. A model of excellence, a perfect example of a quality or virtue. Example, she was regarded as a paragon of patience and professional judgment. Acme. The peak, highest point, or summit, the point of greatest achievement. Example, that performance marked the acme of his artistic career. boon. A blessing or timely benefit, something to be grateful for. Example, the unexpected grant was a boon to the struggling theater company. Perquisite. A benefit or incidental gain beyond regular pay, a perk. Example, use of the executive car was a perquisite that came with the senior role. Sinecure. A position that pays well but requires little or no work. Example, the advisory position turned out to be a well-paid sinecure with no real duties. Quandary. A state of uncertainty, perplexity, or doubt. Example, she found herself in a genuine quandary about which offer to accept. Foible. A weak point, slight fault, or minor failing in a person's character. Example, forgetting names was his most endearing foible, according to those who loved him. Idiosyncrasy. A peculiarity or distinctive characteristic trait or mannerism. Example, her habit of alphabetizing her bookshelf by color was an endearing idiosyncrasy. Compunction. A pang of guilt or twinge of regret caused by an uneasy conscience. Example, he sold the painting with barely a compunction, though it was clearly underpriced. Volition. Will, choice, or determination, the act of choosing freely. Example, she left the firm entirely of her own volition, without any outside pressure. Proclivity. A strong natural inclination or tendency, often toward something questionable. Example, his proclivity for exaggeration made it difficult to take his stories at face value. Penchant. A strong liking, decided taste, or natural inclination. Example, she had a penchant for mystery novels set in cold, distant places. Predilection. A preference or preconceived liking, an inclination to favor something. Example, his predilection for underdog causes made every campaign emotionally draining. Ebullience. Lively enthusiasm, high spirits, and bubbly excitement. Example, her ebullience was contagious and lifted the morale of everyone around her. Crotchet. An odd notion or whim that one clings to stubbornly. Example, his refusal to use email was just one of his many well-known crotchets. Cupidity. Greed, a strong, selfish desire for wealth or material things. Example, his cupidity drove him to risk everything on a single fraudulent scheme. Peccadillo. A small sin, slight offense, or minor fault. Example, she forgave his peccadillos gladly, but could not overlook the outright lie. Precociousness. Early development or maturity, especially in mental ability. Example, his precociousness in mathematics astonished professors twice his age. Enigma. A mystery, puzzle, or something hard to understand or explain. Example, his motive remained an enigma to the investigators despite weeks of inquiry. Panacea. A cure-all, a supposed remedy for all diseases or difficulties. Example, there is no panacea for the complex and deeply rooted problem of urban poverty. Chimera. A foolish fancy, fantastic notion, or figment of the imagination. Example, a completely paperless office remained a chimera for most organizations. Supposition. An assumption, theory, or hypothesis not yet proven. Example, the detective's case rested on a supposition that no one had yet been able to verify. Recrudescence. A revival or fresh outbreak after a period of inactivity. Example: the recrudescence of the old rivalry surprised analysts who had declared peace. Exigency. An urgency or pressing need, a situation demanding immediate action. Example: the exigency of the crisis demanded that all other projects be set aside immediately. Cataclysm. A disaster, catastrophe, or violent upheaval. Example: the financial cataclysm wiped out decades of carefully accumulated savings. Saturnalia. An orgy or period of licentious, unrestrained revelry. Example: the annual office party degenerated into a Saturnalia that shocked the senior partners. Imbroglio. A complicated, intricate situation, a tangled misunderstanding or dispute. Example: the diplomatic imbroglio took months of painstaking negotiation to untangle. Farrago. A confused or jumbled mixture of things. Example: his speech was a farrago of half-truths, dubious statistics, and wild conjecture. Plethora. An excess, surplus, or overabundance. Example: there is a plethora of apps claiming to boost productivity, and most fail. Paucity. An insufficiency or scarcity, especially a dire lack of something needed. Example: the paucity of evidence made a successful prosecution almost impossible. Dearth. A lack, scarcity, or inadequate supply of something needed. Example: there is a serious dearth of qualified engineers in the region. Pittance. A small or meager amount, especially of money. Example: the workers were paid a pittance that barely covered their daily living costs. Dishabille. The state of being only partly or carelessly dressed, studied dishevelment. Example: he received his guests in a state of dishabille that left everyone slightly embarrassed. Chrysalis. A transitional stage of development, the pupa stage of a butterfly. Example: the startup was still in its chrysalis, full of potential but not yet ready for scrutiny. Cynosure. A center of attention or interest, a focal point that attracts admiration. Example: in her red dress, she was the cynosure of every eye in the room. Ostensible. Apparent, appearing or seeming to be true, professed or declared as true without being demonstrated or proved. Example: the ostensible tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Uncanny. Eerie, strange, weird, mysterious, an uncanny experience. Example: the uncanny tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Morose. Gloomy, moody, glum, grumpy, ill-tempered, depressed. Example: he arrived at the meeting morose and unwilling to engage in any discussion. Adept. Highly skilled or proficient at something, expert. Example: the policy was criticized as adept by those who had to implement it. Pragmatic. Practical, having to do with actual practice, concerned with everyday affairs as opposed to theory or speculation. Example: she was too pragmatic to let principle stand in the way of a workable solution. Congenial. Sympathetic, agreeable, compatible, kindred, harmonious, having the same taste, nature, or temperament. Example: the congenial tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Capricious. Unpredictable, tending to change abruptly for no apparent or logical reason. Example: the market proved capricious, rewarding caution one month and punishing it the next. Blatant. Noisy, disagreeably or offensively loud, boisterous, clamorous, the blatant sound of horns honking in heavy traffic. Example: the policy was criticized as blatant by those who had to implement it. Obligatory. Required, necessary, binding, mandatory. Example: the obligatory tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Negligible. Unimportant, trifling, of little consequence. Example: the policy was criticized as negligible by those who had to implement it. Adamant. Page 15 ABC Amber EPUB Converter Trial Version: unyielding, immovable, inflexible, refusing to give in, unshakable, unrelenting, implacable. She was. Example: such adamant is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Sporadic. Occasional, infrequent, irregular, not constant, happening from time to time, occurring in a scattered or random way. Example: her sporadic approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Aloof. Apart, at a distance, removed, withdrawn, not wishing to speak or associate with others. Example: he remained aloof throughout the party, observing rather than joining. Tawdry. Cheap and showy, gaudy, garish, sleazy. Example: he responded in a tawdry manner that surprised those who knew him well. Peevish. Irritable, cross, complaining, fretful, ill-humored and impatient, difficult to please. Example: the peevish tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Arduous. Very difficult, hard to achieve or accomplish, requiring great effort. Example: he responded in an arduous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Personable. Attractive, pleasing in appearance, handsome, comely, fair, presentable. Example: he responded in a personable manner that surprised those who knew him well. Resolute. Firmly determined or settled, resolved, having a set opinion or purpose, steadfast, unwavering, persevering. Example: he responded in a resolute manner that surprised those who knew him well. Monotonous. Lacking variety, tediously uniform, unvarying and dull. Example: her monotonous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Manifold. Numerous and varied, consisting of many kinds, containing many elements, features, or characteristics, a large company with manifold operations and divisions, a challenging executive position with man. Example: the policy was criticized as manifold by those who had to implement it. Pliant. Bending easily, flexible, adaptable, workable. Example: the pliant tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Obstinate. Stubborn, inflexible, unwilling to give in or compromise, not yielding to argument or persuasion. Example: her obstinate approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Omnipotent. All-powerful, almighty, having unlimited power or authority. Example: her omnipotent approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Unscrupulous. Untrustworthy, dishonorable, deceitful, corrupt, lacking integrity or moral principles. The Commission issued a report on unscrupulous business practices in the industry. Example: The unscrupulous contractor had submitted false invoices for years without detection. Cantankerous. Difficult to deal with, disagreeable, argumentative, quick to quarrel or to exhibit ill will. Example: the policy was criticized as cantankerous by those who had to implement it. Flippant. Disrespectful in a frivolous way, treating something serious in a trivial manner. Example: the policy was criticized as flippant by those who had to implement it. Wry. Twisted, crooked, lopsided, askew, distorted in an odd, amusing way. Example: the policy was criticized as wry by those who had to implement it. Urbane. Polished, sophisticated, suave, cosmopolitan. Example: her urbane approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Jargon. Specialized and often pretentious language, speech or writing that is highly technical and difficult to understand. Example: her jargon approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Prudent. Cautious, careful, planning wisely, exercising sound judgment in practical matters. Example: the policy was criticized as prudent by those who had to implement it. Inviolable. Secure, safe from assault, infringement, or destruction, sacred. Example: her inviolable approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Commodious. Spacious, having plenty of room, comfortably convenient. Example: he responded in a commodious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Poignant. Piercing, sharp, biting, penetrating, keen. Example: the poignant tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Nebulous. Unclear, vague, obscure, hazy, indefinite, indistinct. Example: her nebulous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Clandestine. Kept secret, done in secrecy, especially for an evil, immoral, or illegal purpose, a clandestine affair, a clandestine business deal, a clandestine intelligence operation. Example: the policy was criticized as clandestine by those who had to implement it. Tacit. Unspoken, silent, implied or understood without words. Example: her tacit approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Gullible. Easily deceived, fooled, or cheated. Example: the gullible tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Animosity. Ill will, hostility, antagonism, strong dislike or hatred. There was long-standing animosity between the two families. Example: her animosity approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Tenuous. Thin, slender, slight, flimsy, weak, not dense or substantial, lacking a strong basis. Example: he responded in a tenuous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Complacent. Self-satisfied, smug, overly pleased with oneself. Example: the policy was criticized as complacent by those who had to implement it. Defunct. Dead, extinct, obsolete, no longer in existence, effect, operation, or use. Example: her defunct approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Haggard. Worn out, tired, gaunt, gaunt, drawn, emaciated, emaciated. Example: the policy was criticized as haggard by those who had to implement it. Carnal. bodily, pertaining to the flesh as opposed to the spirit, sensual, corporeal. Example, her carnal approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Spendthrift. Wasteful, spending extravagantly or foolishly, squandering one's resources. His spendthrift habits will put the company out of business. Example, a quiet spendthrift ran through all of his most celebrated work. Unequivocal. Clear and direct, definite, straightforward, certain, having a single, obvious meaning, capable of being interpreted in only one way. Example, the unequivocal tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Malleable. Page 56 ABC Amber EPUB Converter Trial Version. Capable of being shaped, able to be molded or manipulated, adaptable, impressionable. Certain metals. Example, he responded in a malleable manner that surprised those who knew him well. Transient. Temporary, passing away with time, lasting only a short while, momentary, fleeting, short-lived, in which lived is commonly mispronounced with a short I as in give, when it should have a long I as in. Example, the transient tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Impetuous. Hasty, rash, overeager, acting in a sudden, vigorous, emotional way, with little thought. The impetuous shopper buys on impulse rather than out of necessity. A prudent investor is not likely to mac. Example, he responded in an impetuous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Frugal. Spending carefully and wisely, thrifty, economical. Example, her frugal approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Incongruous. Out of place, inappropriate, inconsistent, unsuitable, lacking harmony of parts or agreement in character. Example, the incongruous tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Avaricious. Greedy, money-grubbing, miserly, consumed with a selfish desire to accumulate money or property. Example, such avaricious is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Cursory. Quick, hasty, not methodical, done rapidly with little attention to detail, passing quickly over or through something that deserves closer examination. Example, he responded in a cursory manner that surprised those who knew him well. Clement. Mild, calm, tranquil, moderate, temperate, not severe or extreme, also. Example, the clement tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Analogous. Similar, akin, comparable, comparable, corresponding partially, sharing some aspects of form, function, or content. Example, her analogous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Diurnal. Daily, recurring each day, performed or happening in the course of a day. Example, he responded in a diurnal manner that surprised those who knew him well. Taciturn. Silent, not talkative, holding one's tongue, reserved, uncommunicative, reticent, reticent. Example, the policy was criticized as taciturn by those who had to implement it. Heterogeneous. Varied, composed of parts of different kinds, made up of unrelated or diverse elements, mixed, dissimilar, miscellaneous. Example, her heterogeneous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Glib. Smooth-spoken, speaking in a ready, fluent manner, with natural or offhand ease, talkative in a nonchalant way. Example, the policy was criticized as glib by those who had to implement it. Solicitous. Concerned, showing care and attention, especially in a worried, anxious, or fearful way. Example: the policy was criticized as solicitous by those who had to implement it. Ingratiating. Flattering, attempting to win approval or curry favor, trying to gain acceptance, done to charm or please another. Example: her ingratiating approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Mercenary. Greedy, done for payment only, motivated by a selfish desire for money or other reward. Example: the policy was criticized as mercenary by those who had to implement it. Erudite. Learned, scholarly, possessing extensive knowledge acquired chiefly from books. Example: such erudite is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Austere. Severe, somber, stern, serious, grim, grave, dour, properly rhymes with poor, not sour. Example: her austere approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Circumspect. Careful, cautious, wary, watchful, carefully considering all circumstances before acting or making a judgment. Example: the policy was criticized as circumspect by those who had to implement it. Quiescent. Still, quiet, tranquil, inactive, at rest or repose. Example: her quiescent approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Fervent. Passionate, having or showing great warmth or intensity of feeling, fiery, earnest, impassioned. Example: he was a fervent advocate of open source software long before it became mainstream. Ostentatious. Showy, extremely conspicuous, extravagant, flamboyant, specifically, displayed or done in a flashy, vain manner. Example: the ostentatious display of wealth struck most observers as deliberate provocation. Discernible. Recognizable, detectable, perceptible, capable of being recognized by the senses or by the mind. Example: the discernible tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Narcissism. Self-love, excessive admiration of oneself. Example: the narcissism tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Brevity. Shortness, briefness, as the brevity of life, the brevity of a child's attention span. Example: her brevity approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Indigent. Poor, needy, penniless, impoverished, down and out. Example: the policy was criticized as indigent by those who had to implement it. Clairvoyant. Having exceptional powers of perception, unusually clear-sighted or discerning, specifically, able to see objects or events that others cannot, having extrasensory perception or the power of divination. Example: the clairvoyant tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Adroit. Page 114 ABC Amber EPUB Converter Trial Version, skillful, clever, dexterous, specifically, showing skill in using one's hands or in using one's brain. Example: he responded in an adroit manner that surprised those who knew him well. Platitude. A flat, dull, ordinary remark, a trite statement or hackneyed saying, especially one uttered as if it were original or profound. Phil thought the management seminar was a big waste of time because. Example: the platitude tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Fastidious. Extremely delicate, sensitive, or particular, especially in matters of taste or behavior. Dainty, fussy, finicky, overnice, fastidious table manners, a fastidious dresser, a fastidious worker huagon. Example, she was fastidious in her research, verifying every claim before publication. Lucid. Clear, easy to see or understand, plainly expressed. Example, her lucid approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Salient. Conspicuous, noticeable, prominent, sticking or jutting out. Example, the salient tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Categorical. Absolute, unqualified, explicit, without exceptions, conditions, or qualifications. Example, the policy was criticized as categorical by those who had to implement it. Inscrutable. Incomprehensible, unfathomable, extremely difficult to understand, not open to investigation or analysis. Example, the inscrutable tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Provident. Thrifty, economical, saving or providing for future needs. Example, he responded in a provident manner that surprised those who knew him well. Astute. OOT, shrewd, clever, perceptive, discerning, acute, keenly aware, quick-witted. Example, the policy was criticized as astute by those who had to implement it. Credence. Belief, acceptance, especially belief in a published report or acceptance of another's opinion or testimony. In recent years, many medical studies have shown that reducing fat intake can help prevent. Example, her credence approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Garrulous. Talkative, especially in a rambling, annoying, pointless, or long-winded way. Example, the garrulous tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Trenchant. Keen, penetrating, vigorously effective, sharp and to the point. Example, he responded in a trenchant manner that surprised those who knew him well. Ephemeral. Short-lived, passing, fleeting, lasting for a short time. Example, he responded in an ephemeral manner that surprised those who knew him well. Onerous. Burdensome, troublesome, oppressive, hard to bear, difficult to accomplish or endure, an onerous task, an onerous assignment. Example, he responded in an onerous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Laity. Non-professionals, laypeople collectively, all the people outside of a given profession or specialized field. Example, he responded in a laity manner that surprised those who knew him well. Pungent. Sharp, penetrating, biting, acrid, caustic. Example, her pungent approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Prosaic. Dull, ordinary, uninteresting, unimaginative. Example, her prosaic approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Perfunctory. Mechanical, routine, listless, done merely as a duty, performed in an indifferent, half-hearted, superficial, and often careless way, without interest or enthusiasm. Example, her perfunctory approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Morass. Literally, a swamp, marsh, bog, figuratively, something that traps, confines, or confuses, a sticky situation or troublesome state of affairs. There was. Example, her morass approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Sophistry. Deceptive reasoning, subtle and misleading argument. Voters today want candidates who address the issues, not ones who engage in mudslinging and sophistry. Example, her sophistry approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Mundane. Of the world, worldly, earthly, material as distinguished from spiritual. Example: the mundane tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Myriad. Countless, innumerable, infinite, consisting of a great or indefinite number. Example: such myriad is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Dissident. Disagreeing, disaffected, dissenting, nonconformist. Example: a quiet dissident ran through all of his most celebrated work. Laudable. Praiseworthy, commendable, worthy of approval or admiration. Example: the policy was criticized as laudable by those who had to implement it. Inimitable. Unable to be imitated, copied, or reproduced, beyond compare. Example: the policy was criticized as inimitable by those who had to implement it. Jaded. Worn out, tired, fatigued, weary, exhausted, specifically, worn out by overwork or overindulgence. Example: the jaded in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Myopic. Short-sighted, not able to see the long-range picture, having a narrow or circumscribed view, lacking discernment, foresight, or perspective. Example: the decision was myopic, it solved a short-term problem at enormous long-term cost. Demonstrable. Capable of being demonstrated, able to be proved. Example: the demonstrable in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Callow. Immature, inexperienced, unsophisticated, green, naive, lacking experience in and knowledge of the world. Example: the policy was criticized as callow by those who had to implement it. Deleterious. Harmful, destructive, injurious, detrimental, especially harmful to health or well-being. Example: her deleterious approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Ambivalent. Uncertain, indecisive, having conflicting feelings or desires, simultaneously drawn in opposite directions, attracted to and repulsed by something at the same time. Example: a quiet ambivalent ran through all of his most celebrated work. Pensive. Thoughtful, absorbed in thought, especially in a deep, dreamy, or melancholy way. Example: the policy was criticized as pensive by those who had to implement it. Impromptu. Made up or done on the spur of the moment, uttered or performed without preparation, improvised for the occasion. Example: her impromptu approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Surreptitious. Stealthy, characterized by secrecy and caution, done, made, obtained, or enjoyed in a secret and often sly or shifty manner, so as to avoid notice. Example: the policy was criticized as surreptitious by those who had to implement it. Exemplary. Worthy of imitation, praiseworthy, commendable, serving as a model of excellence, appropriateness, or correctness. Example: he responded in an exemplary manner that surprised those who knew him well. Impeccable. Perfect, faultless, flawless, free from faults or imperfections. Example: her impeccable approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Copious. Abundant, plentiful, large in amount or number. Example: the policy was criticized as copious by those who had to implement it. Fallacious. False, misleading, deceptive, invalid, based on a fallacy. Example, a quiet fallacious ran through all of his most celebrated work. Stoic. Showing no feelings, unemotional, unaffected by pleasure or pain, bearing pain or suffering without complaint. Example, the policy was criticized as stoic by those who had to implement it. Squalid. Dirty and run down as a result of poverty or neglect, foul or filthy from lack of care, wretched, miserable, degraded. Example, he responded in a squalid manner that surprised those who knew him well. Abject. Degraded, brought low in condition or status, hence, lacking self-respect, contemptible, wretched. Example, his abject won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Voluble. Talkative, talking much and easily, characterized by a great and continuous flow of words. Example, her voluble approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Transitory. Passing, temporary, fleeting, not permanent or enduring. Example, he responded in a transitory manner that surprised those who knew him well. Philanthropic. Charitable, benevolent, humane, motivated by or done out of a desire to help or improve the welfare of others. Example, his philanthropic won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Lethargy. Lack of energy, sluggishness, dullness, apathy, stupor, an abnormally dull, drowsy, inactive condition or state of mind. Example, a pervasive lethargy had settled over the organization after years of stagnation. Pugnacious. Given to fighting, combative, combat for, quarrelsome, ready and willing to fight. Example, the pugnacious interviewer had reduced 4 cabinet ministers to incoherence that year alone. Contrition. Remorse, penitence, repentance, deep and devastating sorrow for one's sins or for something one has done wrong. Example, her contrition approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Officious. Pronounce the initial O of officious like the indigo. Example, he responded in an officious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Intractable. Hard to manage or control, stubborn, unruly. Example, her intractable approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Altruism. Selflessness, unselfish concern for the welfare of others. Example, her altruism approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Judicious. Wise and careful, having or showing sound judgment. Example, he responded in a judicious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Genteel. Refined, polite, well-bred, sophisticated, elegantly stylish or fashionable, pertaining or belonging to high society. Example, the genteel tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Jovial. Merry, full of good humor, hearty and fun-loving, jolly, convivial, convivial. Example, her jovial approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Impervious. Impenetrable, incapable of being entered or passed through, hence, unable to be moved or affected by something. Example, he responded in an impervious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Incorrigible. Bad beyond correction or reform, hopeless, irreformable, also, unruly, unmanageable, difficult to control. Example, her incorrigible approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Conversant. familiar, acquainted, well-informed or well-versed. Example, a quiet conversant ran through all of his most celebrated work. Esoteric. Intended for or designed to be understood only by a select group, known only by a few people, hence, not public, secret, confidential. Example, the policy was criticized as esoteric by those who had to implement it. Auspicious. Favorable, fortunate, marked by favorable circumstances or good fortune, conducive to success, boding well. Example, her auspicious approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Itinerant. Wandering, traveling about, moving from place to place, especially to perform work. Example, the policy was criticized as itinerant by those who had to implement it. Gratuitous. Oitas, free, given without charge or obligation, also, without legitimate cause or reason, uncalled for, unjustified, baseless, unwarranted. Example, he responded in a gratuitous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Droll. Amusing, humorous, comical, especially, funny or witty in an odd or outrageous way. Example, her droll approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Insatiable. Greedy, hungry, unable to be satisfied or appeased. Example, the insatiable tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Vindictive. Seeking or wanting revenge, vengeful, characterized by a desire to get even. Example, her vindictive response to the review revealed more about her than about the work. Replete. Fully or richly supplied, well-stocked, chock-full, filled to capacity. Example, her replete approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Colloquial. Conversational, pertaining to, characteristic of, or used in spoken language, hence, informal, casual, natural. Example, her colloquial approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Facile. Easy, easily done, performed or achieved in an easy, effortless way, working or acting in a smooth, free, and unrestrained manner. Example, the facile tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Convivial. Sociable, merry, festive. Example, he responded in a convivial manner that surprised those who knew him well. Prodigious. Enormous, huge, tremendous, immense, extraordinary in size, extent, force, or degree. Example, her prodigious approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Legerdemain. Sleight of hand, a cleverly executed trick or deception. Example, her legerdemain approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Puerile. Childish, immature, hence, foolish, silly. Example, the policy was criticized as puerile by those who had to implement it. Complicity. Conspiracy, partnership in wrongdoing, criminal participation, direct association in guilt, the state of being an accomplice. Example, her complicity approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Abstruse. Difficult to understand, hard to grasp mentally, deep, profound, incomprehensible, unfathomable. Example, her abstruse approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Supercilious. Haughty, proud, scornful, contemptuous, disdainful. Example, he responded in a supercilious manner that surprised those who knew him well. vacuous. Empty, vacant, devoid of substance, interest, intelligence, expression, or meaning. Example: such vacuous is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Capacious. Roomy, spacious, ample, able to contain or hold a great deal. Example: the capacious tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Mnemonic. Helping or pertaining to the memory, assisting or improving the ability to recall. Example: the policy was criticized as mnemonic by those who had to implement it. Sonorous. Resonant, deep, full, and rich in sound, having, or capable of producing, a powerful, impressive sound, a sonorous voice, a sonorous speaker, the sonorous bells of a cathedral. Example: the sonorous tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Circuitous. Roundabout, indirect, not straightforward, following a roundabout and often extended course. Example: the policy was criticized as circuitous by those who had to implement it. Bucolic. Rural, rustic, of or pertaining to country life. Example: her bucolic approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Commensurate. Proportionate, corresponding in amount, measure, or degree, also, equal, of the same size or extent. She wants to find a job commensurate with her abilities and experience. His paycheck was not Example: he responded in a commensurate manner that surprised those who knew him well. Incessant. Constant, uninterrupted, continuous, unceasing. Example: the incessant tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Tangential. Not closely related, only slightly connected, digressive, divergent. Example: he responded in a tangential manner that surprised those who knew him well. Tenable. Defensible, reasonable, able to be defended, maintained, or upheld. Example: a quiet tenable ran through all of his most celebrated work. Impalpable. Incapable of being felt or understood, not able to be perceived either by the sense of touch or by the mind. Example: he responded in an impalpable manner that surprised those who knew him well. Odious. Hateful, detestable, offensive, revolting, arousing strong dislike or aversion. Example: he responded in an odious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Ubiquitous. Existing or seeming to exist everywhere at the same time. Example: such ubiquitous is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Remuneration. Payment, compensation, or reward. Example: her remuneration approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Supine. Lying down on the back, with the face turned upward, he preferred to sleep in a supine position. Example: the supine tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Banal. Common, ordinary, unoriginal, flat, dull, and predictable, lacking freshness. Example: the policy was criticized as banal by those who had to implement it. Heterodox. Having or expressing an opinion different from the accepted opinion, not in agreement with established doctrine or belief. Example: the policy was criticized as heterodox by those who had to implement it. Grandiloquent. Characterized by lofty, high-flown language, full of grand or high-sounding words. Example: her grandiloquent approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Lugubrious. Mournful and gloomy, expressing sadness or sorrow, often in an exaggerated, affected, or ridiculous way. Example: his lugubrious expression suggested that the news was even worse than expected. Infinitesimal. Too small to be measured or calculated. Example: the infinitesimal tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Refractory. Stubborn and disobedient, actively resisting authority or control, unruly, impossible to work with or manage. Example: her refractory approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Levity. Lightness or gaiety of manner or expression, specifically, a lightness or lack of seriousness that is inappropriate or unbecoming. Example: her levity approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Equanimity. Composure, calmness, evenness of mind and temper. Example: she bore the devastating news with a quiet equanimity that astonished everyone. Opulent. Rich, wealthy, very well-to-do, having substantial means. Example: he responded in an opulent manner that surprised those who knew him well. Discursive. Rambling, roving, covering a wide range of topics, wandering from one subject to another. Example: her discursive approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Anomalous. Irregular, abnormal, out of place, deviating from what is usual or expected, not fitting in with a common type or conforming to a general rule. Example: he responded in an anomalous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Obsequious. Subservient, submissive, obedient, ready and willing to serve, please, or obey. Example: the obsequious manner of the new aide was immediately off-putting to the senior staff. Didactic. Instructive, designed or intended to teach. Example: his didactic won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Abstemious. Sparing or moderate, especially in eating or drinking. The doctor prescribed an abstemious regimen to reduce her cholesterol level. Example: the abstemious tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Ethereal. Heavenly, not earthly, hence, very light, airy, delicate, or refined. Example: the policy was criticized as ethereal by those who had to implement it. Bombastic. Pompous, pretentious, inflated, overblown. Example: the bombastic tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Senescent. Aging, growing old, on the decline. Example: the senescent tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Pernicious. Deadly, fatal, destructive, causing great harm or injury. Example: the pernicious effect of the rumor spread far beyond those it directly named. Effusive. Gushing, overflowing, overly demonstrative, expressing emotion in an excessive or unrestrained manner. Example: her effusive approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Umbrage. Offense, resentment. Example: he responded in an umbrage manner that surprised those who knew him well. Vicissitude. A change, variation. Example: the vicissitude tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Contentious. Argumentative, quarrelsome, ready and eager to argue, bicker, or debate. Example: he responded in a contentious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Assiduous. Hardworking, industrious, done with persistent, careful, and untiring attention. Example: the assiduous tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Insouciant. Carefree, nonchalant, lightheartedly unconcerned or indifferent, free from worry or anxiety, calm and unbothered. Example: her insouciant approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Nascent. Beginning to exist or develop, in the process of being born or begun, coming or having just come into being. Example: the nascent tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Magnanimous. Noble, honorable, generous in overlooking injury or insult, high-minded, unselfish. Example: despite the bitter campaign, she was magnanimous in victory and gracious in tone. Nonage. Immaturity, youth, especially the period of legal minority, the state of being a minor in the eyes of the law. Example: the nonage tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Invective. Vehement or abusive language involving bitter, scathing accusations or denunciations. Example: her invective approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Docile. Submissive, obedient, compliant, easy to direct, manage, or supervise, following instructions. Example: the docile tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Redoubtable. Formidable, fearsome, arousing awe or dread, hence, worthy of or commanding respect. Example: her redoubtable approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Fetid. Stinking, foul-smelling, having an extremely offensive odor, as of something rotten or decayed. Example: the fetid tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Pedantic. Absurdly learned, scholarly in an ostentatious way, making an inappropriate or tiresome display of knowledge by placing undue importance on trivial details, rules, or formalities. Example: his pedantic corrections of minor grammatical errors obscured the substance of every meeting. Inchoate. Just begun, in an early stage of development, partly in existence, not fully formed, undeveloped, imperfect, incomplete. Example: he responded in an inchoate manner that surprised those who knew him well. Mendacious. Not truthful, lying, false, dishonest, deceitful. Example: the committee concluded that the witness had been systematically mendacious. Strident. Loud and harsh-sounding, grating, shrill. Example: her strident approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Oligarchy. Government by a few, rule or control exercised by a few persons or by a small, elite group. Example: the policy was criticized as oligarchy by those who had to implement it. Refulgent. Shining brightly, brilliant, radiant, resplendent. Example: the refulgent tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Nepotism. Favoritism shown to relatives. Example: he responded in a nepotism manner that surprised those who knew him well. Ribald. Humorous in a mildly indecent, coarse, or vulgar way. Example: the policy was criticized as ribald by those who had to implement it. Avuncular. Like an uncle, pertaining to an uncle, or exhibiting some characteristic considered typical of an uncle. Example: his avuncular won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Irascible. Easily angered, hot-tempered, extremely irritable or touchy. Example: the irascible editor had reduced 3 assistants to tears before lunch. Inexorable. Relentless, unyielding, merciless, not able to be stopped, changed, or moved by entreaty or persuasion. Example: her inexorable approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Parvenu. An upstart, specifically, a person who suddenly acquires wealth and power and rises to a higher class, but who is not accepted by the members of that class. Example: her parvenu approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Salubrious. Healthful, wholesome, favorable or conducive to well-being. Example: her salubrious approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Hyperbole. Exaggeration in speech or writing, especially extravagant exaggeration that is intentional and obvious. Example: the policy was criticized as hyperbole by those who had to implement it. Sanctimonious. Self-righteous, holier than thou, characterized by insincere or affected righteousness, virtuousness, or religious piety. Example: the sanctimonious tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Alacrity. Cheerful readiness, eagerness, or promptness in action or movement. The duty of the firefighter is to answer every alarm with alacrity. Example: her alacrity approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Emolument. Wages, salary, payment received for work. Example: the policy was criticized as emolument by those who had to implement it. Intransigent. Uncompromising, refusing to come to an agreement, unwilling to modify one's position or give ground. Example: both sides remained intransigent, and the talks collapsed before noon. Mordant. Biting, cutting, keen, sarcastic, scathing. Example: her mordant approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Sagacious. Wise, shrewd, perceptive, showing sound judgment and keen insight, especially in practical matters. Example: he responded in a sagacious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Acerbic. Sour, bitter, and harsh in flavor, tone, or character. Example: her acerbic commentary on the draft spared no one and improved everything. Variegated. In a broad sense, varied, diverse, showing variety of character or form; in a strict sense, spotted, streaked, or dappled, having marks or patches of different colors, as a variegated quilt, a variega. Example: the variegated tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Wizened. Dried up, shriveled, withered, shrunken and wrinkled. Example: the policy was criticized as wizened by those who had to implement it. Captious. Fault-finding, quick to point out faults or raise trivial objections. Example: the captious tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Emendation. Page 365 ABC Amber EPUB Converter Trial Version. A correction, alteration, change made to correct or improve, especially a change made in a piece of W. Example: the emendation tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Truculent. Fierce, ferocious, especially in a brutal, bullying, threatening, or aggressively defiant way. Example: his truculent manner in the hearing alienated every member of the panel. Reprobate. Thoroughly bad, wicked, corrupt, morally abandoned, lacking all sense of decency and duty. Example: the reprobate tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Spurious. False, counterfeit, artificial, not true, authentic, or genuine. Example: the policy was criticized as spurious by those who had to implement it. Quixotic. Foolishly impractical or idealistic, especially in an extravagantly chivalrous or romantic way, inclined to pursue lofty, unreachable goals or far-fetched, unworkable schemes. Example: the policy was criticized as quixotic by those who had to implement it. Mercurial. Quick to change moods or change one's mind, having an unpredictable temperament. Example: his mercurial temperament made him brilliant in short bursts and exhausting over time. Tantamount. Equivalent, having equal force, effect, or value. Example: he responded in a tantamount manner that surprised those who knew him well. Germane. Relevant, fitting, appropriate, precisely to the point. Example: he responded in a germane manner that surprised those who knew him well. Licentious. Sexually abandoned, lacking moral restraint, especially in sexual conduct. Example: he responded in a licentious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Superannuated. Retired because of age, weakness, or ineffectiveness, old and worn out, outdated, outmoded, obsolete. Example: he responded in a superannuated manner that surprised those who knew him well. Egregious. Conspicuously bad, remarkable or outstanding for some undesirable or offensive quality. Example: the error was so egregious that even the report's authors could not defend it. Vapid. Lifeless, dull, boring, flat, stale, lacking spirit, interest, or flavor. Example: the vapid tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Ineffable. Inexpressible, unable to be expressed or described in words. Example: the ineffable tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Stolid. Not easily moved, aroused, or excited, showing little or no feeling or sensitivity, mentally or emotionally dull, insensitive, or obtuse. Example: he responded in a stolid manner that surprised those who knew him well. Awful. Waste, garbage, refuse, rubbish. Example: the awful tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Lissom. Limber, flexible, moving with ease and grace. Example: the lissom tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Mellifluous. Flowing smoothly and sweetly, like honey. Example: her mellifluous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Blandishment. Flattering or coaxing speech or action, an ingratiating remark or gesture. Example: her blandishment approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Prolix. Wordy and tiresome, long-winded and boring, verbose, using far too many and a great deal more words than are necessary and essential to get the point, such as the point may be, across, despite the FAC. Example: the policy was criticized as prolix by those who had to implement it. Apocryphal. Not genuine, counterfeit, illegitimate, specifically, of doubtful authenticity or authorship. Example: he responded in an apocryphal manner that surprised those who knew him well. Vernal. Pertaining to spring, occurring in the spring, also, having the qualities of spring, fresh, warm, and mild. Example: the vernal tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Temerity. Recklessness, rashness, foolhardiness, reckless disregard for danger, risk, or consequences. Example: she had the temerity to challenge the chairman's figures in front of the full board. Rapprochement. Reconciliation, a re-establishing of friendly relations. She helped bring about a rapprochement between the hostile parties. In 1993, there was a historic rapprochement between Israel and the PLO. Example: the rapprochement tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Munificence. Great generosity, lavish giving. Example: the policy was criticized as munificence by those who had to implement it. Probity. Honesty, integrity, fairness, straightforwardness, and sincerity in one's dealings with others. Example: her probity approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Puissant. Powerful, mighty, strong, forceful. Example: he responded in a puissant manner that surprised those who knew him well. Diffident. Shy, timid, bashful, lacking in self-confidence, hesitant to speak or act. Example: her diffident approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Venal. Corruptible, bribable, capable of being bribed or bought off, able to be obtained for a price. Example: the venal official had accepted payments from every side of the dispute. Parsimonious. Stingy, miserly, extremely tight with money. Example: her parsimonious approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Pusillanimous. Cowardly, lacking courage, timid, faint-hearted, irresolute. Example: her pusillanimous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Extant. Existing, still in existence, not extinct, not lost or destroyed. Example: the extant tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Meretricious. Tawdry, gaudy, attractive in a flashy or cheap way, falsely alluring, deceptively enticing. Example: he responded in a meretricious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Xenophobia. Fear or hatred of strangers or foreigners, or of anything strange or foreign. Example: her xenophobia approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Quotidian. Daily, recurring every day or pertaining to every day, as a quotidian ritual, a quotidian record of events, a quotidian update or report, the quotidian call to order. Example: the policy was criticized as quotidian by those who had to implement it. Pulchritude. OOD, beauty, loveliness, attractiveness. Example: her pulchritude approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Denouement. Nasalized N, silent T, the unraveling or resolution of a plot, as of a novel or a drama, the outcome or resolution of any complex situation. Example: the denouement tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Fugacious. Fleeting, passing quickly away. Example: the policy was criticized as fugacious by those who had to implement it. Turbid. Page 417 ABC Amber EPUB Converter Trial Version, literally, muddy, clouded, roiled, murky, as if from stirred up sediment, figuratively, muddled, obsque. Example: The policy was criticized as turbid by those who had to implement it. Indefeasible. Not capable of being undone, taken away, annulled, or rendered void. Example: he responded in an indefeasible manner that surprised those who knew him well. Disingenuous. Insincere, crafty, sly, not straightforward or frank. Example: his apology was widely seen as disingenuous, carefully worded to admit nothing. Scurrilous. Foul-mouthed, obscene, using or expressed in language that is coarse, vulgar, and abusive. Example: he responded in a scurrilous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Dilatory. Delaying, causing or intended to cause delay, also, slow, tardy, characterized by delay or procrastination. Example: the dilatory tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Phlegmatic. Calm and unemotional, having a sluggish, apathetic temperament, difficult to move to emotion or action. Example: the policy was criticized as phlegmatic by those who had to implement it. Adventitious. Accidentally or casually acquired, not belonging naturally to something, associated by chance, not inherent or integral. Example: he responded in an adventitious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Desiccated. Dried or dried up, dehydrated, deprived of moisture. Example: her desiccated approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Comedy. Courtesy, civility, politeness, respectful and considerate behavior. Example: her comedy approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Specious. Appearing to be true, genuine, or correct but actually false or deceptive, superficially just or reasonable but not so in reality. Example: he responded in a specious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Noisome. Harmful to health or well-being, unwholesome, dangerous, destructive, also, foul-smelling, offensive, disgusting. Example: the policy was criticized as noisome by those who had to implement it. Lassitude. OOD, weariness, fatigue, a weak or exhausted state or feeling, a sluggish relaxation of body or mind. Example: the policy was criticized as lassitude by those who had to implement it. Flagitious. Extremely wicked, shamefully and scandalously criminal, vice-ridden, or corrupt. Example: he responded in a flagitious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Peripatetic. Walking about, going from place to place on foot. Example: the policy was criticized as peripatetic by those who had to implement it. Expiation. Atonement, reparation for a sin, crime or offense. Example: her expiation approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Jejune. Dull, uninteresting, or unsatisfying, devoid of nourishment, substance, or significance. Example: her jejune approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Minatory. Threatening, menacing, having a threatening or menacing aspect or nature. Example: he responded in a minatory manner that surprised those who knew him well. Putative. Supposed, reputed, commonly considered or regarded as such, deemed to be so but not proved. Example: the policy was criticized as putative by those who had to implement it. Lucubration. Nocturnal labor, study, writing, or work done late at night. Example: The lucubration tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Aleatory. Depending on luck, chance, or on some contingent event, hence, uncertain, unpredictable. Example: her aleatory approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Badinage. Banter, playful, teasing talk, good-natured joking or gently mocking conversation. Example: he responded in a badinage manner that surprised those who knew him well. Hieratratic. Priestly, pertaining to or used by priests, reserved for holy or sacred uses. Example: her hieratratic approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Saturnine. Gloomy, sullen, or somber in appearance, manner, or temperament. Example: her saturnine approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Venial. Excusable, forgivable, pardonable, able to be overlooked. Example: he responded in a venial manner that surprised those who knew him well. Risible. Provoking or capable of provoking laughter. Example: the policy was criticized as risible by those who had to implement it. Contretemps. An embarrassing, awkward, unexpected situation or event, a sudden mishap or hitch, an inopportune occurrence. Example: the contretemps tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Rhodomantade. Arrogant boasting or bragging. Example: the rhodomantade tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Sanguine. Confident, cheerful, hopeful, optimistic. Example: the policy was criticized as sanguine by those who had to implement it. Frangible. Breakable, fragile, frail, delicate, easily damaged or destroyed. Example: the policy was criticized as frangible by those who had to implement it. Apodictic. Absolutely certain, necessarily true, proved or demonstrated beyond a shadow of a doubt. Example: the apodictic tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Hebdomadal. Weekly, pertaining to a week or 7-day period. Example: his hebdomadal won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Iatrogenic. Caused by medical examination or treatment. Example: her iatrogenic approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Nacreous. Pearly, consisting of or resembling mother of pearl. Example: the nacreous tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Fainéant. Lazy, idle, sluggish, good for nothing, when her 30-year-old son refused to get a job and demanded more money as an allowance, Mrs. Example: the policy was criticized as fainéant by those who had to implement it. Hispid. Covered with stiff hairs, bristles, or small spines, rough and bristly. Example: her hispid approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Longanimity. Long-suffering patience, the ability to calmly endure hardship or suffering. Example: he responded in a longanimity manner that surprised those who knew him well. Propinquity. Nearness in place or time, proximity, word 50 of level 1, also, nearness or similarity in nature, kinship, close relation. Example: the propinquity tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Factitious. Not natural or genuine, produced artificially. Example: he responded in a factitious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Plexiform. In general, complicated or elaborate, specifically, like a plexus or network. Example: such plexiform is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Protean. Highly variable or changeable, readily assuming different shapes, forms, characters, or meanings. Example: her protean approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Noctivagant. Wandering at night. Example: the policy was criticized as noctivagant by those who had to implement it. Fuliginous. Sooty, smoky, pertaining to, resembling, or consisting of soot or smoke. Example: her fuliginous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Hortatory. Encouraging or urging to some course of action, giving earnest counsel or advice. Example: the hortatory in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Heliolatry. Worship of the sun. Example: her heliolatry approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Psyomachi. Shadowboxing, the act of fighting a shadow or an imaginary enemy. Example: the policy was criticized as psyomachi by those who had to implement it. Glabrous. Smooth and bald. Example: he responded in a glabrous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Epicene. Having characteristics or qualities of both sexes. Example: her epicene approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Ingress. The place you walk in, the entrance, and egress, the place you walk out, the exit. Example: a quiet ingress ran through all of his most celebrated work. Egress. The place you walk out, the exit. Example: his egress won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Digression. Related to digress, to wander, stray from the point, ramble, deviate, go off in another direction. Example: a quiet digression ran through all of his most celebrated work. Ingenuous. Person speaks honestly and sincerely, with no hint of evasiveness or deception. Example: her ingenuous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Dolorous. Mournful, full of sadness, lugubrious, lugiobrious, which means extremely gloomy or dismal, and saturnine, saturn. Example: he responded in a dolorous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Whimsical. Volatile, volatile, and mercurial, morkyureal. Example: the architect's whimsical touches, a staircase shaped like a wave, delighted visitors. Caprice. Is a sudden change of mind or change in the page 14 ABC Amber EPUB Converter Trial Version, emotions. Example: a quiet caprice ran through all of his most celebrated work. Adamantine. Still listed in current dictionaries but not often used, it means like adamant, very hard, unbreakable. Example: the policy was criticized as adamantine by those who had to implement it. Credulous. Inclined to believe, willing to accept something is true without questioning. Example: the policy was criticized as credulous by those who had to implement it. Vacillating. An antonym of resolute, opposite of firmly determined or settled, resolved, having a set opinion or purpose, steadfast. Example: such vacillating is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Arbitrator. Related to arbitrary, unreasoned, based on personal feelings or preferences rather than on reason, logic, or law, an arbi. Example: such arbitrator is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Monogamy. Related to monotonous, lacking variety, tediously uniform, unvarying and dull. Example: he responded in a monogamy manner that surprised those who knew him well. Monocle. A single eyeglass, and monogram, mahanagram, two or more letters woven into one. Example: his monocle won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Monogram. Two or more letters woven into one. Example: the monogram tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Redundancies. Repetitive phrases. Example: her redundancies approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Multitudinous. Containing a multitude, consisting of a great number of persons or things. Example: the policy was criticized as multitudinous by those who had to implement it. Omnidirectional. Means all-directional, as an omnidirectional microphone, one that picks up signals from all directions. Example: his omnidirectional won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Warranted. By company regulations. Example: the warranted tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Discreet. Judicious, judicious, and circumspect, circumspect. Example: he responded in a discreet manner that surprised those who knew him well. Illustrative. Anecdote to once more give the lie to lay. Example: the illustrative tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Avowed. An antonym of proximity, opposite of nearness, closeness, the state of being in the vicinity of something. Example: such avowed is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Flimsy. Synonymous with proximity, nearness, closeness, the state of being in the vicinity of something. Example: the flimsy tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Indifferent. Synonymous with proximity, nearness, closeness, the state of being in the vicinity of something. Example: the policy was criticized as indifferent by those who had to implement it. Enslave. Synonymous with proximity, nearness, closeness, the state of being in the vicinity of something. Example: the policy was criticized as enslaved by those who had to implement it. Unwarranted. Related to proximity, nearness, closeness, the state of being in the vicinity of something. Example: he responded in an unwarranted manner that surprised those who knew him well. Bruit. Means to report widely, spread the word, as the scandal was bruited, broted, in the media. Example: the policy was criticized as brute by those who had to implement it. Bruited. Related to proximity, nearness, closeness, the state of being in the vicinity of something. Example: he responded in a bruited manner that surprised those who knew him well. Prestidigitator. Related to proximity, nearness, closeness, the state of being in the vicinity of something. Example: such prestidigitator is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Gastronome. Related to proximity, nearness, closeness, the state of being in the vicinity of something. Example: he responded in a gastronome manner that surprised those who knew him well. Vignette. Related to proximity, nearness, closeness, the state of being in the vicinity of something. Example, the policy was criticized as vignette by those who had to implement it. Redolent. Exuding a fragrance, aromatic, simian, which means pertaining to or resembling an ape, libido, comma. Example, her redolent approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Simian. Pertaining to or resembling an ape, libido, which means sexual drive, misogyny, which means. Example, her simian approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Libido. Sexual drive, misogyny, which means hatred of women, salacious, which means arousing sexu. Example, he responded in a libido manner that surprised those who knew him well. Misogyny. Hatred of women, salacious, which means arousing sexual desire, assiduous, which means car. Example, he responded in a misogyny manner that surprised those who knew him well. Salacious. Arousing sexual desire, assiduous, which means careful and persistent, and ennui, which means be. Example, the salacious tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Ennui. Boredom or a state of weary dissatisfaction. Example, he responded in an ennui manner that surprised those who knew him well. Vocation. Related to advocate, to support, plead for, be in favor of, defend by argument, especially, to speak or write in favor or. Example, a quiet vocation ran through all of his most celebrated work. Convoke. To call together, and convocation, the act of calling together or a group that has been summoned. Example, her convoke approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Convocation. A large formal assembly, especially of members of a university or church. Example, a quiet convocation ran through all of his most celebrated work. Evocative. Calling forth a response, especially an emotional response. Example, the policy was criticized as evocative by those who had to implement it. Nebula. Refers to a cloudy mass of dust or gas visible between stars in space. Example, a quiet nebula ran through all of his most celebrated work. Nebulae. Related to nebulous, unclear, vague, obscure, hazy, indefinite, indistinct. Example, the nebulae tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Protracted. Related to tirade, a long drawn-out speech, especially a vehement and abusive one, after suffering through yet another. Example, the protracted tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Vituperative. Related to tirade, a long drawn-out speech, especially a vehement and abusive one, after suffering through yet another. Example, the vituperative tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Malice. Synonymous with animosity, ill will, hostility, antagonism, strong dislike or hatred, there was long stand. Example, the remark was delivered with enough malice to silence the entire room. Aversion. Malevolence, malevolence, antipathy, rancor, and enmity, enmity. Example, a quiet aversion ran through all of his most celebrated work. Malevolence. Antipathy, antipathy, rancor, rancor, and enmity, enmity. Example, a quiet malevolence ran through all of his most celebrated work. Antipathy, rancor, rancor, and enmity, enmity. Example, she made no effort to conceal her antipathy towards the proposal. Enmity. Related to animosity, ill will, hostility, antagonism, strong dislike or hatred, there was long-standing animosity between. Example, the enmity between the two families had outlasted every peace attempt. Complacent. Should be distinguished in spelling, pronunciation, and meaning. Example, he responded in a complacent manner that surprised those who knew him well. Affable. Urbane, urbane. Example, her affable approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Acmatic. Related to acme, the peak, highest point, summit, zenith, especially the point of culmination, the highest possible peak. Example, the policy was criticized as acmatic by those who had to implement it. Nadir. The lowest point. Example, such nadir is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Gaunt. Drawn, emaciated, emaciated. Example, he responded in a gaunt manner that surprised those who knew him well. Emaciated. Related to haggard, worn out, tired, gaunt, gaunt, drawn, emaciated, emaciated. Example, her emaciated approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Enigmatic. Cryptic, cryptic, and equivocal, ikwivocal. Example, his enigmatic smile gave nothing away to those trying to read his intentions. Equivocal. Related to ambiguous, uncertain, unclear, doubtful, dubious, questionable, puzzling, having an obscure or indefinite meaning. Example, her equivocal approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Emollient. Softening, soothing, mollifying. As a noun it means a softening or soothing agent, such as a lotion or cream for the skin. Example, her emollient approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Tractable. Are close in meaning. Example, the policy was criticized as tractable by those who had to implement it. Verbiage. Related to verbose, wordy, having too many words, long-winded, full of verbiage, verbij. Example, his verbiage won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Loquacious. Voluble, voluble, and prolix, prolix. Example, the loquacious professor filled every silence before a question could be completed. Foliage. Related to verbose, wordy, having too many words, long-winded, full of verbiage, verbij. Example, a quiet foliage ran through all of his most celebrated work. Fugit. Related to transient, temporary, passing away with time, lasting only a short while, momentary, fleeting, short-lived, in Example, he responded in a fugit manner that surprised those who knew him well. Congruent. Coming together harmoniously, fitting in consistently. Example, her congruent approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Privative. Prefix, which means it deprives or takes away the meaning of what follows. Example, the policy was criticized as privative by those who had to implement it. Avarice. Greed, an inordinate desire for wealth. Example, his avarice eventually consumed every friendship he had ever built. Inclement. Not clement, not mild and calm. Example, a quiet inclement ran through all of his most celebrated work. Remunerative. Related to lucrative, profitable, producing wealth, money-making, financially productive, remunerative, remunerative. Example, he responded in a remunerative manner that surprised those who knew him well. Edification. Related to pretext, an excuse, ostensible reason or motive, professed purpose. Example, a quiet edification ran through all of his most celebrated work. Adage. Variety is also the spice of reading. Example, such adage is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Innocuous. Related to pretext, an excuse, ostensible reason or motive, professed purpose. Example, he responded in an innocuous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Etymology. Related to pretext, an excuse, ostensible reason or motive, professed purpose. Example, his etymology won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Entomology. The study of insects. Example, his entomology won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Malefactor. Related to pretext, an excuse, ostensible reason or motive, professed purpose. Example, such malefactor is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Maladroit. Related to pretext, an excuse, ostensible reason or motive, professed purpose. Example, her maladroit approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Malapropos. Not normal or appropriate to the situation, not apropos, apropos. Example, the policy was criticized as malapropos by those who had to implement it. Apropos. Related to pretext, an excuse, ostensible reason or motive, professed purpose. Example, the apropos tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Connotation. Related to pretext, an excuse, ostensible reason or motive, professed purpose. Example, the connotation in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Connote. Related to pretext, an excuse, ostensible reason or motive, professed purpose. Example, the policy was criticized as connote by those who had to implement it. Pithy. Succinct, and laconic, word 18 of this level. Example, the policy was criticized as pithy by those who had to implement it. Brusque. Related to terse, brief and to the point, free of superfluous words, expressed in a pointed and polished way. Example, his brusque manner put off clients who took it for rudeness rather than efficiency. Supplicant. Is a person who begs for something, and supplication is the act of begging for something humbly and earnestly. Example, he responded in a supplicant manner that surprised those who knew him well. Proletarian. Of or relating to the working class. Example, her proletarian approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Homonym. A word that is pronounced the same as another word but that has a different origin and meaning, such as fair and fair. Example, a quiet homonym ran through all of his most celebrated work. Unctuous. oily, fatty, having a greasy or soapy feel, and today unctuous is use. Example, the policy was criticized as unctuous by those who had to implement it. Unguent. A medicinal ointment, salve, SAV or SAHV. Example, the policy was criticized as unguent by those who had to implement it. Salve. Related to glib, smooth-spoken, speaking in a ready, fluent manner, with natural or offhand ease, talkative in a nonc. Example, he responded in a salve manner that surprised those who knew him well. Apposite. Both relevant and appropriate. Example, her apposite approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Loath. Is a strong synonym of reluctant. Example, the loath tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Superfluity. Plethora, plethoru, word 19 of level 6, and surfeit, surfeit, word 49 of level 8. Example, the superfluity in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Ebullient. An antonym of quiescent, opposite of still, quiet, tranquil, inactive, at rest or repose. Example, the ebullient tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Reprehend. Synonymous with censure, to blame, condemn, find fault with, criticize harshly, express stern disapproval. Example, her reprehend approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Censor. Is to suppress or delete something objectionable, as to censor a book, or to censor unpopular opinions. Example, such censor is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Perspicacity. Synonymous with discernible, recognizable, detectable, perceptible, capable of being recognized by the senses. Example, the perspicacity in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Calamity. Related to cataclysm, a disaster, great mishap, catastrophe, violent upheaval. Example, the calamity in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Deluge. Specifically the biblical flood that inundated the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. Example, the policy was criticized as deluge by those who had to implement it. Cataclysmic. Related to cataclysm, a disaster, great mishap, catastrophe, violent upheaval. Example, her cataclysmic approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Succinctness. Terseness and pithiness. Example, his succinctness won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Impecunious. Synonymous with indigent, poor, needy, penniless, impoverished, down and out. Example, her impecunious approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Gauche. Means left, but also crooked, awkward, clumsy. Example, her gauche approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Bromide. Synonymous with platitude, a flat, dull, ordinary remark, a trite statement or hackneyed saying, a spec. Example, the policy was criticized as bromide by those who had to implement it. Platitudinous. Refers to speech or expression that is dull, ordinary, commonplace, insipid, banal. Example, her platitudinous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Platitudinarian. Is a person who habitually utters platitudes, flat, dull, ordinary remarks. Example, Her platitudinarian approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Punctilio. A fine point, nice detail. Example, a quiet punctilio ran through all of his most celebrated work. Perspicuous. Related to lucid, clear, easy to see or understand, plainly expressed. Example, the policy was criticized as perspicuous by those who had to implement it. Pellucid. Intensifies the meaning of lucid. Pellucid means exceptionally clear, extremely easy to see or understand. Example, the policy was criticized as pellucid by those who had to implement it. Protuberant. Related to salient, conspicuous, noticeable, prominent, sticking or jutting out. Example, the policy was criticized as protuberant by those who had to implement it. Unostentatious. An antonym of salient, opposite of conspicuous, noticeable, prominent, sticking or jutting out. Example, her unostentatious approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Allusion. Related to allude, to refer to something indirectly, make a casual reference. Example, a quiet allusion ran through all of his most celebrated work. Lachrymose. Doesn't occur often in speech, and has a literary and somewhat old-fashioned flavor. Example, he responded in a lachrymose manner that surprised those who knew him well. Concise. An antonym of allude, opposite of to refer to something indirectly, make a casual reference. Example, the concise in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Antonymous. Related to allude, to refer to something indirectly, make a casual reference. Example, her antonymous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Sapient. Related to astute, OOT, shrewd, clever, perceptive, discerning, acute, keenly aware, quick-witted. Example, the sapient tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Dilettante. Is an amateur practitioner of an art, such as music, painting, acting, dancing, or literary composition. Example, the policy was criticized as dilettante by those who had to implement it. Autocracy. Not self-government but rule by oneself or one person, hence, dictatorship, tyranny, despotism, despotism. Example, he responded in an autocracy manner that surprised those who knew him well. Despotism. Related to autonomous, independent, self-governing, not under the control of something or someone else. Example, the despotism in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Panorama. Related to panacea, a cure-all, universal antidote, remedy for all diseases and difficulties. Example, a quiet panorama ran through all of his most celebrated work. Pantheism. Related to panacea, a cure-all, universal antidote, remedy for all diseases and difficulties. Example, his pantheism won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Pantheon. Related to panacea, a cure-all, universal antidote, remedy for all diseases and difficulties. Example, his pantheon won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Sophistical. Related to sophistry, deceptive reasoning, subtle and misleading argument. Voters today want candidates who address the eye. Example, he responded in a sophistical manner that surprised those who knew him well. Effete. Related to prolific, fruitful, fertile, productive. Example, he responded in an effete manner that surprised those who knew him well. Sublunary. Literally beneath the moon, and so of the world, sublunary beings are creatures who abide on Earth. Example, her sublunary approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Meritorious. Exemplary, igzem pluri, word 39 of this level, and estimable, estimable. Example, the policy was criticized as meritorious by those who had to implement it. Estimable. Related to laudable, praiseworthy, commendable, worthy of approval or admiration. Example, the policy was criticized as estimable by those who had to implement it. Ignominious. An antonym of laudable, opposite of praiseworthy, commendable, worthy of approval or admiration. Example, her ignominious approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Incomparable. Related to inimitable, unable to be imitated, copied, or reproduced, beyond compare. Example, her incomparable approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Obtuse. Related to myopic, short-sighted, not able to see the long-range picture, having a narrow or circumscribed view, lack kin. Example, he was either genuinely obtuse or pretending not to understand, it was impossible to tell. Latitudinarian. Related to myopic, short-sighted, not able to see the long-range picture, having a narrow or circumscribed view, lack kin. Example, her latitudinarian approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Myopia. The common medical disorder known as nearsightedness. Example, a quiet myopia ran through all of his most celebrated work. Sophomoric. Related to callow, immature, inexperienced, unsophisticated, green, naive, lacking experience in and knowledge of the W. Example, he responded in a sophomoric manner that surprised those who knew him well. Acquiescence. Reluctant acceptance without protest, passive agreement. Example, his acquiescence won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Pontiff. Related to pontificate, to speak in a pompous and overbearing way, make pretentious or categorical statements, express one's. Example, such pontiff is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Bulla. Related to pontificate, to speak in a pompous and overbearing way, make pretentious or categorical statements, express one's. Example, the bulla tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Pontification. Related to pontificate, to speak in a pompous and overbearing way, make pretentious or categorical statements, express one's. Example, a quiet pontification ran through all of his most celebrated work. Malignant. Related to deleterious, harmful, destructive, injurious, detrimental, especially, harmful to health or well-being. Example, he responded in a malignant manner that surprised those who knew him well. Salutary. An antonym of deleterious, opposite of harmful, destructive, injurious, detrimental, especially, harmful to health or W. Example, her salutary approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Ambidextrous. Related to ambivalent, uncertain, indecisive, having conflicting feelings or desires, simultaneously drawn in opposite dire. Example, he responded in an ambidextrous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Contemplative. Synonymous with pensive, thoughtful, absorbed in thought, especially in a deep, dreamy, or melancholy way. Example, he responded in a contemplative manner that surprised those who knew him well. Extemporaneous. Synonymous with impromptu, made up or done on the spur of the moment, uttered or performed without prep. Example, he responded in an extemporaneous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Culpable. Related to impeccable, perfect, faultless, flawless, free from faults or imperfections. Example, the culpable tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Macula. Means a spot or stain. Example, he responded in a macula manner that surprised those who knew him well. Peccant. Means guilty, sinful, culpable, and the adjective peccable, peccable, means liable to sin or do wrong. Example, the policy was criticized as peccant by those who had to implement it. Peccable. Means liable to sin or do wrong. Example, he responded in a peccable manner that surprised those who knew him well. Keyword. Is followed by 3 definitions. Example, her keyword approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Preferable. Related to impeccable, perfect, faultless, flawless, free from faults or imperfections. Example, the preferable tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Exquisitely. Related to impeccable, perfect, faultless, flawless, free from faults or imperfections. Example, he chose to exquisitely the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Testator. A person who has made a valid will, and intestate, which means not having made a legal will. Example, such testator is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Profuse. Synonymous with copious, abundant, plentiful, large in amount or number. Example, the profuse tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Paltry. An antonym of copious, opposite of abundant, plentiful, large in amount or number. Example, the settlement offered was paltry and was rejected without serious consideration. Cornucopia. A horn of plenty. Example, a quiet cornucopia ran through all of his most celebrated work. Erroneous. Spurious, spurious, untenable, illusory, illusory, and sophistical, sophistical. Example, the policy was criticized as erroneous by those who had to implement it. Untenable. Illusory, illusory, and sophistical, sophistical. Example, the policy was criticized as untenable by those who had to implement it. Fallacy. Means a false or misleading idea, statement, or argument. Example, the fallacy in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Apathetic. Placid, placide, languid, phlegmatic, phlegmatic, word 33 of level 9, and imperturbable. Example, he responded in an apathetic manner that surprised those who knew him well. Placid. Languid, phlegmatic, phlegmatic, word 33 of level 9, and imperturbable. Example, her placid approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Languid. Phlegmatic, word 33 of level 9, and imperturbable. Example, the languid tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Vehement. Zealous, zealous, fervid, and fervent, word 24 of level 3. Example, the vehement in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Zealous. Fervid and fervent, word 24 of level 3. Example, the zealous prosecutor pursued the case well beyond what the evidence could support. Stoicism. Related to stoic, showing no feelings, unemotional, unaffected by pleasure or pain, bearing pain or suffering without. Example, a quiet stoicism ran through all of his most celebrated work. Recriminatory. Related to recrimination, a countercharge or counteraccusation. Example, the recriminatory tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Consanguinity. Related to affinity, close resemblance or relationship, a strong likeness, similarity, or connection, as the affinity of. Example, a quiet consanguinity ran through all of his most celebrated work. Pristine. An antonym of squalid, opposite of dirty and run down as a result of poverty or neglect, foul or filthy from lack of. Example, such pristine is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Squalor. Filthiness, foulness, degradation, a wretched, miserable condition resulting from poverty or neglect. Example, a quiet squalor ran through all of his most celebrated work. Sordid. Are close in meaning. Example, her sordid approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Abjection. A degraded, wretched, contemptible state. Example, a quiet abjection ran through all of his most celebrated work. Debased. Synonymous with abject, degraded, brought low in condition or status, hence, lacking self-respect, Conti. Example, the debased tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Groveling. Servile, survile, and squalid, word 48 of this level. Example, her groveling approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Illustrious. An antonym of abject, opposite of degraded, brought low in condition or status, hence, lacking self-respect, Conti. Example, he responded in an illustrious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Novice. Related to abject, degraded, brought low in condition or status, hence, lacking self-respect, contemptible, wretched. Example, the novice tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Purblind. Synonymous with abject, degraded, brought low in condition or status, hence, lacking self-respect, Conti. Example, the purblind tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Respite. Related to abject, degraded, brought low in condition or status, hence, lacking self-respect, contemptible, wretched. Example, the respite tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Lexicographers. Would disagree with me. Example, the lexicographer's tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Macron. Is a horizontal line or dash placed over a vowel, u. Example, the macron tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Schwa. Related to abject, degraded, brought low in condition or status, hence, lacking self-respect, contemptible, wretched. Example, the policy was criticized as schwa by those who had to implement it. Diaeresis is two dots printed over a vowel. It is also called an umlaut, umlaut. Example: the diaeresis tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Umlaut. Related to abject, degraded, brought low in condition or status, hence, lacking self-respect, contemptible, wretched. Example: the umlaut tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Circumflex. Looks like the tip of a tiny arrow, or like an equilateral triangle with the horizontal bottom line removed. Example: the policy was criticized as circumflex by those who had to implement it. Caret. A mark used in copy editing to indicate that something needs to be inserted. Example: a quiet caret ran through all of his most celebrated work. Gondola. Related to abject, degraded, brought low in condition or status, hence, lacking self-respect, contemptible, wretched. Example: the gondola tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Condole. To grieve in sympathy, express condolence. Example: the condole tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Anthropomorphic. Shaped like or resembling a man or human being. Example: her anthropomorphic approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Torpor. Somnolence, somnolence, lassitude, lossity, languor, and stupefaction, oopuefacation. Example: the afternoon heat induced a torpor that made serious thought almost impossible. Somnolence. Lassitude, lossity, languor, and stupefaction, oopuefacation. Example: a quiet somnolence ran through all of his most celebrated work. Stupefaction. Related to lethargy, lack of energy, sluggishness, dullness, apathy, stupor, and abnormally dull, drowsy, inactive candidity. Example: his stupefaction won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Combative. Quarrelsome, ready, and willing to fight. Example: the policy was criticized as combative by those who had to implement it. Bellicose. Related to pugnacious, given to fighting, combative, combat for, quarrelsome, ready and willing to fight. Example: his bellicose rhetoric alarmed allies who had hoped for a diplomatic solution. Amicable. An antonym of pugnacious, opposite of given to fighting, combative, combat for, quarrelsome, ready and willing to figure. Example: the policy was criticized as amicable by those who had to implement it. Pugilist. A boxer, someone who fights with his fists. Example: his pugilist won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Compliant. Malleable, malleable, docile, dahsl, and tractable. Example: he responded in a compliant manner that surprised those who knew him well. Egoism. Related to altruism, selflessness, unselfish concern for the welfare of others. Example: the egoism in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Egotism. Both in spelling and meaning. Example: the egotism in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Egotist. Cannot stop talking about himself. Example: a quiet egotist ran through all of his most celebrated work. Egoist. Cares only about his own needs, concerns, and goals. Example, a quiet egoist ran through all of his most celebrated work. Temerarious. An antonym of judicious, opposite of wise and careful, having or showing sound judgment. Example, the temerarious tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Metamorphosis. Related to chrysalis, the pupa of a butterfly, the stage in the development of the insect between the larval and adult sta. Example, he responded in a metamorphosis manner that surprised those who knew him well. Larval. Related to chrysalis, the pupa of a butterfly, the stage in the development of the insect between the larval and adult sta. Example, such larval is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Syllabi. Are both acceptable. Example, the syllabi tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Octopodes. Related to subterfuge, a deception, trick, underhanded scheme. Example, the octopode's tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Formulae. Now a rather pretentious alternative. Example, he responded in a formulae manner that surprised those who knew him well. Indices. Are acceptable, although most usage authorities now consider indices pretentious in ordinary, non-technical contexts. Example, he responded in an indices manner that surprised those who knew him well. Appendices. Are both correct, with usage being about evenly divided between them. Example, the appendices tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Effervescence. Synonymous with ebullience, lively enthusiasm, high spirits, bubbly excitement. Example, the effervescence in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Ebullition. A sudden outburst of emotion or violence, the action of boiling or bubbling. Example, a quiet ebullition ran through all of his most celebrated work. Opaque. Related to impervious, impenetrable, incapable of being entered or passed through, hence, unable to be moved or affected by. Example, he responded in an opaque manner that surprised those who knew him well. Penetrable. Passable, accessible, permeable, translucent, translucent, and diaphanous, diaphanous. Example, the policy was criticized as penetrable by those who had to implement it. Diaphanous. Related to impervious, impenetrable, incapable of being entered or passed through, hence, unable to be moved or affected by. Example, the diaphanous tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Whimsy. Crotchet, krachchet, maggot, and caprice, discussed in Word 11 of Level 1. Example, her whimsy approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Chimerical. Imaginary, fantastic, preposterous, absurd. Example, her chimerical approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Posit. To put forward as true, set down as a fact, as the Declaration of Independence posits that all men are created equal. Example, he responded in a posit manner that surprised those who knew him well. Juxtaposition. Related to juxtapose, to place side by side or close together, especially so as to compare or contrast. Example, his juxtaposition won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Recondite. Related to esoteric, intended for or designed to be understood only by a select group, known only by a few people, hence. Example, her recondite approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Exoteric. External, popular, of the outside world or open to public view. Example, he responded in an exoteric manner that surprised those who knew him well. Soothsayers. When they wanted to know what the future held in store for them. Example, the soothsayer's tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Auspex. Related to auspicious, favorable, fortunate, marked by favorable circumstances or good fortune, conducive to success, Bowden. Example, such auspex is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Auspice. Means an omen or sign, especially a favorable one. Example, the policy was criticized as auspice by those who had to implement it. Auspices. To mean protection, guardianship, or sponsorship, as an investigation conducted under the auspices of the government. Example, her auspices approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Propitious. Are close in meaning. Example, the policy was criticized as propitious by those who had to implement it. Renalalia. Related to auspicious, favorable, fortunate, marked by favorable circumstances or good fortune, conducive to success, Bowden. Example, he responded in a renalalia manner that surprised those who knew him well. Echolalia. Is the habit of repeating what other people say. Example, the policy was criticized as echolalia by those who had to implement it. Nomadic. Ambulatory, ambulatory, and the interesting word peripatetic, peripatetic. Example, he responded in a nomadic manner that surprised those who knew him well. Itinerary. Come from the late Latin verb itinerare, to travel, go on a journey. Example, he responded in an itinerary manner that surprised those who knew him well. Nomenclator. Related to nomenclature, a system of names, especially a system of names used in a science, art, or branch of knowledge. Example, such nomenclator is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Voracious. Unquenchable and unappeasable. Example, she was a voracious reader who finished a book every 2 days without fail. Satiety. Related to insatiable, greedy, hungry, unable to be satisfied or appeased. Example, he responded in a satiety manner that surprised those who knew him well. Guile. Comes to us through Old French, probably from an Old English word meaning sorcery or divination. Example, the policy was criticized as guile by those who had to implement it. Surfeited. Related to replete, fully or richly supplied, well-stocked, chock-full, filled to capacity. Example, he responded in a surfeited manner that surprised those who knew him well. Plenitude. An abundance, ample amount, and plenary, plenary, which means full or complete in all respects. Example, such plenitude is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Plenary. Full or complete in all respects. Example, he responded in a plenary manner that surprised those who knew him well. Fraught. Are close in meaning but are used in different ways. Example, her fraught approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Colloquy. All come from the Latin loci, which means to speak, converse. Example, The colloquy tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Colloquialism means a colloquial expression, a bit of vernacular language, a word or phrase used in common, everyday, informal speech. Example: such colloquialism is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Obfuscation. Related to obfuscate, to make obscure, cloud over, darken, make unclear or indistinct. Example: his obfuscation won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Genial. Companionable, affable, affable, and gregarious, gregarious. Example: the genial tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Gregarious. Related to convivial, sociable, merry, festive. Example: the gregarious tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Mastication. Synonymous with eschew, to avoid, shun, abstain from, keep away from something harmful, wrong, or distance. Example: the mastication in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Prodigy. A person of marvelous talent or wonderful ability. Example: such prodigy is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Idiosyncratic. Peculiar, distinctive, odd. Example: her idiosyncratic approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Acclamation. Related to approbation, approval, acceptance, especially official approval or authorization. Example: the acclamation in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Abjuration. Related to approbation, approval, acceptance, especially official approval or authorization. Example: a quiet abjuration ran through all of his most celebrated work. Chevus. Miss Chevs 3. Example: he responded in a chevus manner that surprised those who knew him well. Unruly. To fight with the fists 9. Example: they voted to unruly the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Medias. Related to approbation, approval, acceptance, especially official approval or authorization. Example: he responded in a media's manner that surprised those who knew him well. Gratification. Unquenchable desire 24. Example: the gratification in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Habitual. Synonymous with approbation, approval, acceptance, especially official approval or authorization. Example: the policy was criticized as habitual by those who had to implement it. Thaumaturgy. All refer to magic or deception, but each word has a more specific and precise meaning. Example: he responded in a thaumaturgy manner that surprised those who knew him well. Inane. Frivolous, asinine, fatuous, fachous, sophomoric, sahfmoaric, and callow, word 30 of level 4. Example: he responded in an inane manner that surprised those who knew him well. Fatuous. Sophomoric, sahfmoaric, and callow, word 30 of level 4. Example: he responded in a fatuous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Alchemy. Related to transmute, to transform, specifically, to change from one nature, form, or substance into another, especially tea. Example: he responded in an alchemy manner that surprised those who knew him well. Vacuity. Emptiness, an absence of matter or intellectual content. Example, the vacuity of his answer revealed how little he had actually thought about the question. Paradigmatic. Exemplary, typical, serving as a model or pattern. Example, the policy was criticized as paradigmatic by those who had to implement it. Meandering. Synonymous with circuitous, roundabout, indirect, not straightforward, following a roundabout and often next. Example, the policy was criticized as meandering by those who had to implement it. Sinuous. Synonymous with circuitous, roundabout, indirect, not straightforward, following a roundabout and often next. Example, the policy was criticized as sinuous by those who had to implement it. Tortuous. Serpentine, surpentine or tin, and labyrinthine, labyrinthine, which means like a labyrinth or maze. Example, her tortuous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Labyrinthine. Like a labyrinth or maze. Example, her labyrinthine approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Agrarian. Idyllic, idealic, and Arcadian, ahrkaydn. Example, her agrarian approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Plethoric. Related to plethora, an excess, surplus, overabundance, oversupply. Example, the policy was criticized as plethoric by those who had to implement it. Turgid. Synonymous with plethora, an excess, surplus, overabundance, oversupply. Example, the turgid prose of the report buried whatever insight it contained. Partiality. Synonymous with proclivity, an inclination, liking, leaning, a strong natural bent or tendency, often toward. Example, a quiet partiality ran through all of his most celebrated work. Propensity. Related to proclivity, an inclination, liking, leaning, a strong natural bent or tendency, often towards something disagreeable. Example, his propensity won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Draconian. Ruthlessly severe. Example, he responded in a draconian manner that surprised those who knew him well. Parlance. Means living for the moment. Example, such parlance is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Epicure. Related to proclivity, an inclination, liking, leaning, a strong natural bent or tendency, often towards something disagreeable. Example, his epicure won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Solecism. Related to proclivity, an inclination, liking, leaning, a strong natural bent or tendency, often towards something disagreeable. Example, a quiet solecism ran through all of his most celebrated work. Sycophantic. Related to sycophant, a flatterer, parasite, toady, fawning follower, hanger-on. Example, the sycophantic coverage of the leader's speeches embarrassed even loyal readers. Tenaculum. Related to tenable, defensible, reasonable, able to be defended, maintained, or upheld. Example, the policy was criticized as tenaculum by those who had to implement it. Tenacious. Holding firmly, as a tenacious grip or a tenacious memory. Example, he responded in a tenacious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Intangible. Synonymous with impalpable, incapable of being felt or understood, Not able to be perceived either by the SE example, her intangible approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Palpable. Perceptible, manifest, and tangible, tangible. Example, her palpable approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Palpation. Examination of the body by touch, especially for medical diagnosis. Example, the palpation in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Repugnant. Related to odious, hateful, detestable, offensive, revolting, arousing strong dislike or aversion. Example, the repugnant tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Loathsome. Related to odious, hateful, detestable, offensive, revolting, arousing strong dislike or aversion. Example, the loathsome tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Abhorrent. Related to odious, hateful, detestable, offensive, revolting, arousing strong dislike or aversion. Example, her abhorrent approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Heinous. Related to odious, hateful, detestable, offensive, revolting, arousing strong dislike or aversion. Example, he responded in a heinous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Opprobrious. Related to odious, hateful, detestable, offensive, revolting, arousing strong dislike or aversion. Example, the opprobrious tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Execrable. Expressing a curse, and today the word applies to that which is so horrible or wicked that it deserves to be cursed or example, he responded in an execrable manner that surprised those who knew him well. Odium. Related to odious, hateful, detestable, offensive, revolting, arousing strong dislike or aversion. Example, the policy was criticized as odium by those who had to implement it. Omnipresent. Synonymous with ubiquitous, existing or seeming to exist everywhere at the same time. Example, the omnipresent tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Ubiquity. The quality of appearing to be everywhere at the same time, omnipresence. Example, the ubiquity in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Ruminant. Is used of animals that chew their cud, such as cows, oxen, sheep, goats, deer, giraffes, and camels. Example, the policy was criticized as ruminant by those who had to implement it. Rumin. Related to ruminate, to turn over in the mind, think about again and again, consider carefully, or page 262 ABC Amber EPUB. Example, he responded in a rumin manner that surprised those who knew him well. Recompense. Consideration, indemnification, indemnification, and emolument, emolument, word 3 of level 8. Example, her recompense approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Recumbent. All mean lying down in various ways. Example, her recumbent approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Insipid. Related to banal, common, ordinary, unoriginal, flat, dull, and predictable, lacking freshness. Page 265 ABC Amber EPUB. Example, the film was insipid and formulaic, technically competent but utterly forgettable. Bromidic. Like a bromide, BROHMYD, a statement or idea that is stale and dull. Example, her bromidic approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Banality. The quality or state of being common, ordinary, and unoriginal, as the banality of primetime TV, or the banality of war. Example: the banality in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Doxastic. Pertaining to opinion or to the formation of an opinion. Example: he responded in a doxastic manner that surprised those who knew him well. Orthographic. Error is a misspelled word or typographical mistake. Example: the policy was criticized as orthographic by those who had to implement it. Heretical. Both mean having or expressing a controversial opinion or belief, but the words differ in their intensity. Example: her heretical approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Heterodoxy. An opinion or belief contrary to what is accepted and established. Example: a quiet heterodoxy ran through all of his most celebrated work. Grandiose. Florid, floride, and turgid, turgid. Example: the grandiose tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Multiloquent. Related to grandiloquent, characterized by lofty, high-flown language, full of grand or high-sounding words. Example: he responded in a multiloquent manner that surprised those who knew him well. Breviloquent. Speaking briefly. Example: the breviloquent tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Suaviloquent. Related to grandiloquent, characterized by lofty, high-flown language, full of grand or high-sounding words. Example: the suaviloquent tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Sanctiloquent. Related to grandiloquent, characterized by lofty, high-flown language, full of grand or high-sounding words. Example: the policy was criticized as sanctiloquent by those who had to implement it. Somniloquent. Related to grandiloquent, characterized by lofty, high-flown language, full of grand or high-sounding words. Example: the policy was criticized as somniloquent by those who had to implement it. Funereal. Synonymous with lugubrious, mournful and gloomy, expressing sadness or sorrow, often in an exaggerated af. Example: the policy was criticized as funereal by those who had to implement it. Plaintive. Woeful, lachrymose, elacarimose, and saturnine, saturnin. Example: the plaintive tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Minusculous. Related to infinitesimal, too small to be measured or calculated. Example: the minusculous tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Majuscule. Written in capital letters. Example: her majuscule approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Malady. An illness or affliction. Example: the malady in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Malingerer. A person who pretends to be ill or incapacitated in order to avoid work or duty. Example: the sergeant had no sympathy for malingerers and sent him straight back to his post. Transpire. Condone, kuindiohn, and promiscuous, pruimiuskaius. Example: the transpire tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Promiscuous. Related to aver, to state positively, declare with confidence. Example: her promiscuous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Dissonance. discord, discord, disharmony, and stridency, strydency. Example, a quiet dissonance ran through all of his most celebrated work. Discord, disharmony, and stridency, strydency. Example, the discord tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Stridency. Related to cacophony, a harsh, jarring sound, especially a harsh and unpleasant blend of sounds. Example, her stridency approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Quiescence. The noun corresponding to the adjective quiescent, word 22 of level 3. Example, his quiescence won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Phonetic. Related to cacophony, a harsh, jarring sound, especially a harsh and unpleasant blend of sounds. Example, the policy was criticized as phonetic by those who had to implement it. Cacography. Related to cacophony, a harsh, jarring sound, especially a harsh and unpleasant blend of sounds. Example, his cacography won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Cacology. Related to cacophony, a harsh, jarring sound, especially a harsh and unpleasant blend of sounds. Example, his cacology won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Caconym. Related to cacophony, a harsh, jarring sound, especially a harsh and unpleasant blend of sounds. Example, the policy was criticized as caconym by those who had to implement it. Cacodoxy. Related to cacophony, a harsh, jarring sound, especially a harsh and unpleasant blend of sounds. Example, the policy was criticized as cacodoxy by those who had to implement it. Cacoeconomy. Is bad economy or bad management, and, last but not least, we have the fascinating word cacoethes, kakoethes. Example, the cacoeconomy tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Cacophonous. Related to cacophony, a harsh, jarring sound, especially a harsh and unpleasant blend of sounds. Example, the policy was criticized as cacophonous by those who had to implement it. Dissonant. Discordant, discordant, raucous, raucous, and strident, strident. Example, he responded in a dissonant manner that surprised those who knew him well. Discordant. Raucous, raucous, and strident, strident. Example, he responded in a discordant manner that surprised those who knew him well. Recalcitrant. Related to refractory, stubborn and disobedient, actively resisting authority or control, unruly, impossible to work with. Example, the recalcitrant witness refused to answer 27 questions in succession. Contumacious. Related to refractory, stubborn and disobedient, actively resisting authority or control, unruly, impossible to work with. Example, the policy was criticized as contumacious by those who had to implement it. Insurgent. Synonymous with iconoclast, a person who attacks cherished or popular beliefs, traditions, or institutions. Example, he responded in an insurgent manner that surprised those who knew him well. Frivolity. Flippancy, flipncy, tomfoolery, triviality, and jocularity, jahkulit. Example, the frivolity in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Jocularity. Related to levity, lightness or gaiety of manner or expression, specifically, a lightness or lack of seriousness that example, Such jocularity is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Solemnity. An antonym of levity, opposite of lightness or gaiety of manner or expression, specifically, a lightness or lack of. Example, the solemnity in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Sang-froid. Literally cold blood, it is used figuratively to mean coolness of mind. Example, the policy was criticized as sang-froid by those who had to implement it. Disapprobation. Castigation, castigation, objurgation, ahbjurgation, word 12 of level 7, and animadversion, animadversion. Example, a quiet disapprobation ran through all of his most celebrated work. Castigation. Objurgation, ahbjurgation, word 12 of level 7, and animadversion, animadversion. Example, such castigation is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Animadversion. Related to stricture, a criticism, critical comment, especially an unfavorable or hostile observation or remark. Example, the animadversion in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Plaudit. Related to stricture, a criticism, critical comment, especially an unfavorable or hostile observation or remark. Example, he responded in a plaudit manner that surprised those who knew him well. Digressive. Are close in meaning. Example, her digressive approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Unceasing. Related to discursive, rambling, roving, covering a wide range of topics, wandering from one subject to another. Example, her unceasing approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Aberrant. Related to anomalous, irregular, abnormal, out of place, deviating from what is usual or expected, not fitting in with AC. Example, he responded in an aberrant manner that surprised those who knew him well. Anomaly. A deviation from the norm, an irregularity. As the only female executive in a company dominated by men, Harriet was an example. His anomaly won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Perceptive. Expository, expaHctoree, hortatory, hortoree, and pedagogic, pedagogaic. Example, he responded in a perceptive manner that surprised those who knew him well. Expository. Hortatory, hortoree, and pedagogic, pedagogaic. Example, the policy was criticized as expository by those who had to implement it. Pedagogic. Related to didactic, instructive, designed or intended to teach. Example, he responded in a pedagogic manner that surprised those who knew him well. Pedagogue. Related to didactic, instructive, designed or intended to teach. Example, his pedagogue won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Pedagogy. The teaching profession. Vince and Janet decided that after they were married they would both pursue careers in pedagogue. Example, the pedagogy in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Ascetic. Rigorously abstemious, practicing strict and extreme abstinence or self-denial. Example, the ascetic tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Sublime. Related to ethereal, heavenly, not earthly, hence, very light, airy, delicate, or refined. Example, her sublime approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Bombast. Related to bombastic, pompous, pretentious, inflated, overblown. Example: the speech was full of bombast but short on any concrete proposals. Juvenescent. An antonym of senescent, opposite of aging, growing old, on the decline. Example: the policy was criticized as juvenescent by those who had to implement it. Senescence. The condition or process of deterioration with age, growing old. Example: the senescence in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Parochial. Related to Catholic, universal, all-inclusive, all-embracing, comprehensive, specifically, broad-minded, tolerant, or all. Example: he responded in a parochial manner that surprised those who knew him well. Rhapsodic. Related to effusive, gushing, overflowing, overly demonstrative, expressing emotion in an excessive or unrestrained manner. Example: her rhapsodic approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Pique. Synonymous with umbrage, offense, resentment. Example: the piqued tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Benevolent. Equable, equable, and forbearing, forbear ing. Example: the Foundation's benevolent work stretched across 4 continents. Forbearing. Related to contentious, argumentative, quarrelsome, ready and eager to argue, bicker, or debate. Example: he responded in a forbearing manner that surprised those who knew him well. Veneration. Related to obeisance, a gesture of respect or submission, or an attitude of respect and submission. Example: a quiet veneration ran through all of his most celebrated work. Genuflection. A deferential bending of the knee, are all examples of obeisance, a gesture or attitude of respect and submission. Example: a quiet genuflection ran through all of his most celebrated work. Sedulous. Related to assiduous, hard-working, industrious, done with persistent, careful, and untiring attention. Example: the sedulous tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Indolent. An antonym of assiduous, opposite of hard-working, industrious, done with persistent, careful, and untiring attention. Example: years of indolent management had left the department understaffed and demoralized. Chicanery. Casuistry, kazhoistry, and mendacity, mendasit. Example: such chicanery is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Mendacity. Related to duplicity, ooplicit, deceit, cunning, double-dealing, hypocritical deception. Example: such mendacity is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Duplicitous. Two-faced, deceitful. Example: her duplicitous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Souci. Means without care or worry. Example: he responded in a souci manner that surprised those who knew him well. Rapine. Means pillage, plunder, the act of seizing and carrying off property by force. Example: he responded in a rapine manner that surprised those who knew him well. Embryonic. Synonymous with nascent, beginning to exist or develop, in the process of being born or begun, coming or. Example: the embryonic tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Antediluvian. Of the time before the deluge, deluge, the great flood described in the first book of the Bible, Genesis, hence, exter. Example, the antediluvian tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Nascency. Birth or beginning. The year 1776 marks the nascency of American democracy. Example, the nascency tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Beneficent. For the generous, unselfish connotation. Example, he responded in a beneficent manner that surprised those who knew him well. Covetous. Related to magnanimous, noble, honorable, generous in overlooking injury or insult, high-minded, unselfish. Example, the covetous tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Aspersion. Synonymous with invective, vehement or abusive language involving bitter, scathing accusations or denunciate. Example, the aspersion in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Obloquy. Related to invective, vehement or abusive language involving bitter, scathing accusations or denunciations. Example, he responded in an obloquy manner that surprised those who knew him well. Adulation. Eulogy, yoology, and encomium, nkohmium. Example, his adulation won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Encomium. Related to invective, vehement or abusive language involving bitter, scathing accusations or denunciations. Example, her encomium approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Inveigh. To attack violently with words, protest furiously or express angry disapproval. Example, the policy was criticized as inveighed by those who had to implement it. Cabal. Related to machination, a crafty or treacherous plot, malicious scheme, cunning design, or plan to achieve a sinister purpose. Example, he responded in a cabal manner that surprised those who knew him well. Machina. Literally a god out of a machine. Example, her machina approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Docent. Related to docile, submissive, obedient, compliant, easy to direct, manage, or supervise, following instructions. Example, her docent approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Dubiety. Doubtfulness, uncertainty, wavering. Example, the policy was criticized as dubiety by those who had to implement it. Prognostication. Means a prediction, prophecy, forecast, as the prognostications of economists are not always reliable. Example, a quiet prognostication ran through all of his most celebrated work. Prognosis. Means a prediction of the probable course and outcome of a disease or medical condition. Example, the prognosis tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Putrid. Noisome, noisome, mephitic, and graviolent, gruviolent. Example, the putrid tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Graviolent. Related to fetid, stinking, foul-smelling, having an extremely offensive odor, as of something rotten or decayed. Example, he responded in a graviolent manner that surprised those who knew him well. Prevaricating. Related to mendacious, not truthful, lying, false, dishonest, deceitful. Example, he responded in a prevaricating manner that surprised those who knew him well. Veracious. Related to mendacious, not truthful, lying, false, dishonest, deceitful. Example, her veracious approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Stentorian. Related to strident, loud and harsh sounding, grating, shrill. Example, he responded in a stentorian manner that surprised those who knew him well. Euphonious. An antonym of strident, opposite of loud and harsh sounding, grating, shrill. Example, he responded in a euphonious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Strider. Related to strident, loud and harsh sounding, grating, shrill. Example, a quiet strider ran through all of his most celebrated work. Stridulous. Means making a harsh or shrill noise. Example, the policy was criticized as stridulous by those who had to implement it. Tenebrous. Dark and gloomy, umbrageous, which means shady or overshadowed, subfuscus, subfuhscus, which means Example, he responded in a tenebrous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Umbrageous. Shady or overshadowed, subfuscus, subfuhscus, which means dusky or somber. And, do you have room upstairs for 1mo? Example, the policy was criticized as umbrageous by those who had to implement it. Subfuscus. Dusky or somber. And, do you have room upstairs for one more? Example, the policy was criticized as subfuscus by those who had to implement it. Refulgence. Brilliance, radiance, resplendence. Example, the refulgence in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Nepotistic. Related to nepotism, favoritism shown to relatives. Example, the policy was criticized as nepotistic by those who had to implement it. Supplication. Means either a humble and earnest request or the act of begging or pleading for something humbly and earnestly. Example, a quiet supplication ran through all of his most celebrated work. Petulant. Synonymous with irascible, easily angered, hot-tempered, extremely irritable or touchy. Example, his petulant response to the criticism made it impossible to take his position seriously. Choleric. Captious, captious, and splenetic. Example, her choleric approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Splenetic. Related to irascible, easily angered, hot-tempered, extremely irritable or touchy. Example, he responded in a splenetic manner that surprised those who knew him well. Irate. Both come from the Latin verb iraci, to be angry, which comes in turn from ira, anger, wrath. Example, her irate approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Implacable. Related to inexorable, relentless, unyielding, merciless, not able to be stopped, changed, or moved by entreaty or persuasion. Example, his implacable opposition to the plan made any compromise difficult to envision. Arrivista. Literally a person who has recently arrived. Example, her arrivista approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Hyperbolic. Or, less often, hyperbolical, hyperbolical. Example, her hyperbolic approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Hyperbolical. Related to hyperbole, exaggeration in speech or writing, especially extravagant exaggeration that is intentional and obvious. Example, The policy was criticized as hyperbolical by those who had to implement it. Sanctimony. Righteousness or virtuousness that is affected or hypocritical. Example: his sanctimony on ethical matters grated on colleagues who had seen him cut corners. Litigious. Synonymous with sanctimonious, self-righteous, holier than thou, characterized by insincere or affected ratio. Example: the company's litigious reputation deterred smaller rivals from competing openly. Bald. Related to sanctimonious, self-righteous, holier than thou, characterized by insincere or affected righteousness, virtuousness. Example: the policy was criticized as bald by those who had to implement it. Celerity. Related to alacrity, cheerful readiness, eagerness, or promptness in action or movement. The duty of the firefighter is. Example: his celerity won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Incisive. Caustic, kaw-stick, trenchant, virulent, vir-y, alint, and acrimonious, acrimonious. Example: the analysis was incisive, cutting through weeks of obfuscation in a single paragraph. Caustic. Trenchant, virulent, vir-y, alint, and acrimonious, acrimonious. Example: his caustic review demolished the book in 4 precisely aimed paragraphs. Acrimonious. Related to mordant, biting, cutting, keen, sarcastic, scathing. Example: the divorce proceedings were acrimonious from the very first hearing. Percipient. Sage, rhymes with page, sapient, and perspicacious, purspiky shoes. Example: he responded in a percipient manner that surprised those who knew him well. Astringent. Acrid, acarid, and acidulous, asij-y, alus. Example: he responded in an astringent manner that surprised those who knew him well. Acidulous. Related to acerbic, sour, bitter, and harsh in flavor, tone, or character. Example: her acidulous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Querulous. Related to captious, fault-finding, quick to point out faults or raise trivial objections. Example: the querulous tone of the complaint undermined whatever valid points it contained. Amend. Means to make corrections in a text. Example: her amend approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Truculence. Fierceness, ferocity, brutal aggression. Example: such truculence is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Malevolent. Rapacious, and feral, feral. Example: he responded in a malevolent manner that surprised those who knew him well. Feral. Related to truculent, fierce, ferocious, especially in a brutal, bullying, threatening, or aggressively defiant way. Example: the policy was criticized as feral by those who had to implement it. Demure. Diffident, diffident, apprehensive, and timorous, timorous, all of which suggest shyness or fear. Example: such demure is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Timorous. All of which suggest shyness or fear. Example: the policy was criticized as timorous by those who had to implement it. Vitriolic. As a truculent retort, a truculent editorial, or a truculent political advertisement. Example: her vitriolic approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Supposititious. Related to spurious, false, counterfeit, artificial, not true, authentic, or genuine. Example: the supposititious tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Interpose. All mean to insert or place between. Example: her interpose approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Hoodlum. Related to miscreant, an evil, unscrupulous, vicious person, someone without principles or conscience, a villain, criminal. Example: the hoodlum tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Hooligan. Related to miscreant, an evil, unscrupulous, vicious person, someone without principles or conscience, a villain, criminal. Example: her hooligan approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Blackguard. Related to miscreant, an evil, unscrupulous, vicious person, someone without principles or conscience, a villain, criminal. Example: the blackguard tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Scapegrace. Scofflaw, malefactor, malefactor, and reprobate, word 17 of this level. Example: the policy was criticized as scapegrace by those who had to implement it. Scofflaw. Malefactor, malefactor, and reprobate, word 17 of this level. Example: her scofflaw approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Putrefaction. Rotting, decomposition, foul-smelling decay. Example: the putrefaction in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Putrefy. Related to suppurate, to fester, form or discharge pus. Example: he responded in a putrefy manner that surprised those who knew him well. Efficacious. Effective, capable of producing a desired effect or result, as an efficacious law, an efficacious policy, or an efficacy. Example: her efficacious approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Eponymous. Related to efficacy, effectiveness, the power to produce a desired effect or result. Example: he responded in an eponymous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Chauvinism. Related to efficacy, effectiveness, the power to produce a desired effect or result. Example: a quiet chauvinism ran through all of his most celebrated work. Castes. Related to pariah, an outcast, a person despised or rejected by society. Example: he responded in a caste's manner that surprised those who knew him well. Lecherous. Synonymous with licentious, sexually abandoned, lacking moral restraint, especially in sexual conduct. Example: the policy was criticized as lecherous by those who had to implement it. Lascivious. Libertine, liburtine, lubricious, lubricious, licorish, likurish, and libidinous, libidinous. Example: the policy was criticized as lascivious by those who had to implement it. Libertine. Lubricious, lubricious, licorish, likurish, and libidinous, libidinous. Example: the policy was criticized as libertine by those who had to implement it. Lubricious. Licorish, likurish, and libidinous, libidinous. Example: her lubricious approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Prurient. debauched, debauched, dissolute, dissolute, salacious, salacious, and concupiscent, concupiscent. Example: her prurient approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Debauched, dissolute, dissolute, salacious, salacious, and concupiscent, concupiscent. Example: her debauched approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Dissolute, salacious, salacious, and concupiscent, concupiscent. Example: the dissolute tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Concupiscent. Related to licentious, sexually abandoned, lacking moral restraint, especially in sexual conduct. Example: the policy was criticized as concupiscent by those who had to implement it. Antiquated, decrepit, decrepit, passé, passé, and effete, effete. Example: the antiquated tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Decrepit, passé, passé, and effete, effete. Example: the decrepit tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Errant. Related to egregious, conspicuously bad, remarkable or outstanding for some undesirable or offensive quality. Example: the errant tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Vivacious. An antonym of vapid, opposite of lifeless, dull, boring, flat, stale, lacking spirit, interest, or flavor. Example: her vivacious approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Crochet. The form of needlework in which thread is looped with a hooked needle. Example: the crochet in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Epitaph. Is an inscription on a gravestone or tomb in memory of the person buried. Example: a quiet epitaph ran through all of his most celebrated work. Descant. Synonymous with expatiate, to elaborate, speak or write at great length. Example: the policy was criticized as descant by those who had to implement it. Expatiation. Related to expatiate, to elaborate, speak or write at great length. Example: such expatiation is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Metathesis. Related to blandishment, flattering or coaxing speech or action, an ingratiating remark or gesture. Example: he responded in a metathesis manner that surprised those who knew him well. Flaccid. Related to blandishment, flattering or coaxing speech or action, an ingratiating remark or gesture. Example: the policy was criticized as flaccid by those who had to implement it. Promptness. Related to blandishment, flattering or coaxing speech or action, an ingratiating remark or gesture. Example: a quiet promptness ran through all of his most celebrated work. Intransigence. Related to blandishment, flattering or coaxing speech or action, an ingratiating remark or gesture. Example: such intransigence is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Pleonastic. Related to prolix, wordy and tiresome, long-winded and boring, verbose, using far too many and a great deal more words. Example: the policy was criticized as pleonastic by those who had to implement it. Sententious. Related to prolix, wordy and tiresome, long-winded and boring, verbose, using far too many and a great deal more words. Example: her sententious approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Apocrypha. Related to apocryphal, not genuine, counterfeit, illegitimate, specifically, of doubtful authenticity or authorship. Example, a quiet apocrypha ran through all of his most celebrated work. Venality. Synonymous with cupidity, greed, a strong desire for wealth or material things. Example, the venality of the officials responsible made the corruption scandal deeply personal. Cherubic. God of love in Roman mythology, usually represented as a baby or chubby young boy with wings and a bow and arrow. Example, her cherubic approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Hyemale. An antonym of vernal, opposite of pertaining to spring, occurring in the spring, also, having the qualities of spring. Example, the hyemale in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Autumnal. Pertaining to autumn, to the fall. Example, he responded in an autumnal manner that surprised those who knew him well. Effrontery. Related to temerity, recklessness, rashness, foolhardiness, reckless disregard for danger, risk, or consequences. Example, the effrontery in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Timorousness. Related to temerity, recklessness, rashness, foolhardiness, reckless disregard for danger, risk, or consequences. Example, a quiet timorousness ran through all of his most celebrated work. Homily. Tract, monograph, and dissertation. Example, he chose to homily the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Interdict. Related to proscribe, to prohibit, forbid, outlaw, the city council passed an ordinance proscribing the sale or possessio. Example, the policy was criticized as interdict by those who had to implement it. Parsimony. Related to munificence, great generosity, lavish giving. Example, the policy was criticized as parsimony by those who had to implement it. Munificent. Come through the Latin munificus, generous, liberal, bountiful, from munis, a gift, present, or favor. Example, the policy was criticized as munificent by those who had to implement it. Rectitude. Related to probity, honesty, integrity, fairness, straightforwardness, and sincerity in one's dealings with others. Example, her rectitude approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Perfidy. A breach of faith, treachery. Example, a quiet perfidy ran through all of his most celebrated work. Stalwart. Synonymous with puissant, powerful, mighty, strong, forceful. Example, the policy was criticized as stalwart by those who had to implement it. Valetudinarian. Related to puissant, powerful, mighty, strong, forceful. Example, he responded in a valetudinarian manner that surprised those who knew him well. Puissance. Power, strength, might. Example, a quiet puissance ran through all of his most celebrated work. Peculation. The embezzlement or theft of money or goods entrusted to one's care. Example, the peculation in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Niggardly. Related to parsimonious, stingy, miserly, extremely tight with money. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to niggardly under such relentless scrutiny. Niggard. Related to parsimonious, stingy, miserly, extremely tight with money. Example, the niggard tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Pusillanimity. Related to pusillanimous, cowardly, lacking courage, timid, faint-hearted, irresolute. Example: the pusillanimity in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Xenomania. An inordinate attachment to anything or anyone foreign, was coined 30 years earlier but is rarely used today. Example: the xenomania in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Xenophilia. Love for or attraction to foreigners, foreign cultures, or foreign customs. Example: her xenophilia approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Noir. Means literally a black beast, and means someone or something one especially dislikes, fears, or wants to avoid. Example: her noir approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Chutzpah. Pronounced khutspa with a raspy, guttural ch. Example: he responded in a chutzpah manner that surprised those who knew him well. Infinitum. Means to infinity, endlessly, without limit, the meeting went on ad infinitum. Example: he responded in an infinitum manner that surprised those who knew him well. Tempori. Related to quotidian, daily, recurring every day or pertaining to every day, as a quotidian ritual, a quotidian record of. Example: the tempori tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Caveat. Is used in a general sense to mean a warning, caution, admonition. Example: the caveat tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Emptor. Is a caveat, warning, to the emptor, the buyer. It means literally, let the buyer beware. Example: a quiet emptor ran through all of his most celebrated work. Exigent. Urgent, pressing, demanding immediate attention or action. Example: the exigent tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Pulchritudinous. Related to pulchritude, OOD, beauty, loveliness, attractiveness. Example: the policy was criticized as pulchritudinous by those who had to implement it. Evanescent. Related to fugacious, fleeting, passing quickly away. Example: the evanescent tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Contumelious. Related to scurrilous, foul-mouthed, obscene, using or expressed in language that is coarse, vulgar, and abusive. Example: he responded in a contumelious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Scurrility. Related to scurrilous, foul-mouthed, obscene, using or expressed in language that is coarse, vulgar, and abusive. Example: such scurrility is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Recrudesce. To break out again, show renewed activity after an inactive period. Example: her recrudesce approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Recrudescent. Breaking out afresh, as a recrudescent epidemic or a recrudescent revolt. Example: he responded in a recrudescent manner that surprised those who knew him well. Vilification. Either the act of vilifying or a deliberate, vicious, and defamatory verbal assault, politicians and celebrities often. Example: his vilification won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Choler. Related to phlegmatic, calm and unemotional, having a sluggish, apathetic temperament, difficult to move to emotion or acti. Example: His caller won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Supervenient. Related to adventitious, accidentally or casually acquired, not belonging naturally to something, associated by chance, not I. Example, the supervenient tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Calumnious. Related to calumny, defamation of character, slander, a false and malicious statement or accusation meant to injure a PE. Example, the calumnious tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Indolence. Inertia, inur, enervation, enurvy, torpor, tor, and languor. Example, his indolence won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Inertia. Enervation, enurvy, torpor, tor, and languor. Example, the inertia tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Enervation. Torpor, tor, and languor. Example, a quiet enervation ran through all of his most celebrated work. Osculation. Related to lassitude, OOD, weariness, fatigue, a weak or exhausted state or feeling, a sluggish relaxation of body or mind. Example, his osculation won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Adulate. An antonym of traduce, opposite of OOS, to publicly disgrace or humiliate by making false and malicious statements. Example, the adulate in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Extirpation. Related to extirpate, to pull or dig up by the roots, root out, exterminate, abolish or destroy completely. Example, a quiet extirpation ran through all of his most celebrated work. Nefarious. Odious, OHDS, and execrable, execrable. Example, the investigation uncovered a nefarious scheme that had operated for a decade. Cachinnation. Immoderate, convulsive, or hysterical laughter. Example, a quiet cachinnation ran through all of his most celebrated work. Trammel. Related to manumit, to set free, liberate, emancipate, deliver from slavery or bondage. Example, the policy was criticized as trammel by those who had to implement it. Yawning. Related to expiation, atonement, reparation for a sin, crime, or offense. Example, her yawning approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Jejunum. The middle section of the small intestine, between the duodenum and the ileum. Example, such jejunum is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Exiguity. Related to paucity, an insufficiency, scarcity, especially a serious or extreme one, a dire lack. Example, the exiguity in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Menacious. Are synonymous and may be used interchangeably. Example, the menacious tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Irrefragable. Related to putative, supposed, reputed, commonly considered or regarded as such, deemed to be so but not proved. Example, the policy was criticized as irrefragable by those who had to implement it. Lucubratory. Means literally done by candlelight, hence, pertaining to nocturnal study or labor. Example, the lucubratory tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Troglodytic. Pertaining to or characteristic of a troglodyte. Example, The troglodytic tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Eremite. Synonymous with troglodyte, a cave dweller, also, a person who lives or behaves in a primitive manner, or warehouse. Example, he responded in an eremite manner that surprised those who knew him well. Ferruginous. Related to farrago, a mixture, especially a confused or jumbled mixture. Example, her ferruginous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Repartee. Raillery, reylure, and persiflage, pursiflachch. Example, the repartee tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Persiflage. Related to badinage, banter, playful, teasing talk, good-natured joking or gently mocking conversation. Example, such persiflage is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Sacerdotal. Related to hieratic, priestly, pertaining to or used by priests, reserved for holy or sacred uses. Example, the policy was criticized as sacerdotal by those who had to implement it. Execration. Means of vehement denunciation or the act of execrating, declaring hateful or detestable. Example, such execration is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Hebetudinous. Dull, stupid, obtuse. Example, he responded in a hebetudinous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Philia. From the Greek philion, to love. Example, he responded in a philia manner that surprised those who knew him well. Claustrophobia. Fear of enclosed space, and agoraphobia, agoraphobia, fear of open spaces, public places, or crowds. Example, the claustrophobia tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Agoraphobia. Fear of open spaces, public places, or crowds. Example, her agoraphobia approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Arenazophobia. Related to hebetud, OOD, page 456 ABC Amber EPUB Converter Trial Version, stupidity, dullness, obtuseness, lethargy of M. Example, the policy was criticized as arenazophobia by those who had to implement it. Sidiophobia. Related to hebetud, OOD, page 456 ABC Amber EPUB Converter Trial Version, stupidity, dullness, obtuseness, lethargy of M. Example, he responded in a sidiophobia manner that surprised those who knew him well. Ablutophobia. Related to hebetud, OOD, page 456 ABC Amber EPUB Converter Trial Version, stupidity, dullness, obtuseness, lethargy of M. Example, the policy was criticized as ablutophobia by those who had to implement it. Sophophobia. Related to hebetud, OOD, page 456 ABC Amber EPUB Converter Trial Version, stupidity, dullness, obtuseness, lethargy of M. Example, the sophophobia tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Allodoxophobia. Related to hebetud, OOD, page 456 ABC Amber EPUB Converter Trial Version, stupidity, dullness, obtuseness, lethargy of M. Example, he responded in an allodoxophobia manner that surprised those who knew him well. Thanatophobia. Related to hebetud, OOD, page 456 ABC Amber EPUB Converter Trial Version, stupidity, dullness, obtuseness, lethargy of M. Example, the policy was criticized as thanatophobia by those who had to implement it. Ataxiophobia. Related to hebetud, OOD, page 456 ABC Amber EPUB Converter Trial Version, Stupidity, Dullness, Obtuseness, Lethargy of M. Example, her ataxiophobia approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Dysmorphophobia. Fear of deformity or anything misshapen, and dermatophobia, diurmata, fear of skin. Example, the dysmorphophobia tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Dermatophobia. Related to habitude, OOD, page 456 ABC Amber EPUB Converter Trial Version, Stupidity, Dullness, Obtuseness, Lethargy of M. Example, he responded in a dermatophobia manner that surprised those who knew him well. Dustophobia. Related to habitude, OOD, page 456 ABC Amber EPUB Converter Trial Version, Stupidity, Dullness, Obtuseness, Lethargy of M. Example, the policy was criticized as dustophobia by those who had to implement it. Rupophobia. Related to habitude, OOD, page 456 ABC Amber EPUB Converter Trial Version, Stupidity, Dullness, Obtuseness, Lethargy of M. Example, her rupophobia approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Disabiliphobia. Related to habitude, OOD, page 456 ABC Amber EPUB Converter Trial Version, Stupidity, Dullness, Obtuseness, Lethargy of M. Example, the policy was criticized as disabiliphobia by those who had to implement it. Philemophobia. Fear of kissing, and Dracula's hang-up, storophobia, staw, fear of crucifixes. Example, he responded in a philemophobia manner that surprised those who knew him well. Storophobia. Fear of crucifixes. Example, her storophobia approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Melancholy. Related to sanguine, confident, cheerful, hopeful, optimistic. Example, a deep melancholy settled over him as the anniversary approached. Sanguinary. Are sometimes confused because of their common derivation, the Latin sanguis, blood. Example, her sanguinary approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Preprandial. Related to deipnosophist, an adept conversationalist, especially one who enjoys conversing at the table. Example, the policy was criticized as preprandial by those who had to implement it. Postprandial. Related to deipnosophist, an adept conversationalist, especially one who enjoys conversing at the table. Example, her postprandial approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Friable. Means easily crumbled, crushed, or pulverized. Example, her friable approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Hebdomad. Come from the Latin and Greek words for the number 7. Example, the hebdomad in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Iatric. Means pertaining to medicine or medical doctors. Example, the iatric tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Iridescent. Having or displaying lustrous, rainbow-like colors, and the unusual word margaritaceous, margueritaty shoes. Example, the policy was criticized as iridescent by those who had to implement it. Margaritaceous. Related to nacreous, pearly, consisting of or resembling mother of pearl. Example, he responded in a margaritaceous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Nacre. Related to nacreous, pearly, consisting of or resembling mother of pearl. Example, Her neighbor approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Lackadaisical. Related to fainéant, lazy, idle, sluggish, good for nothing, when her 30-year-old son refused to get a job in demand. Example: the policy was criticized as lackadaisical by those who had to implement it. Otiose. Synonymous with fainéant, lazy, idle, sluggish, good for nothing, when her 30-year-old son refused to. Example: he responded in an otiose manner that surprised those who knew him well. Fainéance. Idleness, inactivity, indolence, or the lazy, do-nothing attitude of a fainéant person. Example: such fainéance is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Pretentious. Related to fainéant, lazy, idle, sluggish, good for nothing, when her 30-year-old son refused to get a job in demand. Example: the policy was criticized as pretentious by those who had to implement it. Hirsute. Are close in meaning. Example: the hirsute tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Syllogism. Come through a Latin word meaning a smatterer, and ultimately from the Latin scire, to know. Example: a quiet syllogism ran through all of his most celebrated work. Plexus. Related to plexiform, in general, complicated or elaborate, specifically, like a plexus or network. Example: his plexus won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Susurration. Are the same thing. Example: a quiet susurration ran through all of his most celebrated work. Susurrant. Softly whispering, rustling, or murmuring. Example: he responded in a susurrant manner that surprised those who knew him well. Trituration. Related to triturate, to grind, crush, or pound into fine particles or powder. Example: his trituration won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Sesquipedalian. Related to triturate, to grind, crush, or pound into fine particles or powder. Example: the sesquipedalian tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Mulibriety. Femininity, womanhood, obnubilation, auben, obilation, clouding over, obscuring, sarculation, sarculation. Example: he responded in a mulibriety manner that surprised those who knew him well. Obnubilation. Related to triturate, to grind, crush, or pound into fine particles or powder. Example: such obnubilation is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Sarculation. Related to triturate, to grind, crush, or pound into fine particles or powder. Example: his sarculation won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Immerigerous. Rude, uncivil, disobedient, and vivispulture, vivisep ulcia, the act of burying someone alive. Example: the policy was criticized as immerigerous by those who had to implement it. Vivispulture. The practice of burying a living person, burial while still alive. Example: a quiet vivispulture ran through all of his most celebrated work. Chryselephantine. Made of gold and ivory. Example: the policy was criticized as chryselephantine by those who had to implement it. Bruxomania. Related to triturate, to grind, crush, or pound into fine particles or powder. Example: the policy was criticized as bruxomania by those who had to implement it. Philopatridomania. Related to triturate, to grind, crush, or pound into fine particles or powder. Example, her philopatridomania approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Azygophrenia. Related to triturate, to grind, crush, or pound into fine particles or powder. Example, her azygophrenia approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Uxorodespotism. Related to triturate, to grind, crush, or pound into fine particles or powder. Example, his uxorodespotism won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Borborygmus. Related to triturate, to grind, crush, or pound into fine particles or powder. Example, he responded in a borborygmus manner that surprised those who knew him well. Cacophonophilist. Related to triturate, to grind, crush, or pound into fine particles or powder. Example, a quiet cacophonophilist ran through all of his most celebrated work. Sacerdotophrenia. Related to triturate, to grind, crush, or pound into fine particles or powder. Example, he responded in a sacerdotophrenia manner that surprised those who knew him well. Zenzazenzazenzik. The eighth power of a number. Example, a quiet zenzazenzazenzik ran through all of his most celebrated work. Crepitant. Crackling or creaking, as the crepitant stairs of an old house. Example, the policy was criticized as crepitant by those who had to implement it. Crepitation. As the crepitations of firecrackers on the 4th of July. Example, such crepitation is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Noctivigation. The practice of wandering or roaming about at night. Example, such noctivigation is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Exhortation. Related to hortatory, encouraging or urging to some course of action, giving earnest counsel or advice. Example, his exhortation won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Heliotherapy is a form of medical treatment involving exposure to sunlight. Example, the policy was criticized as heliotherapy by those who had to implement it. Heliocentric. Related to heliolatry, worship of the sun. Example, her heliocentric approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Heliotropism is formed from helio the sun, and the Greek tropo, a turning. Example, a quiet heliotropism ran through all of his most celebrated work. Heliolater. A sun worshipper, and the corresponding adjective is heliolatrous, sun worshipping. Example, his heliolater won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Heliolatrous. Related to heliolatry, worship of the sun. Example, he responded in a heliolatrous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Gigantomachy. Related to siomachy, shadowboxing, the act of fighting a shadow or an imaginary enemy. Example, he responded in a gigantomachy manner that surprised those who knew him well. Logomachy. Related to siomachy, shadowboxing, the act of fighting a shadow or an imaginary enemy. Example, he responded in a logomachy manner that surprised those who knew him well. Shyster. Synonymous with pettifogger, a mean, tricky lawyer, especially a lawyer who handles petty cases in an unethi. Example, Such shyster is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Pettifog. Related to pettifogger, a mean, tricky lawyer, especially a lawyer who handles petty cases in an unethical, unscrupulous way. Example: the policy was criticized as pettifog by those who had to implement it. Hermaphrodite. Related to epicene, having characteristics or qualities of both sexes. Example: the hermaphrodite tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Hospitable. Related to epicene, having characteristics or qualities of both sexes. Example: he responded in a hospitable manner that surprised those who knew him well. Aru. Related to epicene, having characteristics or qualities of both sexes. Example: her Aru approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Dictatorial. Synonymous with epicene, having characteristics or qualities of both sexes. Example: the dictatorial tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Fulmination. Related to epicene, having characteristics or qualities of both sexes. Example: such fulmination is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Sapienti. Verbatim et literatum et punctatum 28. Example: her sapienti approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Accomplice. Someone who knowingly aids another in committing a crime. Example: the accomplice in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Acquisitive. Eager to acquire or own things. Example: he responded in an acquisitive manner that surprised those who knew him well. Acrid. Harsh, burning, or biting to the taste or smell, the acrid smell of cigarette smoke. Example: an acrid smell of smoke drifted through the open window. Adjunct. Something separate and less important that is added to a main thing. The wallpaper section is an adjunct to the paint store. Example: his adjunct won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Adroitly. Adversary. Example: the committee refused to adroitly until every claim had been independently verified. Adversity. Hardship, misfortune, great trouble or difficulty. Example: a quiet adversity ran through all of his most celebrated work. Affront. An intentional offense or insult. Example: the affront in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Allegory. A story or play with a symbolic meaning, usually. Example: a quiet allegory ran through all of his most celebrated work. Allure. The power of fascination or attraction, charm. Example: his allure won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Alluring. Highly attractive, tempting, charming. Example: the policy was criticized as alluring by those who had to implement it. Altercation. An angry, loud dispute. Example: a brief altercation in the lobby quickly escalated into a full confrontation. Altruistic. Unselfishly concerned with or interested in the welfare of others. Example: the altruistic tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Amalgam. A mixture or combination. Example: the new policy was an amalgam of ideas drawn from very different traditions. Amenable. willing to yield or cooperate, responsive to advice or authority, agreeable, he was amenable to the group's decision. Example, her amenable approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Amiable. Friendly, good-natured, agreeable. Example, he responded in an amiable manner that surprised those who knew him well. Amorphous. Lacking definite form or shape. Example, the policy was criticized as amorphous by those who had to implement it. Annotated. Accompanied by explanatory or critical notes, an annotated edition of Hamlet. Example, the policy was criticized as annotated by those who had to implement it. Anonymity. Antagonism. Example, the anonymity in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Antagonistic. Opposed, unfriendly. Example, the antagonistic tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Anthology. A collection of selected writings. Example, his anthology won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Antithetical. Directly opposite, contradictory, antithetical opinions. Example, the policy was criticized as antithetical by those who had to implement it. Appalling. Causing dismay or amazement, frightful. Example, the appalling tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Apprehensive. Fearful, anxious about something in the future. Example, the policy was criticized as apprehensive by those who had to implement it. Arcane. Understood or known only by a few, mysterious. Example, the policy was criticized as arcane by those who had to implement it. Archaic. Of an earlier period, of a time long past, old-fashioned, no longer in ordinary use. Words such as methinks and forsooth are archaic. Example, he responded in an archaic manner that surprised those who knew him well. Artifact. An object produced by human work or art, ESP. Example, such artifact is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Artisan. A worker trained or skilled in some trade, craftsperson. Example, such artisan is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Assent. Agreement, acceptance, consent. Example, such assent is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Assessor. Asset N. Example, a quiet assessor ran through all of his most celebrated work. Assiduously. Assuage. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to assiduously under such relentless scrutiny. Attributable. Attribute. Example, he responded in an attributable manner that surprised those who knew him well. Audacious. Showing a willingness to take surprisingly bold risks, daringly original. Example, the audacious plan to cross the desert alone shocked even his most adventurous friends. Audible. Able to be heard, audibly. Example, the policy was criticized as audible by those who had to implement it. Austerity. Authenticate. Example, such austerity is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Authoritative. Commanding, giving orders, showing authority. Example, her authoritative approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Banter. good-humored, playful teasing or joking conversation. Example, the banter in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Barbarity. Cruelty, brutality, savagery. Example, the barbarity in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Beguiling. Charming, amusing, delightful. Example, the policy was criticized as beguiling by those who had to implement it. Belligerent. Ready and eager to fight, quarrel, or make war. Example, her belligerent approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Beneficence. The doing of good, generosity or kindness. Example, a quiet beneficence ran through all of his most celebrated work. Beneficiary. A person who receives a benefit, spec, an inheritance, bequest, or legacy. Example, his beneficiary won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Benevolence. An inclination to do good, kindliness. Example, such benevolence is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Benighted. In a state of mental or moral ignorance. Example, the policy was criticized as benighted by those who had to implement it. Bequest. Money or property given or left to someone by means of a will. Example, his bequest won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Bestial. Having the qualities of a beast, cruel, brutish. Example, the bestial tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Bibliophile. A lover of books, a book collector. Example, a quiet bibliophile ran through all of his most celebrated work. Blithe. Carefree, showing no concern, thoughtless, blithely. Example, the blithe tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Boisterous. Noisy and wild, lacking restraint. Example, he responded in a boisterous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Bondage. Slavery, servitude, subjection, serfdom. Example, the bondage in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Bore. A crude, insensitive person. Example, such bore is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Bourgeoisie. The middle class, the class between the working class and the very wealthy class. Example, his bourgeoisie won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Brawny. Strong and muscular. Example, he responded in a brawny manner that surprised those who knew him well. Breadth. Width, the measure of something from side to side. Example, such breadth is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Burgeoning. Growing or developing quickly. Example, the burgeoning tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Callous. Unfeeling, insensitive, hard-hearted. Example, he responded in a callous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Candid. Open and direct, frank, straightforward. Example, he responded in a candid manner that surprised those who knew him well. Chagrined. Embarrassed or annoyed as a result of failure, humiliation, or disappointment. Example, her chagrined approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Charade. An elaborate and obvious show or illusion. Example, the charade in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Chastened. Made humble and reflective as a result of a difficult experience. Example, he responded in a chastened manner that surprised those who knew him well. Chronicler. A person who records events in order of time. Example, his chronicler won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Circumlocution. A roundabout or wordy way of expressing an idea. Example, the circumlocution in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Claustrophobic. Afraid of being in a small or enclosed space. Example, the policy was criticized as claustrophobic by those who had to implement it. Coherence. Order, consistency, logical relationship of parts. Example, the coherence in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Coincidental. Happening or existing at the same time merely by chance or accident. Example, her coincidental approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Collusion. A secret agreement or cooperation between persons for an illegal or wrongful purpose. Example, the collusion in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Colossal. Very great in size, gigantic, enormous. Example, the colossal tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Combatant. A person engaged in a fight or contest. Example, his combatant won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Combustible. Capable of catching fire and burning. Example, her combustible approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Commendable. Praiseworthy, admirable, promoting literacy is a commendable endeavor. Example, he responded in a commendable manner that surprised those who knew him well. Commonplace. Ordinary, dull, unremarkable. Example, the policy was criticized as commonplace by those who had to implement it. Complacency. Complex. Example, their complacency in the face of clear warning signs proved catastrophic. Comprehensible. Understandable, capable of being understood, the professor's lecture helped make the text comprehensible. Example, the comprehensible tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Conclusive. Serving to settle a question or put an end to doubt, final, definitive, cf. example, he responded in a conclusive manner that surprised those who knew him well. Concomitant. Existing with something else, accompanying. Example, he responded in a concomitant manner that surprised those who knew him well. Concordance. An alphabetical index of the important words in a written work, or the works of an author, indicating the passages in which they occur. She consulted a concordance to the works of Shakespeare. Example, a quiet concordance ran through all of his most celebrated work. Condescension. A proud, snobbish attitude toward anyone considered inferior. Example, a quiet condescension ran through all of his most celebrated work. Confidant. A person to whom one entrusts personal matters or secrets. Example, such confidant is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Conflagration. A great, destructive fire. Example, a quiet conflagration ran through all of his most celebrated work. Connoisseur. An expert judge in matters of taste, someone with refined knowledge. Example, the connoisseur in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Conspiratorial. Pert, to or characteristic of a conspiracy or of the persons involved in it. Example, the policy was criticized as conspiratorial by those who had to implement it. Contemptuous. Full of contempt, thinking of or treating as inferior or worthless. Example, the policy was criticized as contemptuous by those who had to implement it. Contradiction. Opposition or lack of agreement, logical inconsistency. Example, his contradiction won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Cordial. Warm, friendly, hearty. Example, the policy was criticized as cordial by those who had to implement it. Cordially. Corpulent. Example, they voted to cordially the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Coveted. Possessing so much value as to inspire greed or envy. Example, the policy was criticized as coveted by those who had to implement it. Cryptic. Mysterious, baffling, having a hidden meaning. Example, the policy was criticized as cryptic by those who had to implement it. Cryptically. Culpable. Example, the committee refused to cryptically until every claim had been independently verified. Cynical. Expressing disbelief in or distrust of others out of a sense that everyone's motives and actions are selfish. Example, a cynical observer might note that the reform arrived just before the election. Decadent. In a state of decline, as in art, literature, morals, etc. Example, the decadent tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Deceptive. Giving an appearance or impression different from the true one, misleading. Example, her deceptive approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Decisively. Decorum. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to decisively under such relentless scrutiny. Deduction. The inference of a conclusion from known facts by logical reasoning. Example, a quiet deduction ran through all of his most celebrated work. Defiant. Refusing to obey or submit, boldly opposing power or authority. Example, he responded in a defiant manner that surprised those who knew him well. Deft. Skillful in a quick, smooth way. Example, she handled the awkward question with deft precision that left no opening for follow-up. Demeanor. Behavior, bearing, manner, deportment. Example, a quiet demeanor ran through all of his most celebrated work. Derision. Scornful or sneering laughter, taunting, mockery. Example, his derision won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Despicable. Deserving of dislike and scorn, vile, low. Example, the despicable tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Desultory. Moving or passing from one thing to another, not proceeding in an orderly or organized way, aimless, disconnected. Example, he responded in a desultory manner that surprised those who knew him well. Deviant. Not normal, standard, or acceptable, abnormal. Example, he responded in a deviant manner that surprised those who knew him well. Devious. Not honest and straightforward, sly, shifty, tricky. Example, he responded in a devious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Dexterous. Skillful and competent with the hands or body. Example, he responded in a dexterous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Diction. Manner of expression, choice and arrangement of words. Example, such diction is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Dilapidated. Falling to pieces, broken down, in disrepair. Example, her dilapidated approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Diligently. Din example, she found it increasingly difficult to diligently under such relentless scrutiny. Disaffected. Discontented, rebellious. Example, the policy was criticized as disaffected by those who had to implement it. Disconcerting. Upsetting, frustrating, or embarrassing. Example, the disconcerting tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Discrepancy. A lack of agreement or an inconsistency. Example, his discrepancy won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Discriminatory. Unfair, prejudiced. Example, her discriminatory approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Disdain. Scorn, a feeling or show of dislike or disregard for something or someone considered inferior. Example, he regarded the suggestion with barely concealed disdain. Disgruntled. Dissatisfied, resentful, discontented. Example, her disgruntled approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Dispassionate. Not affected by passion, emotion, or prejudice. Example, he responded in a dispassionate manner that surprised those who knew him well. Disposition. Arrangement, makeup, composition. Example, his disposition won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Dissection. A cutting into parts in order to study or a part-by-part examination. Example, his dissection won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Divergent. Branching off, departing from a set course or opinion, deviating. Example, the divergent tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Doctorate. The highest degree awarded by a university. Example, his doctorate won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Dogged. Refusing to give up despite difficulties, dogged determination. Example, the policy was criticized as dogged by those who had to implement it. Dour. Gloomy, severe, stem. Example, the policy was criticized as dour by those who had to implement it. Drolly. Dubious. Example, he chose to drolly the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Dubiously. Dupe. Example, the committee refused to dubiously until every claim had been independently verified. Eclectic. Selecting, or consisting of selections, from a variety of sources, ESP example, the eclectic tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Ecstatic. Overcome by intense emotion, ESP example, the ecstatic tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Edifice. A building, ESP example, His edifice won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Edifying. Morally, spiritually, or intellectually instructive. Example: he responded in an edifying manner that surprised those who knew him well. Egalitarian. Promoting equal treatment for people, ESP. Example: her egalitarian approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Elated. Full of joy or happiness, blissful. Example: he responded in an elated manner that surprised those who knew him well. Elitism. A preference for rule or leadership by the elite class, elitist. Example: a quiet elitism ran through all of his most celebrated work. Eloquent. Expressed in a strong, clear, graceful, and persuasive way, moving, forceful, eloquence. Example: her eloquent approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Eminence. Great distinction, superiority, or importance, eminent. Example: the eminence in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Enervated. Weakened, drained of strength or energy, engaging. Example: the policy was criticized as enervated by those who had to implement it. Engrossing. Enhance. Example: he responded in an engrossing manner that surprised those who knew him well. Enigmatically. Enlighten. Example: they voted to enigmatically the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Ensconced. Settled securely or snugly. Example: the policy was criticized as ensconced by those who had to implement it. Epitome. An embodiment of an idea or quality. Example: a quiet epitome ran through all of his most celebrated work. Erudition. Deep and extensive learning. Example: a quiet erudition ran through all of his most celebrated work. Espionage. The practice of using spies to obtain secret information. Example: a quiet espionage ran through all of his most celebrated work. Euphemism. A more pleasant word or phrase used in place of another felt to be unpleasant. The bathroom is a euphemism for the toilet. Example: his euphemism won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Exalted. Elevated in position, character, rank, etc. Example: he responded in an exalted manner that surprised those who knew him well. Exegesis. Detailed explanation or analysis, ESP. Example: his exegesis won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Exorbitant. Far beyond what is usual or proper, excessive, exorbitant rents, exorbitant expectations. Example: the exorbitant tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Alley. Expanse. Example: a quiet alley ran through all of his most celebrated work. Expedient. A means to an end. Example: such expedient is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Exploitable. Expound. Example: her exploitable approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Extracurricular. Not part of the regular course of study of a school or college. Example: the extracurricular tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Extravagant. excessive, immoderate, extremely wasteful. Example, her extravagant approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Exultant. Filled with great joy, expressing triumph. Example, her exultant approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Exultation. Great rejoicing and jubilation, the state of being exultant. Example, his exultation won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Facade. An artificial or deceptive appearance. Example, the facade in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Facetious. Meant to be funny or playfully disrespectful, facetiously. Example, he responded in a facetious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Facsimile. An exact copy, a facsimile of a painting. Example, his facsimile won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Fanatic. A person motivated by extreme, unreasoning enthusiasm, fanaticism. Example, such fanatic is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Fanatical. Excessively enthusiastic or devoted. Example, he responded in a fanatical manner that surprised those who knew him well. Farcical. Laughable, comical, ridiculous. Example, her farcical approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Far-fetched. Not likely to be true or to happen, a far-fetched story, a far-fetched plan. Example, her far-fetched approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Feisty. Full of spirit or nerve. Example, the feisty tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Felicitous. Well-suited or appropriate, a felicitous expression. Example, he responded in a felicitous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Fervid. Glowing with feeling, fiery, a fervid desire. Example, the fervid tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Fiasco. A total and ignominious failure. Example, his fiasco won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Fickle. Not loyal or constant, as in affections, given to casual change. Example, the policy was criticized as fickle by those who had to implement it. Florid. Overly decorated, flowery, a florid writing style. Example, the florid tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Foolhardy. Bold in a foolish, reckless manner. Example, the foolhardy tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Forbidding. Grim, sinister, menacing. Example, the forbidding tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Forgery. An imitation, as of a signature or document, intended to be passed off as the real thing, a counterfeit. Example, such forgery is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Forthright. Going straight to the point without hesitation, frank, direct, a forthright answer. Example, her forthright approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Fortuitous. Occurring by chance, accidental. Example, the fortuitous tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Fruitful. Yielding good or rich results, productive, a fruitful meeting. Example, her fruitful approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Fruitless. Producing nothing, useless, not successful. Example, her fruitless approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Furtive. Sly, stealthy, shifty, underhanded. Example, his furtive glances across the lobby did not go unnoticed by the security team. Furtively. Futile. Example, he chose to furtively the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Futility. Galvanize. Example, such futility is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Garish. Excessively showy, flashy. Example, the policy was criticized as garish by those who had to implement it. Gaudy. Excessively showy in a tasteless way. Example, the policy was criticized as gaudy by those who had to implement it. Giddy. Dizzy, lightheaded. Example, her giddy approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Girth. A measure around something, ESP. Example, such girth is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Glum. Gloomy, moody, dejected. Example, her glum approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Decisio. Gravity. Example, the decisio in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Grotesque. Odd, misshapen, or horrible in appearance. Example, he responded in a grotesque manner that surprised those who knew him well. Guise. External appearance, especially. Example, his guise won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Hackneyed. Made commonplace or dull by overuse, a hackneyed plot. Example, the hackneyed tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Halcyon. Calm, peaceful, unruffled. Example, the policy was criticized as halcyon by those who had to implement it. Haphazard. Characterized by lack of order or direction, accidental, not planned. Example, he responded in a haphazard manner that surprised those who knew him well. Haughty. Self-satisfied and scornful of others, excessively proud. Example, the policy was criticized as haughty by those who had to implement it. Headlong. Literally, headfirst, figuratively, recklessly. Example, he chose to headlong the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Hedonist. A person who follows a way of life devoted to the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain, hedonistic. Example, such hedonist is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Heresy. A belief that differs from an orthodox religious doctrine or from an established belief or standard, heretical. Example, the heresy in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Hidebound. Inflexible, close-minded, conservative, stubbornly stuck in one's ways. Example, the policy was criticized as hidebound by those who had to implement it. Hindrance. Someone or something that delays or blocks progress, an obstruction. Example, the hindrance in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Hypocritical. Appearing to possess a virtue one lacks, insincere, fraudulent, two-faced. Example, he responded in a hypocritical manner that surprised those who knew him well. Illegible. Difficult or impossible to read, printed or written unclearly. Example, her illegible approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Illicit. Unlawful, illegal. Example, the policy was criticized as illicit by those who had to implement it. Immortality. Unending life or fame. Example, a quiet immortality ran through all of his most celebrated work. Immutable. Not changeable, fixed, the immutable laws of nature. Example, the laws of physics are immutable, whatever the theorist may wish to believe. Impartial. Fair, just, not biased, not prejudiced. Example, he responded in an impartial manner that surprised those who knew him well. Impartiality. Impasse. Example, his impartiality won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Impassive. Unaffected by emotion, giving no sign of feeling. Example, her impassive approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Impediment. An obstacle, something that interferes with progress. Example, the impediment in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Imperious. Proud, overbearing, dictatorial. Example, she delivered her verdict in an imperious tone that invited no appeal. Implausible. Difficult to believe, not plausible. Example, he responded in an implausible manner that surprised those who knew him well. Impoverished. Without money or resources. Example, he responded in an impoverished manner that surprised those who knew him well. Impregnable. Not able to be entered, penetrated, conquered, or overcome. Example, the policy was criticized as impregnable by those who had to implement it. Impressionable. Easily affected or influenced, sensitive. Example, her impressionable approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Improbable. Unlikely to be true or to occur. Example, her improbable approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Impropriety. Failure to observe standards of honesty or morality, an indecent or inappropriate act. Example, the judge was removed from the bench after a series of financial improprieties. Imprudent. Unwise, lacking good judgment, not prudent. Example, the imprudent tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Impudent. Rude, disrespectful. Example, the policy was criticized as impudent by those who had to implement it. Impulsive. Acting or occurring suddenly without plan or forethought, motivated by impulse. Example, the policy was criticized as impulsive by those who had to implement it. Inaudible. Not capable of being heard, not audible. Example, her inaudible approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Incantation. A formula of words used to produce a magical result. Example, the incantation in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Incomprehensible. Impossible to understand, not comprehensible. Example, he responded in an incomprehensible manner that surprised those who knew him well. Inconceivable. not possible to imagine, unbelievable, unthinkable. Example, the policy was criticized as inconceivable by those who had to implement it. Inconclusive. Not definite or final, leaving room for doubt, without conclusion or result, not conclusive. Example, the policy was criticized as inconclusive by those who had to implement it. Inconspicuous. Not easily noticeable, not obvious, not conspicuous. Example, the policy was criticized as inconspicuous by those who had to implement it. Incontrovertible. Indisputable, unquestionable, not possible to argue with. Example, her incontrovertible approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Incredulous. Unable or unwilling to believe, doubting. Example, her incredulous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Incredulously. Indecision. Example, he chose to incredulously the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Indefatigable. Never lacking energy, tireless. Example, she was an indefatigable campaigner who canvassed every street in the constituency. Indeterminate. Indefinite, unclear, not fixed or settled. Example, her indeterminate approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Indignation. Anger aroused by something unjust or unfair. Example, the indignation in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Indistinct. Unclear, hard to recognize, blurred, dim, faint. Example, her indistinct approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Indulgence. The action or fact of indulging in something, self-gratification. Example, such indulgence is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Indulgently. Industrious. Example, they voted to indulgently the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Inert. Not having the power to move or respond, inertia. Example, the policy was criticized as inert by those who had to implement it. Positio. To infer is to come to a conclusion based on something said or written. He inferred from her statement that she supported his position. Example, a quiet positio ran through all of his most celebrated work. Ingenious. Clever, creative, imaginative, an ingenious plan, ingeniously. Example, her ingenious approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Ingenuity. Cleverness, skill, imagination. Example, the ingenuity in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Inhibition. An inner restraint that stops a person from acting or thinking freely. Example, his inhibition won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Iniquity. Great injustice, wickedness, sin. Example, the iniquity in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Innate. Inborn, possessed at birth, natural as opposed to acquired. Example, he responded in an innate manner that surprised those who knew him well. Innumerable. Too many to be numbered, countless. Example, the policy was criticized as innumerable by those who had to implement it. Inquisitive. Inclined to ask questions, extremely curious, he was amused by the very inquisitive child. Example, the policy was criticized as inquisitive by those who had to implement it. Insidious. Evil or treacherous in a sly, underhanded manner, working or spreading ill or harm in a hidden, dangerous way. Example: the prejudice was insidious precisely because it appeared so reasonable on the surface. Insightfully. Insignificant adj. Example: he chose to insightfully the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Insolent. Insulting, intentionally rude or disrespectful, an insolent response. Example: the insolent tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Insulated. Set apart, isolated, protected, detached. Example: her insulated approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Intemperate. Excessive, unruly, lacking in moderation. Example: the policy was criticized as intemperate by those who had to implement it. Intrepid. Extremely brave, daring, unafraid. Example: he responded in an intrepid manner that surprised those who knew him well. Intricacy. Something detailed, complicated, complex, entangled, or involved, the intricacies of a computer. Example: such intricacy is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Intrinsic. Belonging to the essential nature of a thing. Example: he responded in an intrinsic manner that surprised those who knew him well. Inventiveness. Originality, creativity. Example: his inventiveness won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Inveterate. Fixed in a habit or custom, an inveterate liar. Example: he responded in an inveterate manner that surprised those who knew him well. Invigorating. Giving strength and energy to. Example: her invigorating approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Involuntary. Done by reflex rather than by choice, beyond control of mind or will. Example: he responded in an involuntary manner that surprised those who knew him well. Irrevocable. Not possible to bring back, undo, or alter, an irrevocable decision. Example: the policy was criticized as irrevocable by those who had to implement it. Jubilant. Filled with or showing joy. Example: her jubilant approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Keenly. Kindle. Example: the committee refused to keenly until every claim had been independently verified. Laceration. A jagged tear or wound. Example: such laceration is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Lackluster. Without brilliance or sheen, literally or figuratively dull or colorless. Example: the policy was criticized as lackluster by those who had to implement it. Latent. Present but not visible or active, latent musical ability. Example: the latent tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Laughingstock. A person or thing that is the object of laughter, the butt of a joke or ridicule. Example: a quiet laughingstock ran through all of his most celebrated work. Lavish. Characterized by excess, more than enough, rich or fancy, a lavish meal. Example: he responded in a lavish manner that surprised those who knew him well. Legible. Able to be read or deciphered easily, the document must be signed with a legible signature. Example: the legible tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Lethargic. Having little or no energy, drowsy, dull. Example, he responded in a lethargic manner that surprised those who knew him well. Listless. Lacking spirit, energy, or interest. Example, he responded in a listless manner that surprised those who knew him well. Ludicrous. Provoking laughter, scorn, or ridicule, a ludicrous situation. Example, the policy was criticized as ludicrous by those who had to implement it. Ludicrously. Lurid. Example, they voted to ludicrously the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Luscious. Having a pleasing taste and smell. Example, he responded in a luscious manner that surprised those who knew him well. Magnanimity. Magnitude. Example, such magnanimity is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Malcontent. A dissatisfied, discontented, rebellious person. Example, his malcontent won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Malodorous. Having a disagreeable odor, foul-smelling. Example, her malodorous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Manic. Having or showing an exaggerated enthusiasm, interest, desire, or level of activity. Example, the manic tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Manifestation. A sign or outward expression of something, a demonstration. Example, such manifestation is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Masonry. Stonework, brickwork, or a structure made of stone or brick. Example, his masonry won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Masquerade. A social gathering at which masks and elegant costumes are worn by the guests. Example, the masquerade in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Mausoleum. A large tomb or a building that houses many tombs. Example, the mausoleum in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Meager. Of inadequate quality or quantity, inferior. Example, her meager approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Melodramatic. Exaggerated in emotion or sentiment, overly dramatic. Example, the policy was criticized as melodramatic by those who had to implement it. Metaphorical. Expressing one thing in terms of another, figurative, not literal, metaphorically. Example, her metaphorical approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Metaphysical. Of or pert to metaphysics, the branch of philosophy that explores the nature of being and reality, hence, highly abstract or difficult to understand. Example, the metaphysical tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Methodical. Carried out in an orderly or systematic way, a methodical search, methodically. Example, the policy was criticized as methodical by those who had to implement it. Meticulous. Extremely, often excessively, careful about details. Example, the report was meticulous in its detail and left no claim unsubstantiated. Meticulously. Meddle. Example, they voted to meticulously the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Minuscule. Very small, tiny. Example, her minuscule approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Misanthrope. A person who regards all others with hate or distrust. Example, such misanthrope is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Misapprehension. Misunderstanding. Example, his misapprehension won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Mishap. An unlucky or unfortunate accident. Example, such mishap is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Moderation. The condition or quality of avoiding extremes and staying within reasonable limits. Example, such moderation is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Monolithic. Made of or resembling a single large block of stone, hence, solid, rigid, massive, and uniform in appearance or character. Example, the policy was criticized as monolithic by those who had to implement it. Mortified. Humiliated, having one's self-respect or pride injured. Example, he responded in a mortified manner that surprised those who knew him well. Nonchalant. Feeling or appearing casually calm and relaxed, not displaying anxiety or excitement. Example, she answered the difficult question in a nonchalant tone, as if it were completely obvious. Nondescript. Lacking distinguishing features or characteristics, not easily described or classified. Example, her nondescript approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Noxious. Harmful to a person's health or morals, not wholesome, noxious influences, noxious smoke. Example, her noxious approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Objectivity. Oblique. Example, the objectivity in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Oblivious. Showing no awareness of, not minding, oblivious to the commotion. Example, the oblivious tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Occult. Beyond human comprehension, mysterious, magical. Example, the policy was criticized as occult by those who had to implement it. Ominous. Threatening or foreboding, sinister, full of or indicating potential evil or harm, ominously. Example, the silence from the Oversight Committee was ominous. Oppressive. Harsh, difficult, hard to bear, burdensome, oppressive living conditions. Example, the oppressive tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Orator. A person who gives a speech, ESP. Example, a quiet orator ran through all of his most celebrated work. Oratory. The art of speaking effectively in public. Example, the oratory in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Ordeal. An experience that is very difficult or painful. Example, a quiet ordeal ran through all of his most celebrated work. Ornate. Highly and often excessively decorated, fancy, showy. Example, her ornate approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Outlandish. Strange, unfamiliar, strikingly different or odd, outlandish clothing, outlandish notions. Example, he responded in an outlandish manner that surprised those who knew him well. Overt. Done or shown openly, observable, not hidden or concealed, not covert, overtly. Example, the overt tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Overwrought. Under considerable emotional strain, extremely nervous, excited, or tense. Example: the overwrought tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Painstaking. Careful, showing great effort. Example: her painstaking approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Panoramic. Wide and comprehensive, usually example: the policy was criticized as panoramic by those who had to implement it. Patronizing. Tending to beat others as inferior, acting with an air of condescension. Example: her patronizing approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Pensively. Penury. Example: they voted to pensively the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Comprehensio. Perceptive. Example: the comprehensio in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Periphery. A boundary or the area just outside a boundary, the periphery of the campus. Example: the periphery in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Permutation. A thorough change in form, character, or condition, transformation, alteration. Example: the permutation in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Perspicacious. Having a powerful and penetrating mind, quick to see and understand. Example: the policy was criticized as perspicacious by those who had to implement it. Perturbation. Agitation, disquiet, uneasiness. Example: a quiet perturbation ran through all of his most celebrated work. Perversity. A deliberate desire to behave in an unreasonable or unacceptable way. Example: his perversity won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Petrified. Hardened, stone-like. Example: the petrified tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Philanthropist. A person who contributes time and resources, ESP. Example: his philanthropist won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Philistine. A narrow-minded person with ordinary tastes and ideas who has no interest in the arts or learning. Example: his Philistine won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Conser. Phlegmatic suggests a lack of both emotion and energy, pious. Example: such conser is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Pompous. Puffed up with self-importance. Example: the opening remarks were so pompous that half the audience had mentally departed by the third sentence. Portly. Stout, heavy-set, fat. Example: the policy was criticized as portly by those who had to implement it. Posthumous. Occurring after a person's death, a posthumous award, the posthumous publication of an autobiography, posthumously. Example: he responded in a posthumous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Precept. A rule for guiding conduct or action, precipitate. Example: a quiet precept ran through all of his most celebrated work. Preconceived. Formed in advance, as an opinion. Example: he responded in a preconceived manner that surprised those who knew him well. Predetermined. Decided in advance, determined beforehand. Example: the predetermined tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Predominant. In greater strength, influence, or number, most frequent or common. Example, her predominant approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Preposterous. Senseless, foolish, ridiculous. Example, he responded in a preposterous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Prerequisite. Something required as a qualification for something else. Freshman composition is a prerequisite for all upper division English courses and for many other courses as well. Example, such prerequisite is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Prescient. Having knowledge of events before they occur, having foresight. Example, her prescient approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Primordial. Primitive, original, basic, elemental, primeval. Example, he responded in a primordial manner that surprised those who knew him well. Procrastination. The action of delaying or postponing something, putting things off. Example, the procrastination in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Prodding. Jabbing, poking, or goading with or as if with a prod, a pointed stick. Example, a quiet prodding ran through all of his most celebrated work. Proficient. Highly capable, expert, skilled. Example, he responded in a proficient manner that surprised those who knew him well. Profusion. A large supply, great quantity or amount. Example, his profusion won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Prophetic. Of or pert, to a prophet, one who makes predictions, or to a prophecy, a prediction, ESP. Example, the policy was criticized as prophetic by those who had to implement it. Protruding. Sticking up or out, projecting. Example, the policy was criticized as protruding by those who had to implement it. Proverbial. Well known because widely repeated, famous. Example, the policy was criticized as proverbial by those who had to implement it. Provocative. Tending to arouse, as by making one curious, angry, or interested, a provocative laugh, a provocative reply. Example, the policy was criticized as provocative by those who had to implement it. Pseudonym. A fictitious name assumed by a writer or other well-known person, usually to conceal his or her identity. Pen name, alias. George Eliot is the pseudonym of Mary Ann Evans. Example, the pseudonym in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Quagmire. An area of swampy ground, a bog, hence, a situation difficult to get out of. Example, a quiet quagmire ran through all of his most celebrated work. Quizzical. Questioning, disbelieving, or puzzled, she listened to his story with a quizzical expression on her face, quizzically. Example, the quizzical tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Rationalist. One whose opinions or beliefs are based on reasoning. Example, such rationalist is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Raucous. Disorderly, wild, rowdy, a raucous party. Example, the policy was criticized as raucous by those who had to implement it. Ravage. Devastating damage, violent destruction, the ravages of wind and weather. Example, such ravage is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Reckoning. The settling of accounts, and accounting, as for something received or done. Example, the reckoning in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Recluse. A person who lives alone, shut away from the outside world. Example, a quiet recluse ran through all of his most celebrated work. Regal. Kingly or queenly, majestic, fit for royalty. Example, he responded in a regal manner that surprised those who knew him well. Rejuvenated. Refilled with energy or youthfulness, made to seem new or fresh again. Example, her rejuvenated approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Rejuvenating. Refreshing, restorative, giving new life and energy to. Example, the policy was criticized as rejuvenating by those who had to implement it. Relic. A surviving trace of a culture or age that no longer exists, a relic of the Dark Ages. Example, a quiet relic ran through all of his most celebrated work. Reluctance. Unwillingness, disinclination, lack of desire to act or become involved, reluctant. Example, such reluctance is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Reluctantly. Reminiscent. Example, they voted to reluctantly the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Renegade. Disloyal, traitorous. Example, he responded in a renegade manner that surprised those who knew him well. Repressive. Tending or serving to keep something down or hold it in check, restrictive, authoritarian, a repressive government. Example, the repressive tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Reprimand. A severe, often official, expression of disapproval, scolding, rebuke. Example, such reprimand is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Reproachful. Full of or expressing disapproval for a wrong or fault, a reproachful cluck. Example, he responded in a reproachful manner that surprised those who knew him well. Resonant. Having a full and rich tone or sound. Example, the policy was criticized as resonant by those who had to implement it. Resourceful. Clever and creative in solving problems or difficulties. Example, he responded in a resourceful manner that surprised those who knew him well. Retrospect. The consideration or analysis of past events or circumstances. In retrospect, we should have sold that stock at its peak last year. Example, a quiet retrospect ran through all of his most celebrated work. Reverence. A feeling of awe and respect often mingled with affection. Example, a quiet reverence ran through all of his most celebrated work. Rhetorical. Relating to persuasive or impressive language, of or relating to rhetoric. Example, her rhetorical approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Ridicule. Speech or actions intended to create scornful laughter at someone or something. Example, his ridicule won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Rotund. Round in shape, notably plump or chubby. Example, the rotund tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Rudiment. A simple, basic, elementary principle or fundamental skill. Example, the rudiment in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Rudimentary. Rueful. Example, the rudimentary tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Ruefully. Ruminate. Example, the committee refused to ruefully until every claim had been independently verified. Sallow. Of a sickly, pale, yellowish color or complexion. Example, the policy was criticized as sallow by those who had to implement it. Sarcastically. Sarcasm and irony are related in meaning. Example, they voted to sarcastically the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Satirical. Relating to the art of exposing human folly or vice with wit. Example, the satirical tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Savant. A person of great learning, scholar. Example, his savant won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Scatterbrained. Incapable of orderly thought, flighty. Example, he responded in a scatterbrained manner that surprised those who knew him well. Scoundrel. A dishonorable person, cad, villain. Example, a quiet scoundrel ran through all of his most celebrated work. Scruple. A moral principle that restrains action. Example, such scruple is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Scrupulous. Precise and exacting. Example, her scrupulous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Scrupulously. Scrutinize. Example, he chose to scrupulously the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Scrutinizing. Scurrilous. Example, his scrutinizing won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Secluded. Hidden, removed, sheltered, withdrawn, a secluded corner. Example, her secluded approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Self-aggrandizement. The increase of one's own importance, position, or reputation. Example, a quiet self-aggrandizement ran through all of his most celebrated work. Senile. Relating to or characteristic of old age, especially example, the senile tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Serene. Calm, quiet, peaceful, undisturbed. Example, the policy was criticized as serene by those who had to implement it. Serenity. Calmness, contentment, repose, tranquility. Example, a quiet serenity ran through all of his most celebrated work. Serpentine. Like a snake, hence, winding, curving, twisting. Example, her serpentine approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Servile. Like a slave, fawning, submissive, lacking spirit. Example, the policy was criticized as servile by those who had to implement it. Shard. A fragment of a brittle substance, ESP. Example, such shard is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Shrewd. Sharp or clever in practical matters, artful, cunning. Example, her shrewd approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Shrouded. Shut off from sight or light, hidden, concealed, her face was shrouded in shadows. Example, the policy was criticized as shrouded by those who had to implement it. Smug. Self-satisfied to an annoying or irritating degree, a smug attitude. Example, the smug tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Solitude. The state of being alone, away from others, peaceful seclusion. Example, his solitude won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Soothsayer. One who claims to be able to foretell the future, a seer. Example, his soothsayer won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Sophistication. Soporific. Example, his sophistication won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Sparse. Of a few, scattered elements, not thick or dense, sparse vegetation, sparse attendance, sparsely. Example, the policy was criticized as sparse by those who had to implement it. Spartan. Rigorously self-disciplined and self-restrained in lifestyle, stern and strict. Example, her Spartan approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Specificity. Precision, definitiveness. Example, the specificity in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Spectral. Spooky, eerie, otherworldly, like a specter, a ghost. Example, the policy was criticized as spectral by those who had to implement it. Speculator. A person who makes risky financial investments. Example, such speculator is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Squandering. Using or spending foolishly and wastefully. Example, his squandering won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Stagnant. Inactive, not advancing or developing, a stagnant economy. Example, the stagnant tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Staid. Proper, sober, dignified, conservative, straight-laced. Example, her staid approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Stately. Impressively formal and serious in style or proportions. Example, the policy was criticized as stately by those who had to implement it. Stature. Height or level of achievement. Example, the stature in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Steadfast. Faithful, constant, loyal, firm, steadfast in his determination. Example, he responded in a steadfast manner that surprised those who knew him well. Stereotype. Something that conforms to a fixed pattern, not allowing for individuality, ESP. Example, the stereotype in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Subjectivity. Subordinate. Example, his subjectivity won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Substantiated. Subterranean. Example, he responded in a substantiated manner that surprised those who knew him well. Subtly. Subtlety. Example, they voted to subtly the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Subversive. Seeking or intending to undermine an established system or authority. Example, the policy was criticized as subversive by those who had to implement it. Suffused. Spread through or over, as with light or color. Example, her suffused approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Sumptuous. Exceptionally rich and luxurious. Example, her sumptuous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Surreptitiousness. Sustenance. Example, a quiet surreptitiousness ran through all of his most celebrated work. Symmetrical. Possessing symmetry, having balanced proportions. Example: the policy was criticized as symmetrical by those who had to implement it. Synopsis. A condensed summary or statement outlining the main points of a narrative, treatise, etc. Example: the synopsis in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Tantalizing. Intensely tempting, arousing great interest or desire for something that seems unreachable or unobtainable. Example: her tantalizing approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Tardiness. Lateness, the state of being delayed. Example: his tardiness won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Tattered. Ragged, Tom, shredded. Example: her tattered approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Tempestuous. Stormy, passionate, greatly agitated, like a tempest, a violent windstorm. Example: the policy was criticized as tempestuous by those who had to implement it. Tentative. Hesitant, halting, uncertain, timid, half-hearted, a tentative answer, a tentative approach, tentatively. Example: the tentative tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Terse. Brief and to the point, a terse manner of speaking. Example: he responded in a terse manner that surprised those who knew him well. Threadbare. So frayed that the threads show, old and worn out. Example: the policy was criticized as threadbare by those who had to implement it. Throng. A host of people, crowd, multitude. Example: such throng is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Toady. Someone who flatters others hoping to gain favors, an obsequious follower, bootlicking servant. Example: his toady won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Tome. A weighty, large, or scholarly book. Example: his tome won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Torrid. Passionate, heated. Example: the torrid tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Tranquil. Calm, quiet, peaceful. Example: the tranquil tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Translucent. Allowing the passage of light but not a view of objects beyond. Example: he responded in a translucent manner that surprised those who knew him well. Trite. Worn out, overused. Example: the trite tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Tumultuous. Making a loud, confused noise, excited, confused or disorderly. Example: he responded in a tumultuous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Unblemished. Having no fault or flaw. Example: the unblemished tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Unconventional. Not bound by accepted custom or practice, not ordinary, not conventional. Example: he responded in an unconventional manner that surprised those who knew him well. Undaunted. Fearless and determined, not discouraged or dismayed. Example: the undaunted tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Understatement. A statement that is made less strongly than the facts would indicate or that exhibits intentional restraint, understated. Example, a quiet understatement ran through all of his most celebrated work. Unenlightened. Ignorant, misinformed, not educated or enlightened. Example, the policy was criticized as unenlightened by those who had to implement it. Unethical. Immoral, not ethical. Example, her unethical approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Uniformity. The quality of being identical or consistent in form, character, or degree. Example, such uniformity is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Unkempt. Uncombed, messy, untidy. Example, the unkempt tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Unorthodox. Not customary, not orthodox. Example, the policy was criticized as unorthodox by those who had to implement it. Unremitting. Not letting up, constant. Example, the policy was criticized as unremitting by those who had to implement it. Unsavory. Literally, disagreeable to taste or smell, figuratively, undesirable, objectionable, morally offensive, an unsavory reputation, cf. Example, he responded in an unsavory manner that surprised those who knew him well. Unscathed. Unharmed, uninjured, undamaged, he escaped from the burning building completely unscathed. Example, he responded in an unscathed manner that surprised those who knew him well. Unsettling. Disturbing, causing uneasiness or confusion. Example, her unsettling approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Unwieldy. Not easy to handle or manage, especially example, her unwieldy approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Valedictory. Containing a farewell of or relating to a leave-taking. Example, the policy was criticized as valedictory by those who had to implement it. Valorous. Showing great courage or determination in battle or adversity, brave. Example, he responded in a valorous manner that surprised those who knew him well. Vanquished. Thoroughly defeated or overcome. Example, the vanquished tone of the report made it impossible to dismiss. Vehemently. Venerable. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to vehemently under such relentless scrutiny. Traditio. Verbose. Example, the traditio in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Veritable. True, actual, not false or exaggerated, a veritable hero. Example, the policy was criticized as veritable by those who had to implement it. Vexatious. Troubling, disturbing, annoying, irritating. Example, the vexatious litigation was designed to exhaust rather than to resolve. Vigilant. On the alert, watchful. Example, the policy was criticized as vigilant by those who had to implement it. Vigorous. Full of healthy energy, energetic, strong, forceful. Example, the policy was criticized as vigorous by those who had to implement it. Virtuous. Possessing moral excellence, pure, righteous. Example, her virtuous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Visceral. Of or pert to the internal organs of the body, ESP. Example, her visceral approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Vociferous. Loud and noisy, a vociferous fan, vociferous complaints. Example, her vociferous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Voluminous. Of great volume, number, or extent. Example, her voluminous approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Vulgarity. Vulnerable. Example, a quiet vulgarity ran through all of his most celebrated work. Weathered. Faded or altered by exposure to the weather. Example, her weathered approach distinguished her from every other candidate in the room. Whim. An unpredictable and often sudden notion or fancy. Example, his whim won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Recreatio. Salubrious refers to that which promotes physical health, a salubrious climate. Example, such recreatio is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Winsome. Charming, agreeable, and pleasant in appearance or manner. Example, the policy was criticized as winsome by those who had to implement it. Zeal. Intense passion, enthusiasm, or devotion. Example, the zeal in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Manhattan. He is the author of numerous chapbooks, artist books, and collaborations, including If It Rained Here, 15 Clanking Radiators, Half Gross, and Object Lessons, and of 2 full-length collections of poet. Example, such Manhattan is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Catelay. Remember what Juliet told Romeo? Do not swear at all, or if thou wilt, swear by thy gracious self. Example, such Catelay is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Downtoe. Caitlin quickly gathered her belongings and made her way to the taxi stand outside. Example, such downtoe is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Transportatio. The train had been much less expensive than flying, and he had enjoyed seeing the country. Example, such transportatio is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Colosseo. Marveling at the breadth of both the sofa and the burly pair who were lugging it so industriously, Phil mused that perhaps these were football players assigned to help new arrivals, or perhaps moving. Example, such Colosseo is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Vetera. The way to West Quad and LaSalle Hall would take her by several prominent buildings on campus, and she was eager to see how Holyfield looked up close. Example, a quiet Vetera ran through all of his most celebrated work. Imaginatio. In such a heterogeneous environment, she felt sure she'd fit in. Example, such imaginatio is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Collectio. It said, when Edward Anthony Prospero, class of 22 and Harcourt Professor of English Emeritus, died last month at 93, he left his large and valuable collection of rare books and manuscripts to Holy. Example, such collectio is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Unio. Yeah, I know. Example, a quiet Unio ran through all of his most celebrated work. Desperatio. Poor Siggy, Jimmy said. Example, the desperatio in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Dre. Stop. You're going to lose him. Chris warned. Example, the Dre in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Apprehensio. He tried to imagine the 1,000,000 volumes of which the college catalog boasted. Example, such apprehensio is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Opinio. A lot of people think so, and sometimes the pro teams get out of control, Juliet said. Example, such opinio is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Washington. Her parents had come to America in the early 70s. Example, the Washington in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Conversatio. Caitlin looked at the food on her plate, if it could properly be called food, and one word came to mind, repugnant. Example, his conversatio won him respect even among those who disagreed with his methods. Interpretatio. Funny you should bring it up, Professor, Caitlin said. Example, such interpretatio is rarely seen in someone so early in their career. Maintai. The students call me the Dragon Lady. Example, a quiet Maintai ran through all of his most celebrated work. Wolma. I taught at Middlebury College in Vermont for 3 years, Torres said, and at UCLA for 2. Example, the Wolma in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Napki. My parents never had the benefit of a college education, but they managed to provide that opportunity for 5 of their children. Example, a quiet Napki ran through all of his most celebrated work. Certe. And now it seemed inevitable that Leo would pose this same question to him. Example, the certe in her response was apparent to everyone in the room. Incommodiousness. The quality of being inconvenient, cramped, or ill-suited to its purpose. Example, house were proud of its smallness, proud of its darkness, proud of its ugliness, proud of its incommodiousness. Transmutation. Change, alteration. Example, babble to scale the skies with, talked with unbelieving chemists who had an eye on the transmutation of metals, at this wonderful gathering accumulated by Monseigneur. Disparagement. The act of belittling or dismissing something as inferior, denigration. Example, Attorney General, was prepared to hear some disparagement attempted of this admirable servant, but in a general way, he preferred him to his, Mr. Commiseration. Sympathy and compassion expressed for someone's misfortune or suffering. Example, there was much commiseration for her as she was removed, and much sympathy with her father. Expostulation. An earnest protest or remonstrance, a strong objection. Example, in his expostulation he dropped his cleaner hand, perhaps accidentally, perhaps not, upon the joker's heart. Circumference. The line that bounds a circle or other two-dimensional figure. Example, circumference, and that he was to be kept from flying out of the circumference, and was even to be shoved back into the center, by fasting and seeing of spirits. Steadfastness. Loyalty in the face of trouble and difficulty. Example, a tale of 2 cities 134 conspicuous, knitting, still knitted on with the steadfastness of fate. Exasperation. Intense irritation or annoyance caused by continued provocation. Example, at which juncture, he limed, in a voice of dire exasperation, bust me, if she ain't at it again. Embellishment. An added touch, an ornamental addition, a flourish. Example, Telsons, they said, wanted no elbow room, Telsons wanted no light, Telsons wanted no embellishment. Corroborations. Evidence or information that confirms or supports a statement or theory. Example: Cruncher had no particular meaning in these sulky corroborations, but made use of them, as people not unfrequently do, to express general ironical dissatisfaction. Unwillingness. The property of being unwilling. Example: his constraint was so manifest, and it was so manifest, too, that it originated in an unwillingness to approach the subject, that Charles Darnay hesitated. Superstition. A belief or beliefs, not based on human reason or scientific knowledge, that events may be influenced by one's behavior in some magical or mystical way. Example: Frenchman and English superstition which should survive the truth through the best part of 100 years. Recklessness. The state or quality of being reckless or heedless, of taking unnecessary risks. Example: his man drove as if he were charging in enum y, and dt he furious recklessness of the m and b wrought no check-in to the face, or to the ps of the master. Unquestionably. Without question, beyond doubt, indubitably. Example: at first I thought it quite hopeless, but I have unquestionably seen, fora sin glemo meant, the face that I once knew so well. Restlessness. The state or condition of being restless, an inability to be still, quiet, at peace or comfortable. Example: but he never says a word of the true son of his restlessness, to her, and she finds it best not to hint at it to him. Recollection. The action of remembering something from the past, a memory recalled. Example: that he had no recollection whatever of his having been brought from his prison to that house, was apparent to them. Bewilderment. A feeling of being utterly confused or perplexed, complete disorientation. Example: they tried speak ing to him, but he was so confused, and so very slow to answer, that they took fright at his bewilderment, and agreed for the time to tamper with him no more. Unconsciously. In an unconscious manner, unknowingly. Example: any strongly marked expression of face on the part of a chief actor in a scene of great interest to whom many eyes are directed, will be unconsciously imitated by the spectators. Realization. The act of becoming fully aware of something, the achievement of a goal. Example: Old Bailey in their lives, in the realization of this fancy, and they were roughly hustled and maltreated. Exclamation. A loud calling or crying out, for example as in surprise, pain, grief, joy, anger, etc. Example: with an exclamation of impatience, but with his unchangeable face, Monseigneur looked out. Detestation. Intense dislike or hatred, abhorrence. Example: detestation of the high is the involuntary homage of the low. Presumption. Behavior perceived as arrogant, an assumption taken for granted. Example: Miss Manette held me at this moment in her innocent heart do not think I have the presumption to assume so much I could retain no place in it against her love for her father. Playfulness. A cheerful and light-hearted quality, a tendency to engage in play or jest. Example: there was little roughness in the sport, and much playfulness. Perseverance. Steady persistence in doing something despite difficulty or delay in achieving success. Example: so, with great perseverance and untiring industry, he prospered. Countermind. To plot opposition, to frustrate the initiatives of another. Example: I might have made some money last week instead of being counterprayed and countermined and religiously circumvented into the worst of luck. Commiserated. To feel or express compassion or sympathy for someone or something. Example, change places with him, and would you have been looked at by those blue eyes as he was, and commiserated by that agitated face as he was? Coincidences. Of objects, the property of being coincident, occurring at the same time or place. Example, he didn't call it a particularly curious coincidence, most coincidences were curious. Transgression. A violation of a law, duty, or commandment. Example, I me ght take vengeance on the wooers for their cruel transgression, who wantonly devise against me infatuate deeds. Forgetfulness. The tendency to fail to remember things, habitual lack of memory. Example, his daughter it is that holds the hapless man in sorrow, and ever would age soft and guileful tales she is wooing him to forgetfulness of Ithaca. Chronologically. Manner, in a chronological manner, with reference to time. Example, the reader has now before him a chronologically arrangedsketchthe action of the Odyssey. Peradventure. Chance, doubt, or uncertainty. Example, I will guide him to Sparta and to sandy Pylos to seek tidings of his dear father's return, if peradventure he may hear thereof, and that so he may be had in good report among men. Commandment. A divinely ordained command, especially one of the 10 Commandments. Example, to the noble youths I give this commandment, but ye others, sceptred kings, come to my fair dwelling, that we may entertain the str anger in the halls, and let no man make excuse. Provocation. The act of provoking, inciting, or annoying someone into doing something. Example, Odysseus, where he sees them contend in wrestling and other exercises, and upon provocation took up a greater stone than that which they were throwing, and overthrew them all. Furtherance. The advancement of a scheme or interest, the action of helping something to progress. Example, everything he did was in furtherance of his own ambition, not the company's. Whithersoever. To what place soever, wherever. Example, surely we sent thee on thy way with all diligence, that thou mightest get thee to thine own country and thy home, and whithersoever thou wouldest. Deliverance. Act of delivering or conveying something. Example, but Herself she wrought deliverance, and devised a great comfort. Restitution. A process of compensation for losses. Example, moreover it is hard for me to make heed why restitution to Icarius, as needs I must, if of mine own will I send my mother away. Pomegranates. A fruit-bearing shrub or small tree, Punica granatum. Example, and there grow ta-ll trees bl osoming, pear trees, and pomegranates, and apple trees with bright fruit, and sweet figs, and olives in their bloom. Overshadowed. To obscure something by casting a shadow. Example, then oft times would we have held converse here, and naught would have parted us, the welcoming and the welcomed, ere the black cloud of death overshadowed us. Whencesoever. From wherever, from whatever place. Example, of these things, goddess, daughter of Zeus, whencesoever thou hast heard thereof, declare thou even unto us. Sufferance. Endurance, especially patiently, of pain or adversity. Example, and lo, I was bringing it thee as a drink offering, if haply thou mayest take pity and send me on my way home. but thy mad rage is past all sufferance. Unquenchable. That cannot be quenched. Example, so the gods, the givers of good things, stood in the porch, and laughter unquenchable arose among the blessed gods, as they beheld the sleight of cunning Hephaestus. Sustenance. Something that provides support or nourishment. Example, Phaeacians may outstrip me, for I have been shamefully broken in many waters, seeing that there was no continual sustenance on board, wherefore my knees are loosened. Displeasure. A feeling of being displeased with something or someone, dissatisfaction, disapproval. Example, then in heavy displeasure spake unto him Pallas Athene, God help thee. Visitation. The act of visiting, or an instance of being visited. Example, Orion for her lover, ye gods that live at ease were jealous thereof, till chaste Artemis, of the golden throne, slew him in Ortygia with the visitation of her gentle shafts. Quittance. A formal release or discharge from a debt, obligation, or penalty. Example, he sought a full quittance from the debt that had haunted him for a decade. Unspeakable. Incapable of being spoken or uttered. Example, behold, the night is of great length, unspeakable, and the time for sleep in the hall is not yet. Tell me therefore of those wondrous deeds. Treachery. Deliberate, often calculated, disregard for trust or faith. Example, Telemachus, the neatherd, and Eomeus, aiding him, he slaughters all the crew, despite the treachery of Melanthius. Remorseless. Without remorse, mercy, or pity. Example, even so they said, but I spake among them heavy at heart, my evil company hath been my bane, and sleep thereto remorseless. Insolence. Arrogant conduct, insulting, bold behavior or attitude. Example, but the wooers meantime were before the palace of Odysseus, taking their pleasure in casting of weights and spears, on a levelled place, as heretofore, in their insolence. Heaviness. The state of being heavy, weight, weightiness, force of impact or gravity. Example, Odysseus were loosened and his heart melted, and in heaviness he spake to his own brave spirit, Ah me. Comfortless. Of a person, deprived of comfort, uncomforted. Example, the Odyssey 32 that ever wastes my heart within my br east, since to me above all women hath come a sorrow comfortless. 13th. The person or thing in the 13th position. Example, behold, there are 12 glorious princes who rule among this people and bear sway, and I myself am the 13th. Thenceforth. From that time on. Example, so they came to the wheat-bearing plain, and thenceforth they pressed toward the end, in such wise did the swift horses speed forward. Convalescence. A gradual healing after illness or injury. Example, Thornton himself could not forbear to join, and in this fashion Buck romped through his convalescence and into a new existence. Contemplation. Deep reflective thought, the action of looking at something steadily and at length. Example, she sat in quiet contemplation before giving her final answer. Comprehensively. In a comprehensive manner, in an all-inclusive or wide-ranging fashion. Example, Mercedes looked over their shoulders and nodded comprehensively, it was all so very simple. Consternation. A feeling of anxiety or dismay, typically at something unexpected. Example, Perrault and François bombarded him with curses and cooking utensils, till he recovered from his consternation and fled ignominiously into the outer cold. Spiritualist. A person who believes the spirits of the dead can communicate with the living. Example: the family hired a spiritualist hoping to contact their late father. Remonstrance. A forcefully reproachful protest, an earnest objection. Example: Mercedes continually fluttered in the way of her men and kept up an unbroken chattering of remonstrance and advice. Recuperation. Gradual restoration to health. Example: there was no power of recuperation left, no reserve strength to call upon. Postponement. A delay, as a formal delay in a proceeding. Example: he'll have to learn, and he shall, without postponement, Scott said. Multiplicity. The state of being made of multiple diverse elements. Example: but it was the multiplicity of laws that befuddled White Fang and often brought him into disgrace. Irritability. The state or quality of being irritable, quick excitability. Example: their irritability arose out of their misery, increased with it, doubled upon it, outdistanced it. Interrelations. Mutual or reciprocal relation, correlation. Example: his descriptions of the interrelations of beings in nature must have resounded with London as he beheld his Klondike companions, the men and dogs with whom he shared his experiences. Suffocation. Asphyxia, a condition in which an extreme decrease in the concentration of oxygen in the body accompanied by an increase in the concentration of carbon dioxide leads to loss of consciousness or death. Example: the suffocation he experienced was like the pang of death. Strangeness. The state or quality of being strange, odd or weird. Example: and furthermore, such was the strangeness of it, White Fang experienced an unaccountable sensation of pleasure as the hand rubbed back and forth. Straitjackets. A jacket-like garment with very long sleeves which can be secured in place, thus preventing the wearer from moving his or her arms. Often used in psychiatric hospitals to prevent patients from injuring themselves or others. Example: straitjackets, starvation, and beatings and clubbings were the wrong treatment for Jim Hall, but it was the treatment he received. Selfishness. The quality of being selfish, the condition of putting one's own interests before those of others. Example: evolutionary principles replace a traditional conception of morality based on selfishness and the instinct for self-preservation with one that derives from social instincts. Perturbations. Agitation, the state of being perturbed. Example: also, there were comings and goings, and the erstwhile placid atmosphere of the cabin was vexed with strange perturbations and unrest. Miscalculated. To calculate incorrectly. Example: he had miscalculated once, but he would not be guilty of it a second time. Metamorphosed. Of a moth or insect, to undergo metamorphosis. Example: his eyes turned bloodshot, and he was metamorphosed into a raging fiend. Intersections. The junction of two, or more, paths, streets, highways, or other thoroughfares. Example: she specializes in the intersections of nature and science in American literature and has published on 19th-century women and their representations of the natural world. Earnestness. The quality of being earnest, sincerity, seriousness. Example: before, he had hunted in play, for the sheer joyousness of it, now he hunted in deadly earnestness, and found nothing. Consistence. The physical quality which is given by the degree of firmness, solidity, density, and viscosity, consistency. Example: besides, there was a greater consistence in their dislike of him. Comportment. The manner in which one behaves or conducts oneself. Example: the effect of all this was to rob White Fang of much of his puppyhood and to make him in his comportment older than his age. Appurtenances. An appendage to something else, an addition. Example: they were, in short, appurtenances of the household. Apprehensions. The physical act of seizing or taking hold of something, seizing. Example: it was at Circle City, ere the year was out, that Pete's apprehensions were realized. Appeasement. The state of being appeased, the policy of giving in to demands in order to preserve the peace. Example: Billy wagged his tail appeasingly, turned to run when he saw that appeasement was of no avail, and cried, still appeasingly, when Spitz's sharp teeth scored his flank. Accoutrements. Equipment, accessories, or trappings associated with a particular activity or style. Example: unlike the human community, reliant upon its non-native dogs and burdened by the accoutrements of culture, the wolf pack has successfully adapted to its environment. Viciousness. The characteristic of being vicious. Example: White Fang, near the corner of the cabin and 40 feet away, was snarling with blood-curdling viciousness, not at Scott, but at the dog musher. Satisfactions. A fulfillment of a need or desire. Example: and after such classification he avoided the things that hurt, the restrictions and restraints, in order to enjoy the satisfactions and remunerations of life. Monstrosity. An organism showing abnormal development or deformity. Example: in short, Beauty Smith was a monstrosity, and the blame of it lay elsewhere. Helplessness. The state of being helpless. Example: despite the pain and helplessness, Spitz struggled madly to keep up. Faithfulness. The state of being faithful. Example: evolution. He writes in a letter to his publisher, George Brett, brings with it faithfulness, love, morality, and all the amenities and virtues. Contraption. A machine that is complicated and precarious. Example: and of course the dogs can hike along all day with that contraption behind them, affirmed a second of the men. Unaccountable. Inexplicable, unable to account for, or explain. Example: and furthermore, such was the strangeness of it, White Fang experienced an unaccountable sensation of pleasure as the hand rubbed back and forth. Culmination. The attainment of the highest point of altitude reached by a heavenly body, passage across the meridian, transit. Example: White Fang's snarling began with the movement, and increased as the movement approached its culmination. Wickedness. The state of being wicked, evil disposition, immorality. Example: he acquired a reputation for wickedness amongst the man-animals themselves. Watercourses. Any channel, either natural or artificial, through which water flows. Example: he loved to run down dry watercourses, and to creep and spy upon the bird life in the woods. Unpardonable. Impossible to pardon, impossible to excuse or justify. Example: Gray Beaver, namely, that the unpardonable crime was to bite one of the gods. Unfairness. The state of being unfair, lack of justice. Example: But there is a certain sense of equity that resides in life, and it was this sense in him that resented the unfairness of his being permitted no defense against the stone throwers. Underclothes. Clothes worn next to the skin and underneath outer clothing. Example, "He got me all right," he announced, pointing to the torn trousers and underclothes, and the growing stain of red. Tribespeople. A tribal race of people. Example, "But he resolutely held the door of his teepee, inside which he had placed the culprit, and refused to permit the vengeance for which his tribespeople clamored." Thoroughfare. A passage, a way through. Example, "The capsized sled ground over him, and the dogs dashed on up the street, adding to the gaiety of Skagway as they scattered the remainder of the outfit along its chief thoroughfare." Tenderness. Gentleness and kindness, warm, compassionate feeling toward others. Example, "She was moved by the unexpected tenderness of his response to her distress." Aberration. A departure from what is normal, usual or expected, an anomaly. Example, "The Fed will probably need convincing that the latest labor market report was an aberration before tightening policy." Abreast. Up to date with the latest news, ideas, or information. Example, "These daily updates were designed to help readers keep abreast of the markets." Abyss. A deep or seemingly bottomless chasm, a void. Example, "Which abyss looks darker and deeper?" Agog. Very eager or curious to hear or see something, excited and impatient. Example, "We are now agog to know when on the basis of forecasts the bank will push up interest rates." Apathy. Lack of interest, enthusiasm or concern, indifference. Example, "Perhaps most difficult will be overcoming the cynicism and apathy of the public." Arbiter. A person who settles a dispute or has ultimate authority in a matter. Example, "In matters of taste, the public is ultimately the only arbiter that counts." Artless. Without guile or deception, candid and direct. Example, "He is lovably artless and embarrassingly awkward." Blight. A thing that spoils or damages something, an affliction or scourge. Example, "Because of slowing growth and climate-related blights, the forest will become an emission source." Blithe. Showing casual and cheerful indifference considered callous or improper. Example, "He was blithe about the risks, brushing off every warning with a smile." Blowhard. A person who blusters and boasts in an unpleasant way. Example, "His name conjured up associations such as arrogant and blowhard." Boycott. A punitive ban that forbids relations with certain groups, to shun or ostracize. Example, "Some prominent black women have called for a boycott." Burlesque. A variety show or skit, anything raunchy or vulgar in tone. Example, "The cabaret offered a burlesque that drew audiences from across the city." Chronic. Long-lasting and difficult to eradicate, persistent and constant. Example, "Pessimists think that the productivity problem is chronic." Coda. A concluding event, remark or section, a finale or ending. Example, "With distinct ballad, opera, and hard rock sections, and a pensive intro and coda for good measure." Ethos. The characteristic spirit of a culture, era, or community, a mindset. Example, He was a member of a generation moved by patriotic spirit, learning a warrior ethos. Faction. A small organized dissenting group within a larger one, especially in politics. Example: one particular separatist faction wanted to split away. Fallow. Dormant, quiet, slack, inactive. Example: their fickle attention might waver for a fallow year of rebuilding. Fluke. An unlikely chance occurrence, especially a surprising piece of luck. Example: his first win was written off as a fluke, but his second silenced the critics. Fringe. The unconventional, extreme or marginal wing of a group or sphere of activity. Example: fringe beliefs reinforced in these ways can establish themselves long after outsiders deem them debunked. Gist. The substance or essence of a speech or text, the main idea. Example: machine translation has gone from terrible to usable for getting the gist of a text. Gossamer. Very light, thin, and insubstantial or delicate, gauzy. Example: the gossamer threads that tie the two halves offer the promise of miraculous healing. Harangue. A lengthy and aggressive speech, a tirade or rant. Example: there was an absurd harangue over Starbucks prices. Indictment. A formal charge or accusation of a serious crime. Example: a criminal indictment would in all likelihood force the Prime Minister to resign. Ingrate. An ungrateful person. Example: greater liberty over the past generation is abused by ingrates. Lax. Not sufficiently strict, severe, or careful, slack and negligent. Example: Mario Draghi has faced attacks from critics in Germany for being too lax. Livid, furiously angry, infuriated and irate. Example: she was livid when she discovered her work had been published without credit. Lurid. Presented in vividly shocking or sensational terms, melodramatic. Example: their absence from the public eye tends to spark lurid rumors. Minion. A follower or underling of a powerful person, a lackey or henchman. Example: its minions have set up thousands of social media bots to drown out other content. Mirth. Amusement, usually expressed in laughter, merriment and high spirits. Example: a further proposal to cut the salaries of senior public managers has caused both anger and mirth. Modest. Not excessively large, elaborate or expensive, simple and plain. Example: they can often be seen in modest dress. Oblique. Not explicit or direct in addressing a point, indirect and roundabout. Example: Fire at Sea has been praised for offering an oblique, poetic alternative to the conventional documentary. Prodigal. Wasteful and reckless with money or resources. Example: the prodigal Theodorin must have been reckless and wasteful. Purist. A person who insists on absolute adherence to traditional rules or structures. Example: from this purist point of view, there is only one Christian church worthy of the name. Pyre. A heap of combustible material, especially one for burning a corpse as part of a funeral. Example: this person is skillfully setting a funeral pyre for the island. Quack. A person who dishonestly claims to have special knowledge in some field, a charlatan. Example: The quack sold his miracle tonic at fairs across 3 counties before being arrested. Reticence. The quality of not revealing one's thoughts or feelings readily. Reserve. Example: her reticence in meetings was often mistaken for indifference, but she was simply careful. Surly. Bad-tempered and unfriendly, ill-natured and grumpy. Example: poverty and economic decline has led to the surly separation of the left behind. Syncopation. A displacement of the beat or accents in music so that strong beats become weak. Example: Beethoven famously shifts from solemnity to syncopation. Temperate. Relating to or denoting a region or climate characterized by mild temperatures. Example: it can remain temperate in such a close orbit only because Proxima is a red dwarf. Treacherous. Guilty of or involving betrayal or deception, disloyal. Example: it's saying of domineering men, treacherous women, and the manly solace of tequila. Vestige. A trace of something that is disappearing or no longer exists, a remnant. Example: he said this would remove a lingering vestige of the Cold War. Viscous. Having a thick, sticky consistency between a solid and a liquid. Example: crude oil can be viscous, like tar, or so light that it floats on water. Waffle. To speak at length about trivial or useless matters, hot air and drivel. Example: some of which are pure waffle. Wanton. Of a cruel or violent action, deliberate and unprovoked, malicious. Example: these people have been the victims of wanton discrimination and violence. Abasement. The action of humiliating or degrading someone, belittlement. Example: Europe needs more than humility or self-abasement. Accession. The action or process of formally joining an association or institution. Example: China had expected to win market economy status 15 years after its accession to the WTO. Acolyte. A follower, disciple, or assistant, a helper. Example: critics refer to a cult of acolytes around the leader unwilling to challenge him. Acumen. The ability to make good judgments and quick decisions in a particular domain. Example: scientists and tech entrepreneurs admire his acumen and curiosity. Apostle. A vigorous and pioneering advocate or supporter of a particular cause. Example: this person is an apostle of anti-Americanism. Armada. A fleet of warships, a large group of vessels or craft. Example: he unveiled plans to send an armada of tiny spaceships powered by laser beams. Arson. The criminal act of deliberately setting fire to property. Example: throwing inflammatory statements around would be as wicked as any act of arson. Barrage. A concentrated outpouring, as of questions, blows, or artillery fire. Example: whatever the outcome of individual claims, the barrage of litigation continues. Bevy. A large group of people or things of a particular kind. Example: the bevy of bullet points in his new package. Canonical. Belonging to the literary or artistic canon, established and authoritative. Example: the medium now consists of recycling the same canonical works by European men. Coffer. The funds or financial reserves of a group or institution. Example: This scheme drains public coffers. Contrite. Feeling or expressing remorse or penitence, regretful and sorry. Example, she was genuinely contrite after realizing how much her words had hurt him. Depravity. Moral corruption, wickedness and vice. Example, he scorned the depravity of modern society and its politics. Diatribe. A forceful, bitter verbal attack against someone or something, a tirade. Example, CNN was wrong to turn one disgruntled passenger's Facebook diatribe into headline news. Dictum. A short statement that expresses a general truth or principle, a maxim. Example, sometimes the old army dictum, "Don't volunteer for anything," must be broken. Echelon. A level or rank in an organization, profession, or society. Example, online education could devour the top echelon of public universities. Effigy. A sculpture or model of a person, usually mocking. Example, often they burn effigies of Guy Fawkes. Endemic. Of a disease or condition, regularly found among particular people or in a certain area. Example, yellow fever is endemic in Africa, the continent where it evolved. Epistemology. The branch of philosophy concerned with the theory of knowledge. Example, epistemology asks how we can ever truly know anything at all. Epithet. An adjective or descriptive phrase expressing a quality, usually a term of abuse or a label. Example, preposterous and absurd were the milder epithets that could be overheard. Errant. Straying from the proper course or standards, offending and guilty. Example, he could admit the error and fire the errant speechwriter. Exemplar. A person or thing serving as a typical example or excellent model, a paragon. Example, Utopia the book seems less an exemplar of idealism and more of a satire on it. Frenetic. Fast and energetic in a rather wild, uncontrolled way, frantic and frenzied. Example, frenetic multitasking is a formula for distraction rather than good management. Gall. Bold, impudent behavior, insolence, audacity, and nerve. Example, with enough gall and entrepreneurial spirit, anyone can end up driving a Porsche. Gambit. A device, action, or opening remark typically entailing a degree of risk, a calculated risk. Example, what began as a gambit to hold together his divided Tory party is turning into an alarmingly close contest. Hapless. Unfortunate and unlucky. Example, the spectacle of hapless pitchers feebly trying to fend off blazing fast balls. Homage. A special honor or respect shown publicly, a tribute. Example, numerous young directors have been paying gushing homage to the movies that enchanted them in their youth. Impasse. A situation in which no progress is possible, especially because of disagreement, a deadlock. Example, the Catalan impasse is a part of wider Spanish gridlock. Inquest. A judicial inquiry to ascertain the facts relating to an incident. Example, a jury at a second inquest ruled that they were unlawfully killed. Laconic. Using very few words, brief and concise, terse. Example, this author had a laconic style of being very brief and to the point. Largesse. generosity in bestowing money or gifts upon others, munificence. Example, such largesse should give the economy some temporary vim and vigor. Leery. Cautious or wary due to realistic suspicions, on one's guard. Example, the past 2 decades have left working-class voters in many countries leery of globalization. Limpid. Especially of writing or music, clear and accessible, melodious and easy to understand. Example, he preferred short simple sentences and they gave his writing a limpid intensity. Maudlin. Self-pitying or sentimental in a tearful way. Example, the voters at home have tired of his maudlin theatrics. Milieu. Your social environment, the backdrop and sphere in which something happens. Example, surrounded by so many particles careening around spacetime is quite a milieu. Modish. Conforming to or following what is currently popular and fashionable, trendy. Example, with these modish safety demonstrations becoming the norm, the question is what do they accomplish? Natty. Smart and fashionable, stylish and dapper. Example, the British Museum has flirted with natty continental leaders. Nexus. A connection or series of connections linking 2 or more things. Example, the unhealthy nexus between Germany's media, politics, and judiciary. Nonplussed. Surprised and confused so much that one is unsure how to react, baffled. Example, internet commentators seemed nonplussed by a venerable institution validating teenage slang. Normative. Establishing, relating to, or deriving a standard or norm, prescriptive. Example, this person was highly critical of the normative thought of his time. Pallid. Pale, typically because of poor health, pasty and wan. Example, his protagonists, played by the suitably pallid and slender Tom Hiddleston. Panache. Flamboyant confidence of style or manner, flair and self-assurance. Example, this person had speed and panache. Proxy. A person authorized to act on behalf of another, a representative or stand-in. Example, this person's sister was elected prime minister as his proxy. Prudish. Having a tendency to be easily shocked, usually on matters relating to sex, prim. Example, several Pacific nations ban cross-dressing, another hand-me-down from prudish Victorians. Qualm. An uneasy feeling of doubt, worry or fear, a misgiving or reservation. Example, I have qualms about the police force's quality in terms of how they handle demonstrators. Sardonic. Grimly mocking or cynical, sarcastic and ironic. Example, Miss Jefferson is a master of the arched eyebrow sardonic quip. Soliloquy. The act of a character speaking to themselves so as to reveal their thoughts to the audience. Example, famously there's Hamlet's soliloquy when he talked about to be or not to be. Stratum. A thin layer within any structure, a level, class, or echelon. Example, exalting Western aviation security to a higher stratum than that found in Africa is a delusion. Subpoena. A court order requiring a person to attend as a witness. Example, subpoenas issued by a federal grand jury demanded that the Port Authority hand over travel records. Tenet. A principle or belief, especially one held by an organization or movement. Example, To allow religion certain exceptions was a liberal tenet of the judges. Verbose. Using or expressed in more words than are needed, long-winded. Example, in recent years, these things have become particularly verbose, bombarding consumers with any small detail. Abeyance. A state of temporary disuse or suspension, dormancy. Example, with the euro crisis in abeyance, oil prices became the latest source of worry. Anodyne. Not likely to cause offense or disagreement, dull and bland. Example, nothing to show for it but an anodyne communique. Canard. An unfounded rumor or story, a piece of gossip. Example, this turned out to be an embarrassing canard. Catalyst. A person or thing that precipitates an event, something that sparks change. Example, the financial crisis acted as a catalyst for sweeping regulatory reform. Catharsis. The process of release and relief of strong or repressed emotions. Example, this explorer had a rush of amazement and catharsis when the pinnacle was reached. Cloture. A procedure for ending a legislative debate and taking a vote. Example, they did not have the support to invoke cloture and end the filibuster. Compendium. A collection of concise but detailed information about a particular subject. Example, he relies on a crowdsourced compendium of fishermen's tales. Coterie. A small exclusive group of people with shared interests or tastes, a clique. Example, the inner circle who ruled through a tight coterie of loyal aides. Daguerreotype. A very early style of photograph using a silver plate and mercury vapor process. Example, the earliest applications of multimedia for remembering dead people were the post-mortem daguerreotypes. Dross. Something regarded as worthless, rubbish or debris. Example, some of the best properties could be sold quickly, but the dross might take years to offload. Dyspeptic. Having indigestion, consequently irritable or depressed, bad-tempered. Example, the dyspeptic writer makes a pronouncement so extreme that it sounds like a plea for attention. Ersatz. Used as a substitute, usually an inferior imitation. Example, creating an ersatz version of something in software is inevitably less precise than using the thing itself. Erstwhile. Former, the previous, the one time but no longer. Example, the stake of the cooperative group, its erstwhile owner, was reduced to 20%. Euphony. A pronunciation of letters and syllables which is pleasing to the ear. Example, these choristers are extolling these lyrics in a Harlem euphony. Fracas. A noisy disturbance or quarrel, a brawl or scuffle. Example, there was a diplomatic fracas between Turkey and Germany. Frieze. A broad horizontal band of sculpted or painted decoration, especially near a ceiling. Example, a frieze on the wall of America's Supreme Court shows some of the great lawgivers of history. Fusillade. A series of shots fired or missiles thrown all at the same time or in quick succession. Example, the announcement triggered a fusillade of hostile questions from the press gallery. Gaffe. An unintentional act or remark causing embarrassment to its originator, a blunder. Example, he committed a costly gaffe by congratulating the wrong team at the ceremony. Gerontocracy. A state or society governed by old people. Example, Saudi Arabia is apparently a gerontocracy ruled by old people. Hegemony. Leadership or dominance, especially by one country or group over others. Example, the hegemony of the dollar, the dominance of the dollar over all other currencies. Hermetic. Insulated or protected from outside influences, airtight and sealed. Example, there was a hermetic logic to them which made it possible to see how they could beguile many people. Homogeneous. Of the same kind, uniform and identical throughout. Example, Paris and Berlin are quite homogeneous in terms of immigrants and ethnicities compared to London. Idle. An extremely happy, peaceful, or picturesque episode or scene. Example, the noise of the construction shattered the rural idyll they had moved there to find. Ignoble. Not honorable in character or purpose, unworthy and base. Example, he was trying to keep his mind pure from ignoble strife. Incubus. A serious cause of distress or anxiety, a burden or oppression. Example, the Japanese people freed of the incubus of a war industry. Lacuna. An unfilled space or interval, a gap. Example, there is an insane lacuna in the justice system. Larceny. Theft of personal property, stealing and robbing. Example, he was convicted of grand larceny after embezzling funds from the company's accounts over several years. Maelstrom. A situation of confused movement or violent turmoil, turbulence and tumult. Example, the execution of its leaders triggered a maelstrom of events. Magnate. A wealthy and influential businessman or businesswoman, a tycoon or mogul. Example, Andrew Carnegie was a famous steel magnate. Malapropism. The mistaken use of a word in place of a similar-sounding one, with comical effect. Example, he committed a spectacular malapropism by referring to the serial killer as serial. Misanthropy. A dislike of humankind, hatred of mankind. Example, his growing misanthropy was evident in the bitter columns he produced in his final years. Paean. A song of praise or triumph. Example, the speech was a lengthy paean to free markets that left half the audience unconvinced. Panoply. A complete or impressive collection or array of things. Example, a panoply of new regulations made it almost impossible to open a small business. Pastiche. An artistic work consisting of a medley of pieces taken from different sources. Example, a political pastiche of policies drawn from left, right, and center. Phalanx. A body of troops or police officers standing or moving in close formation. Example, these celebrities were protected by a phalanx of armed guards. Polemic. A strong verbal or written attack on someone or something. Example, this person wrote a very heavy polemic against Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Précis. A summary or abstract of a text or speech, a synopsis. Example, this person's book is a précis of 50 years of massive research on the topic. Pundit. An expert frequently called on to give opinions in public, a commentator. Example, the prevailing view among pundits is that Russia is indeed back in Asia. Rococo. Relating to an elaborately ornamental style of art and architecture. Example, the palace's Rococo interiors, with their gilded ceilings and ornate plasterwork, date to the 18th century. Raconteur. A person who tells stories in a skillful and amusing way, a yarn spinner. Example, a born raconteur, he could keep any dinner table captivated for hours. Repast. A meal, a feast or banquet. Example, an enjoyable repast happening around noon. Scintilla. A tiny trace or spark of a specified quality or feeling. Example, after a scintilla of regret over lost youth, to turn 50 should be to enter the prime of life. Semantic. Relating to meaning in language or logic. Example, this debate is called semantic parsing because they're trying to parse the meaning of the word. Sobriquet. A person's nickname or appellation, a moniker. Example, this debate earned him the sobriquet, champion of patents. Soporific. Tending to induce drowsiness or sleep, sleep-inducing. Example, delegates sat through a soporific 3-hour session on regulatory compliance. Synoptic. Taking or involving a comprehensive view of a subject. Example, they had a synoptic vision, a vision of the whole. Tyro. A beginner or novice, a newcomer. Example, when he was a young tyro in Silicon Valley. Verdant. Green with grass or other rich vegetation, lush and leafy. Example, this bakery was in a verdant corner of the capital. Virulent. Extremely severe or harmful in its effects, toxic and deadly. Example, the disease was far more virulent than the initial reports had suggested. Vitriol. Cruel and bitter criticism, venom and nastiness. Example, given the vitriol that's followed the film since its inception, it does well simply not to be a colossal mistake. Welter. A large number of items in no particular order, a confused jumble or tangle. Example, the report arrived with a welter of footnotes that obscured its central argument. Yoke. A crosspiece fastened over the necks of animals, metaphorically, a bond that ties you to something. Example, the existential consequences of throwing off the yoke of religion is debated in many countries. Arrondissement. An administrative division in some French or Dutch-speaking countries. Example, in the winter he distributed a great deal of wood, and in the Conseil General always enthusiastically demanded new roads for his arrondissement. Dissimulation. The act of concealing the truth, hypocrisy or deception. Example, he was usually shy, and maintained that reserve which partakes at once of modesty and dissimulation. Daguerreotypes. An early type of photograph created by exposing a silver surface which has previously been exposed to either iodine vapor or iodine and bromine vapors. Example, at last, Charles, have ing shut the door, asked him to see himself. Hat would be the price at Rouen of a fine daguerreotypes. Civilization. An organized culture encompassing many communities, often on the scale of a nation or a people, a stage or system of social, political or technical development. Example, he showed in it the relations of these two, and how they had always contributed to civilization. Renunciation. The act of rejecting or renouncing something as invalid. Example, but by this renunciation he placed her on an extraordinary pinnacle. Presentiments. A premonition, a feeling that something, often of undesirable nature, is going to happen. Example, Rodolphe with Madame Bovary was talking dreams, presentiments, magnetism. Physiognomies. The art or pseudoscience of deducing the predominant temper and other characteristic qualities of the mind from the outward appearance, especially from the features of the face. Example, the river that runs through it makes of it, as it were, two regions with distinct physiognomies. All on the left is pasture land, all of the right arable. Nonagenarians. One who is between the age of 90 and 99, inclusive. One who is in his or her 10th decade. Example, the climate, however, is not, truth to tell, bad, and we even have a few nonagenarians in our parish. Extravagance. Excessive or superfluous expenditure of money. Example, Yanoda who has run away, you will find yourself, thanks to his extravagance, in the possession of one of the most comfortable houses of Yonville. Drunkenness. A state of being drunk. Example, truly, said the druggist, one ought to proceed most rigorously against drunkenness. Countenance. Appearance, especially the features and expression of the face. Example, Emma blushed as he entered, and she gave a little forced laugh to keep herself in countenance. Ingratitude. A lack or absence of gratitude, thanklessness. Example, his conviction that he was mocking her happy seemed to her an imbecile insult, and H's sureness on this point ingratitude. Inclination. A physical tilt or bend. Example, the gentleman, pick king up the fan, offered it to the lady respectfully, she thanked him with an inclination of the head, and began smelling her bouquet. Handkerchiefs. A piece of cloth, usually square and often fine and elegant, carried for wiping the face, eyes, nose, or hands. Example, Lion d'Or to buy him a bottle, which was put down to his son's account, and to perfume his handkerchiefs he used up his daughter-in-law's whole supply of eau de cologne. Presbytery. The home of a Roman Catholic parish priest. Example, Ernemoenti Convent, a NDAF tour asking Madame Lefrancois to have it sent to him at the presbytery in the evening. He left for the church, from which the Angelus was ringing. Periodicals. A publication issued regularly, but less frequently than daily. Example, I receive various periodicals, among them the Fanal de Rouen Daily, have ing the ADV Antiage to be its correspondent for the districts of Buc-Wye, Forges, Neuchâtel, Yonville, and vicinity. Nasturtiums. The popular name of any of the plants in the Tropæolum genus of flowering plants native to South and Central America. Example, he read aloud, bareheaded, sitting on a footstool of dry sticks. The fresh wind of the meadow set trembling the leaves of the book and the nasturtiums of the arbor. Eucharist. The Christian sacrament of Holy Communion. Example, Eucharist, faction, sacrament, traffic, sharing, fellowship, Holy Communion. Dormitory. A room containing a number of beds, and often some other furniture and/or utilities, for sleeping, often applied to student and backpacker accommodation of this kind. Example, these had to be hidden, it was quite an undertaking, they were read in the dormitory. Digestion. The process, in the gastrointestinal tract, by which food is converted into substances that can be utilized by the body. Example, Pleiades, tussock, tuft, swad, lassification, analysis, division, digestion. Booksellers. A person engaged in the business of selling books. Example, she could have wished this name of Bovary, which was hers, had been illustrious, to see it displayed at the booksellers, repeated in the newspapers, known to all France. Wallflowers. Any of several short-lived herbs or shrubs of the Erysimum genus with bright yellow to red flowers. Example, but when the plank for the cow's was taken up, she had to go by the walls alongside of the river. The bank was slippery. In order not to fall, she caught hold of the tufts of faded wallflowers. Splashboard. A guard towards the front of a vehicle, to prevent splashing by mud or water from the road. Example, Finn Ally, her husband, knowing that she liked to drive out, picked up a second-hand dog cart, which, with new lamps and splashboard and striped leather, looked almost like a Tilbury. Servitude. The state of being a slave, slavery. Example, thus stood before these radiant bourgeois this half-century of servitude. Seduction. The action of enticing someone into a desired action, the power to attract irresistibly. Example, the seduction of easy money led many talented people away from honest work. Occupations. An activity or task with which one occupies oneself, usually specifically the productive activity, service, trade, or craft for which one is regularly paid, a job. Example, it was one of the clerk's chief occupations to trim them, and for this purpose he kept a special knife in his writing desk. Inflections. Grammar, a change in the form of a word that reflects a change in grammatical function. Example, yet her hand was not beautiful, perhaps not white enough, and a little hard at the knuckles, besides, it was too long, with no soft inflections in the outlines. Decoction. An extraction or essence of something, obtained by boiling it down. Example, his fat, flabby, beardless face seemed dyed by a decoction of licorice, and his white hair made even more vivid the keen brilliance of his small black eyes. Conjectures. A statement or an idea which is unproven, but is thought to be true, a guess. Example, no doubt he would form unfavorable conjectures. Pineapples. A tropical plant, Ananas commosis, native to South America, having 30 or more long, spined and pointed leaves surrounding a thick stem. Example, she had never seen pomegranates nor tasted pineapples. Petticoats. A tight, usually padded undercoat worn by men over a shirt and under the doublet. Example, then seeing the society of the duchesses, all were pale, all got up at 4 o'clock, the women, poor angels, wore Englandish point-on-air petticoats, Ambassador. Partridges. Any bird of a number of genera in the family Phasianidae, notably in the genera Perdix and Alectoris. Example, Phasianidae, Galliformes, Hoatzins, order Galliformes, partridges, Phasianidae. Marguerite. An oxeye daisy, Leucanthemum vulgar. Example, Gothic cage, or, smiling, there he ds on one side, or pl ucking the leaves of a marguerite with their taper fingers, that curved at the tips like peach shoes. Mantelpiece. A shelf that is affixed to the wall above a fireplace. Example, Matthew Lensberg lay on the dusty mantelpiece amid gunflints, candle ends, and bits of amadou. Henceforth. From now on, from this time on. Example, henceforth the memory of Leon was the center of her boredom, it burnt there more brightly than the fire travelers have left on the snow of a Russian steppe. Fabulist. One who writes or tells fables. Example, Balzac, Lewis, Iographer, Fabulist, ADJ, Balzacian, Hugoesque, Gothian. Epaulets. An ornamentation worn on the shoulders of a military uniform as a sign of rank. Example: one saw the red epaulets and the black breastplates pass and repass alternately, there was no end to it, and it constantly began again. Cornfields. A field of corn, wheat or other cereal crop. Example: break country, while on the eastern side, the plain, gently rising, broadens out, showing as far as I can follow its blonde cornfields. Arabesques. An elaborate design of intertwined floral figures or complex geometrical patterns, mainly used in Islamic art and architecture. Example: large dishes of yellow cream, that trembled with the least shaky of the table, had designed on their smooth surface the initials of the newly wedded pair in nonpareil arabesques. Afternoons. The part of the day from noon or lunchtime until sunset, evening, or supper time or 6 p.m. Example: what happy afternoons they had seen along in the shade at the end of the garden. Circumstantial. Chiefly in the plural, something incidental to the main subject, but of less importance. Example: Rattleborough was brought to trial at the next criminal sessions, when the chain of circumstantial evidence, strengthened as it was by some additional damning facts, which Mr. Intemperance. Lack of moderation or temperance, excess. Example: suddenly a corner was turned, a blaze of light burst upon our sight, and we stood before one of the huge suburban temples of intemperance, one of the palaces of the fiend, Jinn. Appurtenance. An appendage to something else, an addition. Example: I, being aged 1 year and 1 month, do hereby make over to the bearer of this agreement all my right, title, and appurtenance in this shadow called my soul. Intoxication. A poisoning, as by a spirituous or a narcotic substance. Example: the latter seemed to have recovered, in great measure, from his intoxication, and looking fixedly but quietly into the tyrant's face, merely ejaculated, "Aye, aye." Thoroughfares. A passage, a way through. Example: this latter is one of the principal thoroughfares of the city, and had been very much crowded during the whole day. Ecclesiastics. The field of study of the church. Example: she has just concluded that I am the most distinguished of ecclesiastics, and that you are the most superficial of metaphysicians. Benediction. A short invocation for help, blessing and guidance from God, said on behalf of another person or persons, sometimes at the end of a church worship service. Example: such songs have power to quiet the restless pulse of care, and come like the benediction that follows after prayer. Parallelogram. A convex quadrilateral in which each pair of opposite edges are parallel and of equal length. Example: it has but one door, by no means a wide one, which is at one end of the parallelogram, and but 2 windows, which are at the other. Peremptory. A challenge to the admission of a juror, without the challenger needing to show good cause. Example: Glidden, and, in a peremptory tone, demanded in general terms what we all meant. Inhumanity. The lack of compassion. Example: Edgar Allan Poe 133 spurred by contumely, cold inhumanity, burning insanity, into her rest, cross her hands humbly, as if praying dumbly, over her breast. Inexpressible. Unable to be expressed, not able to be put into words. Example: his fairiness had always for me an inexpressible charm. Oh, saw ye not fairiness? Inadmissible. A person who is not to be admitted to a country, a group, etc. Example: THEFORMERISTOTALLY inadmissible within doors. Temperance. Habitual moderation in regard to the indulgence of the natural appetites and passions, restrained or moderate indulgence. Example: Pierre Lassagne, going a step farther, shows that the intention was to recommend to young men temperance in eating and drinking. Repugnance. Extreme aversion, repulsion. Example: I had seen and heard Nicansc Arceli explain W hat feeling of repugnance it was which, in the end, operated to prevent me. Inconvenient. Causing trouble, difficulty, or discomfort, not suited to one's needs or purposes. Example: the timing of the meeting was deeply inconvenient for those traveling from abroad. Unrealities. Lack of reality or real existence. Example: his richly philosophical intellect was not at any time affected by unrealities. Refinements. The act or the result of refining, the removal of impurities, or a purified material. Example: about the refinements, or, as he called them, the ghost of wit, the king troubled himself very little. Quarterlies. A periodical publication that appears 4 times per year. Example: the fact is, that perseverance is one thing and genius quite another, nor can all the quarterlies in Christendom confound them. Microscopes. An optical instrument used for observing small objects. Example: as for the Count, he merely asked me, in the way of reply, if we moderns possessed any such microscopes as would enable us to cut cameos in the style of the Egyptians. Physiognomy. The art or pseudoscience of deducing the predominant temper and other characteristic qualities of the mind from the outward appearance, especially from the features of the face. Example: his entire physiognomy was interestingly saturnine, even cadaverously pale. Habiliments. Clothes, especially clothing appropriate for someone's job, status, or to an occasion. Example: their habiliments belong to that order which is pointedly termed the decent. Eloquence. The quality of artistry and persuasiveness in speech or writing. Example: I resolved to bring all my eloquence into play to save it. Waistcoats. An ornamental garment worn under a doublet. Example: these were known by their coats and pantaloons of black or brown, made to sit comfortably, with white cravats and waistcoats, broad solid-looking shoes, and thick hose or gaiters. Unutterable. Not utterable, incapable of being spoken or voiced. Example: God be with us, it is the unutterable flesh. Triplicate. The making of 3 identical copies of something. Example: Hop Frog, this was Tee Fool's name, he possessed a triplicate treasure in one person. Submissive. BDSM, one who submits to a dominant partner in sexual practices. Example: the corners of the mouth were dr on down into an expert sign of the most submissive humility. Stanchions. A vertical pole, post, or support. Example: the huge folio sign that swung without, exposed to the fury of the tempest, creaked ominously, and gave out a moaning sound from its stanchions of solid oak. Scoundrels. A mean, worthless fellow, a rascal, a villain, a person without honor or virtue. Example: the scoundrels refused to pay it, so I had Mr. Revulsion. Abhorrence, a sense of loathing, intense aversion, repugnance, repulsion, horror. Example, after the lapse of half an hour, at the very utmost, it flags fails a revulsion ensues and then the poem is, in effect, and in fact, no longer such. Paperbacks. A book with flexible binding. Example, Webster's paperbacks take advantage of the fact that classics are frequently assigned readings in English courses. Omission. The act of omitting. Example, it first appeared in the Union magazine, and with the omission, contrary to the knowledge or desire of Poe, of the line, "Oh, God lo, heaven how my heart beats" in coupling those two words. Frankness. The state of being frank, candor, honesty. Example, their voluminousness of wristband, with an air of excessive frankness, should betray them at once. Expletives. A profane, vulgar term, notably a curse or obscene oath. Example, they were simple if not altogether innocent expletives, imaginative phrases wherewith to round off a sentence. Consequent. The second half of a hypothetical proposition, Q, if the form of the proposition is if P, then Q. Example, collected works of Poe, Volume V6. Consequent warm shadows will do wonders for even an ill-furnished apartment. Aristocracy. The nobility, or the hereditary ruling class. Example, it is, therefore, not among our aristocracy that we must look, if at all, in Appalachia, for the spirituality of a British boudoir. Vitality. The capacity to live and develop. Example, it is not improbable, then, from what you have explained, said he, that among the catacombs near the Nile there may exist other mummies of the Scarabaeus tribe, in a condition of vitality? Unsuitable. Not suitable, unfit, inappropriate. Example, this event which I should be sorry to discuss in a tone of unsuitable levity occurred in the summer of 18. Miraculous. By supernatural or uncommon causes, e.g. by a god, that cannot be explained in terms of normal events. Example, at the end of our path a liquescent and nebulous luster was born, out of which a miraculous crescent arose with a duplicate horn, Astarte's beadiamonded crescent, distinct with its duplicate horn. Quintessence. A thing that is the most perfect example of its type, the most perfect embodiment of something, epitome, prototype. Example, but upon the fairest boughs, or at every sentence end, will I Rosalinda write, teaching all that read to know the quintessence of every sprite heaven would in little show. Irrecoverable. Not recoverable, incapable of being recovered. Example, gone with the wind, irrecoverable, lapsed, disoriented, no more. Inquisition. An investigation or inquiry into the truth of some matter. Example, if he be absent, bring his brother to me, I'll make him find him, do this suddenly, and let not search and inquisition quail to bring again these foolish runaways. Propositions. The act of offering an idea for consideration. Example, it is as easy to count atomies as to resolve the propositions of a lover, but take a taste of my finding him, and relish it with good observance. Countercheck. A restriction or limit. Example, if again, it was not well cut, he would say I lie. This is called the countercheck quarrelsome, and so, to the lie circumstantial, and the lie direct. Consciences. The moral sense of right and wrong, chiefly as it affects one's own behavior. Example, I warrant, she is apter to do than to confess she does, That is one of the points in the which women still give the lie to their consciences. Ambiguity. Something, particularly words and sentences, that is open to more than one interpretation, explanation, or meaning, if that meaning etc. cannot be determined from its context. Example: rather than supply a single synonym, many are provided for a variety of meanings, allowing readers to better grasp the ambiguity of the English language, and avoid using the notes as a pure crutch. Thunderbolt. A flash of lightning accompanied by a crash of thunder. Example: if I had a thunderbolt in mine eye, I can tell who should down. Saltation. A leap, jump or dance. Example: terpsichore, saltation, break dancing, ceremonial dance, galloping, hoofing, pavan, or ice, dance, altant. Prolegomena. Usually in the plural, a prefatory discussion, a formal essay or critical discussion serving to introduce and interpret an extended work. Example: prologue, overture, proem, preliminary, beginning, prolegomena, opening. Invocation. The act or form of calling for the assistance or presence of some superior being, especially prayer offered to a divine being. Example: 'tis a Greek invocation, to call fools into a circle. Handkerchief. A piece of cloth, usually square and often fine and elegant, carried for wiping the face, eyes, nose, or hands. Example: some of my shame, if you will know of me what man I am, and how, and why, and where, this handkerchief was stained. Damnation. The state of being damned, condemnation, openly expressed disapprobation. Example: why, if thou never wast at court, thou never sawst good manners, if thou never sawst good manners, then thy manners must be wicked, and wickedness is sin, and sin is damnation. Inseparable. Something that cannot be separated from something else. Example: why so am I, we still have slept together, rose at an instant, learned, played, eat together, and wheresoever we went, like Juno's swans, still we went coupled and inseparable. Catechism. A book, in question and answer form, summarizing the basic principles of Christianity. Example: to say I and no to these particulars is more than to answer in a catechism. Downright. Directed vertically, coming straight down. Example: you have heard him swear downright he was. Chastity. The quality of being chaste, the state of abstaining from any sexual activity considered immoral, avoidance of sexual sins. Example: he hath bought a pair of cast lips of Diana, a nun of Winter's sisterhood kisses not more religiously, the very ice of chastity is in them. Senseless. Without feeling or consciousness, deprived of sensation. Example: he that a fool doth very wisely hit doth very foolishly, although he smart, not to seem senseless of the bob, if not, the wise man's folly is anatomized even by the squandering glances of the fool. Matrimony. Marriage, the state of being married. Example: there is an old poor man who after me hath many a weary step limped in pure love, till he be first suffect, dition, approval, matrimony, marriage, approbation, wedding. Foolery. Foolish behavior or speech. Example: by my troth, thou sayest true, f or since the little yt that fools have was silenced, the little foolery that wise men have makes a great show. Courtship. The act of paying court, with the intent to solicit a favor. Example: I have been told so of many, but indeed an old religious uncle of mine taught me to speak, who was in his youth an inland man, one that knew courtship too well, for there he fell in love. Whetstone. A sharpening stone, a hard stone or piece of synthetically bonded hard minerals that has been formed with at least one flat surface, used to sharpen or hone an edged tool. Example, Nature's, who perceiveth our natural wits too dull to reason of such goddesses, and hath sent this natural for our whetstone, for always the dullness of the fool is the whetstone of the wits. Venerable. Commanding respect because of age, dignity, character, or position. Example, set down your venerable burden, and let him feed. Faultless. Without fault, free from defect or error. Example, William Shakespeare 161 faultless, integral, exquisite. Wherefore. An intent or purpose, a why. Example, and never stays to greet him, I, quoth Jacques, sweep on, you fat and greasy citizens, 'tis just the fashion, wherefore do you look upon that poor and broken bankrupt there? Redness. The state or quality or characteristic of being red. Example, there was a pretty redness in his lip, a little riper and more lusty red than that mixed in his cheek, 'twas just the difference betwixt the constant red and mingled damask. Petticoat. A tight, usually padded undercoat worn by men over a shirt and under the doublet. Example, I must comfort the weaker vessel, as doublet and hose ought to show itself courageous to petticoat, therefore, courage, good aliena. Damnable. Capable of being damned. Example, believe then, if you please, that I can do strange things. I have, since I was 3-year-old, conversed with a magician, most profound in his art and yet not damnable. Bountiful. Having a quantity or amount that is generous or plentiful, ample. Example, I would we could do so, for her benefits are mightily misplaced, and the bountiful blind woman doth most mistaken her gifts to women. Unintentional. Not intended or deliberate, inadvertent, unwitting. Example, I am excessively concerned that he should have any regard for me, but indeed it has been quite unintentional on my side, I never had the smallest idea of it. Sensibility. The ability to sense, feel or perceive, responsiveness to sensory stimuli, sensitivity. Example, Jane Austen 9/4 her sensibility, without having inspired one real passion, and without having excited even any admiration but what was very moderate and very transient. Unanswerable. Something that cannot be answered. Example, the silence of the lady proved it to be unanswerable. Declarations. A written or oral indication of a fact, opinion, or belief. Example, whatever might have been felt before her arrival, her eager declarations immediately made every look and sentence as friendly as she could desire. Unpropitious. Not propitious, unfavorable, untimely. Example, she had a thin awkward figure, a sallow skin without color, dark lank hair, and strong features so much for her person, and not less unpropitious for heroism seemed her mind. Observance. The practice of complying with a law, custom, command or rule. Example, no smile, no continued observance attended it, his eyes were immediately returned to their former direction. Machinations. A clever scheme or artful plot, usually crafted for evil purposes. Example, Northanger Abbey 12 daughter from their machinations. Insufferable. Not sufferable, very difficult or impossible to endure. Example, Isabella, on hearing the particulars of the visit, gave a different explanation: it was all pride, pride, insufferable haughtiness and pride. Inapplicable. Not applicable, that does not apply or cannot be applied, unsuitable or irrelevant. Example: this inapplicable answer might have been too much for the comprehension of many, but it did not puzzle Mrs. Impenetrable. Incomprehensible, fathomless, inscrutable. Example: darkness impenetrable and immovable filled the room. Discernment. The ability to distinguish, judgment. Example: perhaps they may want observation, discernment, judgment, fire, genius, and wit. Alteration. The act of altering or making different. Example: Captain Tilney's attentions as readily as they were offered, and allowing him almost an equal share with James in her notice and smiles, the alteration became too positive to be passed over. Incapacity. The lack of a capacity, an inability. Example: Emma Roland, who did not insist on her dog hers being a complice d in spite of incapacity or distaste, allowed her to leave off. Shrubberies. A planting of shrubs, a wide border to a garden where shrubs are thickly planted, or a similar larger area with a path winding through it. Example: and when they had gone over the house, he promised himself moreover the pleasure of accompanying her into the shrubberies and garden. Milestones. A stone milepost, or by extension in other materials, one of a series of numbered markers placed along a road at regular intervals, typically at the side of the road or in a median. Example: Moreland remonstrated, pleaded the authority of road bouquets, innkeepers, and milestones, but his friend disregarded them all. He had a surer test of distance. Felicities. An apt and pleasing style in speech, writing, etc. Example: she knew enough to feel secure of an honorable and speedy establishment, and her imagination took a rapid flight over its attendant felicities. Endeavors. A sincere attempt, a determined or assiduous effort towards a specific goal, assiduous or persistent activity. Example: Jane Austen 135 Splendor, for our mode of living, as you see, is plain and unpretending, yet no endeavors shall be wanting on our side to make Northanger Abbey not wholly disagreeable. Cotillions. A bold dance performed in groups of 8 where women lift their skirts to display their ankles. Example: the cotillions were over, the country dancing beginning, and she saw nothing of the Tilneys. Composure. Calmness of mind or matter, self-possession. Example: the composure of his argument impressed even the most skeptical observers. Divinity. A supernatural divine being, a god or goddess. Example: Nautani, however, started with rapturous wonder on beholding her. No whisper of eager inquiry ran round the room, nor was she once called a divinity by anybody. Uneventful. Monotonous, lacking significant or noteworthy events. Example: it was performed with suitable quietness and uneventful safety. Sameness. The quality of being the same, identity. Example: but certainly there is much more sameness in a country life than in a Bath life. Quadrangle. A geometric shape with 4 angles and 4 straight sides, a 4-sided polygon. Example: the whole building enclosed a large court, and with sides of the quadrangle, rich in Gothic ornaments, stood forward for admiration. Misfortune. An undesirable event such as an accident. Example: a woman especially, if she have the misfortune of knowing anything, should conceal it as well as she can. Endowments. Something with which a person or thing is endowed. Example, here Catherine secretly acknowledged the power of love, for, though exceedingly fond of her brother, and partial to all his endowments, she had never in her life thought him handsome. Verdure. The greenness of lush or growing vegetation, also, the vegetation itself. Example, they determined on walking round beach and cliff, that noble hill whose beautiful verdure and hanging coppice render it so striking an object from almost every opening in Bath. Triumphant. Celebrating victory. Example, with a triumphant smile of self-satisfaction, the general wished he could do the same, for he never entered his, without being vexed in some way or other, by its falling short of his plan. Tremulous. Trembling, quivering, or shaking. Example, so, placing the candle with great caution on a ch, she seized the key with a very tremulous hand and tried to turn it, but it resisted her utmost strength. Monstrous. Hideous or frightful. Example, a monstrous deal of good nature, and it is not only good nature, but you have so much of everything, and then you have such upon my soul, I do not know anybody like you. Mockery. The action of mocking, ridicule, derision. Example, from Pope, she learnt to censure those who bear about the mockery of woe. Fullness. Being full, completeness. Example, cautions against the violence of such noble emen and baronets as delight in forcing young ladies away to some remote farmhouse, must, at such a moment, relieve the fullness of her heart. Firmness. The state of being firm, strength, permanence, stability, hardness, resolution. Example, the fairness of your friend was an open attraction, her firmness, you know, could only be understood by yourself. Exertion. An expenditure of physical or mental effort. Example, till he moved on summit hing bet tur was yet in view, and by a continued exertion of strength and ingenuity they found themselves at last in the passage behind the highest bench. Gallowglasses. A mercenary warrior elite among Gaelic Norse clans residing in the Western Isles of Scotland and Scottish Highlands from the mid-13th century to the end of the 16th century. Example, of Gallowglasses and stout kerns is marching hitherward in proud array, and still proclaimeth, as he comes along, his arms are only to remove from thee the Duke of Somerset, whom he terms a traitor. Caterpillars. The larva of a butterfly or moth, leafworm. Example, thus are my blossoms blasted in the bud, and caterpillars eat my leaves away, but I will remedy this gear ere long or sell my title for a glorious grave. Playfellows. Playmate, companion for someone, especially children, to play with. Example, heart's discontent and sour affliction be playfellows to keep you company. Breastplate. A piece of armor that covers the chest. Example, what stronger breastplate than a heart untainted? Spectacles. Two similar or identical things taken together, often followed by of. Example, and even with this I lost fair England's view, and bid mine eyes be packing with my heart, and called them blind and dusky spectacles, for losing ken of Albion's wished coast. Flourishes. A dramatic gesture such as the waving of a flag. Example, till Lionel's issue fails, his should not reign, it fails not yet, but flourishes in thee and in thy sons, fair slips of such a stock. Truncheon. A fragment or piece broken off from something, especially a broken off piece of a spear or lance. Example, thy leg a stick compared with this truncheon, my foot shall fight with all the strength thou hast, and if mine arm be heaved in the air, thy grave is digged already in the earth. Garrisons. A permanent military post. Example, no, many a pound of mine own proper store, because I would not tax the needy commons, have I discoursed to the garrisons, and never asked for restitution. Flattery. Excessive praise or approval, which is often insincere and sometimes contrived to win favor. Example, by flattery hath he won the commons' hearts, and when he pleased to make commotion he is to be feared they all will follow him. Disgraces. The condition of being out of favor, loss of favor, regard, or respect. Example, and you, my sovereign lady, with the rest, causeless have laid disgraces on my head and with your best endeavor have stirred up my liefest liege to be mine enemy. Demeanor. The social, nonverbal behaviors, such as body language and facial expressions, that are characteristic of a person. Example, her demeanor was evident to everyone who worked alongside her. Demagogue. A political orator or leader who gains favor by pandering to or exciting the passions and prejudices of the audience rather than by using rational argument. Example, Cicero, speechifier, demagogue, eulogist, rhetorix, oratress. Courtiers. A person in attendance at a royal court. Example, all scholars, lawyers, courtiers, gentlemen, they call false caterpillars, and intend their death. Birthright. Something owed since birth, due to inheritance. Example, then, Father Salisbury, kneel we together, and in this private plot be we the first that shall salute our rightful sovereign with honor of his birthright to the crown. Troublous. Of a liquid, thick, muddy, full of sediment. Example, my troublous dreams this night doth make me sad. Thesaurus. A publication, usually in the form of a book, that provides synonyms, and sometimes antonyms, for the words of a given language. Example, a more complete thesaurus is supplied at the end of the book. Synonyms and antonyms are extracted from Webster's online dictionary. Mischiefs. Conduct that playfully causes petty annoyance. Example, O God, what mischiefs work the wicked ones, heaping confusion on their own heads thereby. Injurious. Causing physical harm or injury, harmful, hurtful. Example, not half so bad as thine to England's king, injurious duke, that threatest wears no cause. Endeavor. A sincere attempt, a determined or assiduous effort towards a specific goal, assiduous or persistent activity. Example, and you, my sovereign lady, with the rest, causeless have laid disgraces on my head and with your best endeavor have stirred up my liefest liege to be mine enemy. Affrights. Great fear, terror, fright. Example, their touch affrights me as a serpent's sting. Passant. Of a four-legged animal, walking, usually to the right, and looking straight ahead with the right forepaw raised from the ground. Example, then, York, be still a while till time do serve, watch thou and wake when others be asleep, and transitu, and passant, briefly. Riotous. Having the characteristics of a riot. Example, this hand of mine hath writ in thy behalf, and therefore shall it charm thy riotous tongue. Wool gathering. The gathering of fragments of wool torn from sheep by bushes, etc. Example, lost in her daily wool gathering. Reparable. Able to be repaired. Example, the damage was serious but reparable, provided they acted quickly enough. Vaunt. A boast, an instance of vaunting. Example, their much vaunted record of accuracy. Penurious. Miserly, excessively cheap. Example, formal one, a penurious student. Scalawag. Any white Southerner who supported the federal plan of Reconstruction after the American Civil War or who joined with the black freedmen and the carpetbaggers in support of Republican Party policies. Example, informal you scalawags get out of here. Suppliant. One who pleads or requests earnestly. Example, they were not mere suppliants. Puckish. Mischievous, excessively playful. Example, he gave her a puckish grin. Despoil. Plunder, spoliation. Example, a village despoiled by invaders. Waspish. Suggestive of the behavior of a wasp. Example, her waspish response to the review surprised readers expecting diplomacy. Brimful. Filled to maximum capacity. Example, he returned from the journey brimful of ideas and eager to get started. Burble. A bubbling, gurgling sound, as of a creek. Example, the burble in her response was apparent to everyone present. Lecher. A man who has excessive sexual desire, someone driven by lustful cravings. Example, the old lecher made everyone in the room uncomfortable with his wandering eyes. Shivery. Given to shivering, tending to shiver. Example, she felt sick and shivery. Fluster. A state of being flustered, overwrought confusion. Example, she was flustered by his presence. Gambol. An instance of running or skipping about playfully. Example, lambs gambled in the pasture. Eatable. Chiefly in the plural, anything edible, food. Example, the casserole was barely eatable. Parlous. Attended with peril, dangerous, risky. Example, the parlous state of the industry. Disunion. Separation of a union. Example, the disunion of former allies. Abridgment. A shortened version of a text that preserves its main content, a condensed form. Example, the abridgment cut the novel to half its length without losing its essential power. Prickle. A small, sharp-pointed object, such as a thorn. Example, the cactus is covered with prickles. Dotage. Decline in judgment and other cognitive functions associated with aging, senility. Example, the memoirs she began in her dotage. Flunky. An underling, a liveried servant or a footman, servant, retainer, a person working in the service of another, especially in the household. Example, a flunky brought us drinks. Vexation. The act of annoying, vexing, or irritating. Example, she stamped her foot in vexation. Gentility. The state of being elegant, genteel, having good breeding, or being socially superior. Example, an air of old-fashioned gentility. Triviality. The quality of being trivial or unimportant. Example, he dismissed every objection as a triviality not worthy of serious discussion. Disfavor. Lack of favor, displeasure. Example, the disfavor of his fellow students. Sinewy. Having well-developed muscles, lean and strong, tough and resilient. Example, his sinewy arms suggested years of hard physical labor rather than gym workouts. Strafe. An attack of machine gun or cannon fire from a low-flying aircraft. Example, enemy aircraft strafed our carriers. Testy. Easily annoyed, irritable. Example, what's made you so testy today? Shapely. Having a pleasing shape, pleasant to look at. Example, the shapely models of the 40s. Aficionado. An amateur bullfighter. Example, as a genuine aficionado of classical music, she attended every concert of the season. Ceaseless. Without stop or pause, incessant. Example, a ceaseless flow of questions. Irregularity. An instance of being irregular. Example, the auditors flagged a small irregularity in the accounts that later proved significant. Disuse. The state of not being used, neglect. Example, many of the mills fell into disuse. Gusty. Of wind, blowing in gusts, blustery, tempestuous. Example, a gusty afternoon made the crossing far rougher than the forecasters had promised. Bylaw. A local custom or law of a settlement or district. Example, the board will be revising its bylaws. Siesta. A nap, especially an afternoon one taken after lunch in some cultures. Example, he's enjoying a siesta on the terrace. Subordination. The process of making something subordinate. Example, years of subordination had worn down his spirit and dulled his ambition. Infirm. To contradict, to provide proof that something is not. Example, how long has he been so infirm? Peddler. An itinerant seller of small goods. Example, the peddler made his way from village to village selling remedies of dubious worth. Finality. The state of being final, the condition from which no further changes occur. Example, an answer delivered with finality. Microbe. Any microorganism, but especially a harmful bacterium. Example, a culture of isolated microbes. Mimicry. The act or ability to simulate the appearance of someone or something else. Example, the bird's mimicry amazed us. Accursed. To devote to destruction, to imprecate misery or evil upon, to curse, to execrate, to anathematize. Example, dated one that accursed woman. Strainer. A device through which a liquid is passed for purification, filtering or separation from solid matter, anything, including a screen or a cloth, used to strain a liquid. Example, pour the noodles into a strainer. Unfunny. Not funny, especially when attempting to be. Example, it was an unfunny practical joke. Baldness. The condition or state of being, or becoming, bald. Example, a new treatment for baldness. Gravestone. A stone slab set at the head of a grave. Example, the inscription on the gravestone was too worn to read after centuries of weathering. Slinky. A three-dimensional curve, a spiral wound around a helix. Example, informal, a slinky black dress. Underfoot. A storage compartment that sits below the deck of a boat. Example, it was very muddy underfoot. Jumpy. Nervous and excited. Example, her jumpy manner distinguished her from every other candidate. Roomy. Spacious, expansive, comfortable. Example, a roomy apartment, roomy pants. Dabble. A spattering or sprinkling of a liquid. Example, they dabbled their feet in rock pools. Enormity. Deviation from what is normal or standard, irregularity, abnormality. Example, the enormity of the task became clear only once they had actually begun. Pushover. Someone who is easily swayed or influenced to change his/her mind or comply. Example, the teacher was a pushover. Bedlam. A place or situation of chaotic uproar, and where confusion prevails. Example, there was bedlam in the stadium. Impurity. The condition of being impure, because of contamination, pollution, adulteration, or insufficient purification. Example, the water supply was tested and found to contain dangerous levels of impurity. Opulence. Abundance, bounty, profusion. Example, the opulence of the hall surprised guests who had expected a modest reception. Stubby. A small, squat beer bottle. Example, a small stubby man with glasses. Thicket. A dense, but generally small, growth of shrubs, bushes, or small trees, a copse. Example, rabbits taking refuge in the thicket. Tumult. Confused, agitated noise as made by a crowd. Example, she added her voice to the tumult. Befall. Case, instance, circumstance, event, incident, accident. Example, such befall is rarely encountered outside the highest levels of the profession. Sullen. One who is solitary, or lives alone, a hermit. Example, a bunch of sullen, spoiled brats. Drivel. Senseless talk, nonsense. Example, he was talking complete drivel. Celibate. One who is not married, especially one who has taken a religious vow not to get married, usually because of being a member of a religious community. Example, an order of celibate brothers. Edict. A proclamation of law or other authoritative command. Example, rules established by government edict. Parable. A short narrative illustrating a lesson, usually religious/moral, by comparison or analogy. Example, he told the children a parable about patience that none of them would forget. Glimmer. A faint light, a dim glow. Example, moonlight glimmered on the lawn. Paddock. A small enclosure or field of grassland, especially for horses. Example, the horses got out of the paddock. Renown. Fame, celebrity, wide recognition. Example, she achieved international renown long before she turned 30. Sprout. A new growth on a plant, whether from seed or other parts. Example, the weeds begin to sprout. Feline. Of or pertaining to cats. Example, she moved with feline grace. Jagged. To cut unevenly. Example, don't give your dog a jagged bone. Soulful. Full of emotion and vigor. Example, she gave him a soulful glance. Tantrum. An often childish display or fit of bad temper. Example, how can you tolerate his tantrums? Viscosity. The state of being viscous. Example, the viscosity of the oil increased in cold temperatures, slowing the engine. Cuddly. Suitable for cuddling, designed to be cuddled. Example, the toy was soft and cuddly enough to comfort even the most anxious child. Periodical. A publication issued regularly, but less frequently than daily. Example, he wrote for 2 periodicals. Formality. The state of being formal. Example, they dispensed with the usual formality and got straight to the point. Outburst. A sudden, often violent expression of emotion or activity. Example, a sudden outburst from the back of the room silenced the entire auditorium. Provenance. Place or source of origin. Example, the provenance of the paintings. Snuff. Finely ground or pulverized tobacco intended for use by being sniffed or snorted into the nose. Example, snuff the candles before you leave. Tombstone. A headstone marking a person's grave. Example, the writing on the tombstone. Alienation. The state of being isolated from or feeling detached from society or one's surroundings. Example, years of alienation had left him unable to form any meaningful connection with others. Sheath. A holster for a sword, a scabbard. Example, put the sword in its sheath. Thong. A strip of leather. Example, leather thongs fastened to the quiver. Cavalier. A military man serving on horse, early modern cavalry officers who had abandoned the heavy armor of medieval knights. Example, archaic foot soldiers and cavaliers. Adventurer. A person who seeks excitement and takes risks, one who undertakes bold ventures. Example, as a seasoned adventurer, she had survived 3 expeditions to the polar regions. Sleepless. Characterized by an absence of sleep. Example, he lay sleepless until dawn. Vulture. Any of several carrion-eating birds of the families Accipitridae and Cathartidae. Example, these ambulance chasers are vultures. Chute. A framework, trough or tube, upon or through which objects are made to slide from a higher to a lower level, or through which water passes to a wheel. Example, icy water came rushing down the chute. Gentry. Birth, condition, rank by birth. Example, the local gentry arrived in force at the annual summer fair. Perverse. Turned aside, hence, specifically, turned away from the morally right, willfully erring, wicked, perverted. Example, he is being deliberately perverse. Remission. A pardon of a sin, the forgiveness of an offense, or relinquishment of a legal claim or a debt. Example, after 6 months of treatment, the cancer entered full remission. Weasel. The least weasel must steal a needles. Example, he was a double-crossing weasel. Aptitude. Natural ability to acquire knowledge or skill. Example, an aptitude for higher mathematics. Enlargement. The act of making something larger. Example, the enlargement of the kitchen transformed the feel of the entire ground floor. Equate. A statement in assembly language that defines a symbol having a particular value. Example, he equates criticism with treachery. Expanse. A wide stretch, usually of sea, sky, or land. Example, she stood at the edge of the cliff and gazed across the vast expanse of ocean. Fanfare. A flourish of trumpets or horns as to announce, a short and lively air performed on hunting horns during the chase. Example, a fanfare announced her arrival. Revamp. A renovation, revision, or improvement. Example, the company decided to revamp its entire product line ahead of the trade show. Unworthy. An inadequate person. Example, he was unworthy of trust. Fragrant. Sweet-smelling, having a pleasant, usually strong, scent or fragrance. Example, an infusion of fragrant herbs. Melee. A battle fought at close range, hand-to-hand combat, brawling. Example, people were trampled in the melee. Aroma. A smell, especially a pleasant spicy or fragrant one. Example, the aroma of freshly baked bread drifted through the entire building. Comical. Originally, relating to comedy. Example, he could be quite comical. Pantry. A small room, closet, or cabinet usually located in or near the kitchen, dedicated to shelf-stable food storage and or storing kitchenware, like a larder, but smaller. Example, we set out moth traps in the pantry. Valor. Strength of mind in regard to danger, that quality which enables a person to encounter danger with firmness. Example, medals awarded for acts of valor. Bandage. A strip of gauze or similar material used to protect or support a wound or injury. Example, she had a bandage on her foot. Forte. A strength or talent. Example, acting had always been her forte. Loophole. A slit in a castle wall, today, any similar window for shooting a ranged weapon or letting in light. Example, a loophole in the regulations. Overlay. A piece of paper pasted upon the tympan sheet to improve the impression by making it stronger at a particular place. Example, such overlay is rarely encountered outside the highest levels of the profession. Pitiful. Feeling pity, merciful. Example, the shelter was in a pitiful state of disrepair when the new owners took over. Requisite. An indispensable item, a requirement. Example, he lacks the requisite skills. Yearning. To long, have a strong desire, for something. Example, a yearning for the mountains. Payoff. A resolution or justification of an event that has already occurred, especially in fiction. Example, informal one the lure of enormous payoffs. Heroism. The qualities characteristic of a hero, such as courage, bravery, fortitude, unselfishness, etc., the display of such qualities. Example: the medal was awarded in recognition of exceptional heroism under fire. Decorum. Behavior in keeping with good taste and propriety, dignified correctness. Example: he maintained perfect decorum throughout the contentious hearing. Gallantry. Courageous behavior, especially in battle, dashing courage and boldness. Example: the soldier was decorated for outstanding gallantry under fire. Virtuoso. A person highly skilled in music or another artistic pursuit, a maestro. Example: the young virtuoso had mastered 3 instruments before the age of 12. Ascendancy. Occupation of a position of dominant power or influence, supremacy. Example: the party's ascendancy over its rivals seemed unstoppable at that point. Titular. Holding a title without the real power or duties, nominal. Example: as titular head of the organization, she had prestige but little authority. Delirium. An acutely disturbed state of mind with confusion, hallucinations, and incoherence. Example: in the delirium of his fever he called out names no one recognized. Garret. A top floor or attic room, especially a small and uncomfortable one. Example: the writer lived in a cold garret and survived on very little money. Gestation. The development of a plan or idea over a period of time before it emerges. Example: the policy had been in gestation for 3 years before its announcement. Oscillation. Regular variation between 2 points, fluctuation or wavering. Example: the oscillation between hope and despair defined the early years of his career. Decorous. In keeping with good taste and propriety, dignified and correct. Example: his decorous manner concealed a razor-sharp and often brutal intelligence. Acrimony. Bitterness or ill feeling in speech or manner. Example: the negotiations ended in acrimony, with neither side willing to concede. Dissidence. Protest against official policy, the expression of disagreement. Example: the regime had long suppressed any form of dissidence within its borders. Hubris. Excessive pride or self-confidence, typically leading to a downfall. Example: his hubris proved fatal, he refused to consult anyone before making the decision. Impunity. Exemption from punishment or freedom from the injurious consequences of an action. Example: the powerful acted with impunity while the powerless bore the consequences. Insouciance. Casual lack of concern, a cheerful indifference to consequences. Example: she greeted the devastating review with an insouciance that baffled those who had expected outrage. Turpitude. Wickedness and moral depravity. Example: the charges exposed a moral turpitude that stunned even his most loyal supporters. Ignominy. Public shame or disgrace, humiliation. Example: he resigned in ignominy after the full extent of the fraud became public.